Okay, let's see if we sound like a robot today. Okay, let's see if we sound like... We do not sound like a robot today, so you know what that means. Hello, Genesis and all beautiful beings with like web. Is back with another live stream. How's it going, everybody? Hello, hello, hello. It's very bright here today. It's very bright. I don't usually stream during the daylight hours, so it's a little brighter in my room than normal. Also, we'll turn on the bright background because it's so bright everywhere and yellowy. Apparently, we got yellow tint. Anyways, hello everyone. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to another Read Wednesday, where we do Read Wednesday things like go through a manga and comics and visual novels and the like. And today we're going to be continuing our playthrough of the Yonder World? No, just Yonder World and Interview into the Void. Or with the Void? Oh my goodness, I'm messing it all up. Yonder World Interview with the Void. There it is. I can read. Reading comprehension. Yes. Last Wednesday, we played through Cassius's ending, and I'm told there's going to be another one, an updated one, to my knowledge. So we might come back and muck around with that. But for now, we have a wandering queen to try and woo. Now we were partway through that. I think we're on like day 14 or 15. I want to say. So we'll see. We'll see how long it takes us to try and tie that up. We might start the last one as well if we have the time. Now, last time we did a Read Wednesday, we streamed for a while, a goodly amount of time, a long time. It was like a 5-hour stream, and I was like, yeah, we'll stream for like 2.5 hours. I will not be going 5 hours today. Hopefully. But we'll see. Hey, Kara, how's it going? Hello, hello. Welcome. It must be getting late there already for you. How are you doing? Let's see here. Am I loud? Am I too loud? Hot? So hot? Oh, God, yeah. Yesterday was pretty brutal. Not as bad today, but yesterday we had like a heat warning. It was not pleasant. Holy shit, it's hot in the UK. Yeah, I don't think it probably wasn't as hot, but we got to like 30. It was like 30, I think, but BC got to like 33 or something like that. But it was hot. It was real hot. We are a nation that does not believe in AC. Oh. Ouch, rough. No, I don't think my building has AC either, so it's just like I'm basement, so it's a little bit better. It's not as bad, but oh boy, yeah, not having AC in the summertime is it's sticky. It's real sticky. It's a very sticky life to lead. Oh, I didn't change it over. Oops. There we go. Now we have the other background. Derp. I have 2 fans going at the moment, and it's not helping. Is it just blowing hot air towards you? Is that what's happening? Oh, man. I need to get a fan. I kind of have one, but I need a better one. I need a better fan. Give my cats a bath today so they won't be actively dying. We all need to be passively dying. That's the secret, not actively dying. I was just gonna think like, I don't know if it's a fun fact. I guess it depends on how old you are, but apparently after you turn 24, your cells stop regenerating faster than they die. So until you turn 24, you are still growing, still living, you're ahead of the curve. But after 24, you start to disintegrate after a while. They're melting on the floor. Cat puddles. I mean, a cat's natural state is liquid, isn't it? Isn't that facts? Damn, I'm fucking ancient then. Yeah, I know. I already feel it. My lower back's already giving out on me. Oh, I'm not gonna make it much longer, guys. This might be my last stream. I'm so sorry. So sorry I had to find out this way. Anyways, we can boot up the game. I can stop procrastinating. Although I do love me some procrastination. Murgler. Are we speaking of Murloc now? Is that what's happening? No? No? Maybe that's more your sister's realm. Being a Murloc would be good right now. Pond. Oh yeah, that pond life. Just like have your little like Murloc shack with the straw hut over top. Sit there, glass of coconut juice or something like that by the beach in the surf. Light breeze. The breeze of Hillsbrad rolling in. Yeah. Be good time. Anyways, that was, for those not paying attention, that was an incredibly nerdy reference. Anything to chase away this stupid heat. How hot is it there? What is the actual temperature? I think we're at like 27 or 28, so it's not the worst. Not the worst, but it's up there. It's up there. Uh, 27 Celsius, but 30% humidity. I don't know what the humidity is. Okay, so we're actually like, we're pretty comparable heat-wise. But I guess it also depends what floor you're on. Because I know like main floor and up. Oh god, I used to live on a second floor in the summertime without proper AC. Oh my god. It was dreadful. It was a bad experience. It was a rough time. Sun-facing room and everything. Ooh. Just thinking about it makes me feel dehydrated. Fuck. Okay, we got the game audio, we got the other audio, we got the audios. Now I gotta go over here. There we go. Oh, I'm all alone up here. What the hell? Aura, Cantrap, get over here. Don't leave me by myself. It's scary in the Yonder without you here. Much better. Maybe a little bit further over. Like there. There we go. Oh, thank goodness. No AC is hell. Yeah. Don't I know it? I've lived almost my entire life without any AC. Sometimes the best I could hope for is like maybe a little bit of like ventilation from like of cooler air from the basement, but that's about it, and that's not. That doesn't do too much in the real heat. Okay, I believe we're good. Where was I? I played July 6th, and what is the most recent of saves? 214. 220. 22. Maybe that one? I'm guessing. 2252. Oh shit, where am I? Where did I leave off? Oh god, too many saves. Confusion.com. Okay. Oh no, but these are from the June 24th. So probably this one, if I was to hazard a guess. Yes, okay. Alright, Chaos Control activate! I think. I believe. I think. What have you been, Kara? What have you been up to? Okay, so I have access to the throne room, the dining room, and the research hall. And I can't forget that there is a world I can't remember the exact way I unlocked it, but it was like, oh, if I just... That's right, if I changed the subject or said I was still too tired, I get access to the lounge. The lounge. Just trying not to die from the heat. I don't know, grab some ice cubes. I'm not sure. I know some people will sometimes, they'll put like ice or like cold water in front of a fan so it blows cooler water or something like that. I've never tried it. It sounds like an interesting trick. We should probably go to the dining room. In all realness, though, just some shipments for my physical rewards for KS, so it's really cool. KS? I'm missing something. I feel like I'm missing something. Just got some shipments for the physical reward for KS. Kickstarter. Ah, got it. Understood. Loud and clear. All right, let's try going to the dining hall and see if we can't meet someone. I can't Is she even here? Is Asken even here? She might not be in the Yonder at the moment. I can't remember. All right. But we're getting up there. Well, I don't know. This doesn't feel like we're, you know, we're like a third of the way to romance. I feel like that's me every day. I'm a third of the way to romance. Okay. Taking a deep breath, I put my hand on the handle and push. Not quite ready, but still going forward to face my next day. Deathwill's not alone when I step through the door. Why, hello there, Velas. Hi, Finnan. It's the bitch. Didn't you make her, him, they, it? Quite a task you have for me today, hmm? Bitchy? Couldn't Rubius do it instead? This is your due, not his. The smile freezes on Finnan's face into something brittle and sharp, but that expression was gone in a flash. Right as always. Angie gave me the design and I flew away with the personality. I mean, there's some pretty good designs. Did Angie design most of the characters? I actually don't know what Angie did specifically on this. She never mentioned. Should I come back later? On the contrary, my dear. You were with me today. Isn't that exciting? What? Angie designed 4 characters. Okay, so I know she designed Velas and Finnan. Who else? She's the script editor. Ah, okay. Gotcha. You are gaining access to another room today, Velas, and Finnan shall be your guide. I trust you shall do well in their capable hands. Yes? Excellent. This way, would ya? I jump a little when Finnan reaches out to snatch up my hand. I have to suppress a shudder at the contact. Finnan is cold, so very cold. They also leave me no time to protest as they pull me through the door. Wait, Huh? Alright, we got the room. I'm the writer, director, and everything in between. I've worn that hat before. Where you're like, yes, this is my pony show, so I will now wear all the hats that I can't give away. Pretty, isn't it? Pretty is an understatement. Structures before me are grand and elegant enough to be part of the heavens. A ceiling high enough to fly around, columns intricately etched with images of blooming flowers. It's the Memory Hall. We've been here before. I won't belabor the point. Billionin goes through a lot of details, but not so many details. Oh, you know what? This time I will stay quiet. Because I can. Stay silent. What is the purpose of the Hall of Memory then? This is the place where memories of the Yonder extended guests are stored. Free to access by others, free to store whatever you wish. Semi-public library, if you may. Alright. Now, I don't know if I'm supposed to... Oh, yes, there is a fast forward button, isn't there? Just control. Ah, yep. Okay. We might as well just ask all the questions, just in case it unlocks anything. I don't know. Are you in charge? Wait, we can ask this? What makes you ask that? Well, I remember you asking about the Hall of Memory before, and Ephraim told you to explain it to me, so... Assuming is bad, you know? But no, I am not. I would love to, though. Alas. Right. Okay, I don't remember the question, actually. Person this place, what am I supposed to do here? What am I doing here? The memories of Deathfield in here? In the halls of memories, just storage. And can I store memories? Okay. Our character has no excuse not to know things now, even though we flew through all of those options at 100 miles a minute. I have no further questions. Goody! Here you go. Strange key. It's cool to touch, thrumming with energy. Stone embedded in it glows softly, pulsing in sync with the rest of the hall's crystals. When you decide to use the Hall of Memory function... Right, okay, yes. Good. Thank you. You are very welcome. Now that's done, I have other things to do. Bye-bye. Maybe, I'm just kind of wondering now, because I'm thinking about, like, so we've got the 3 romance endings, and then we got the one, like, badass ending. Is the badass ending where, like, I don't need your memories, I don't need this, I don't need that, I'm a strong, independent angel hatchling. I can do everything myself. Maybe. I don't know. So many possibilities. Yes, safe. But for now, we want them memories, so we're gonna unlock a pillar. Okay, we've got it. I can help the feeling that somehow I am finally on the right track. Oh, right. Right. Okay. And we haven't gotten these 2 well enough. Okay. So yes, definitely if I'm trying to romance someone, you definitely unlock the pillars. If you ain't interested, nobody. If your interest is in being a bad bitch, then you don't unlock the pillars, probably. I would like to confirm my choice, as it is the only choice, because I've pretty much ignored the other 2. Day 16. I woke up with a headache. Yes, the throbbing behind my eyes is somewhat painful, but I feel more irritated about it than anything. Maybe it has something to do with my empty stomach. I've read about it before, how humans tend to get cranky and fatigued when they're hungry, and sticky and gross when they're hot. The fact that I'm exhibiting such behavior makes it worse. I was going to go to the dining room yesterday, but after that whole ordeal with the Hall of Memory, I was too in shock to remember anything else, or as ironic as that might be. I ended up tossing and turning for a long while before succumbing to restless sleep, which no doubt is the reason behind my headache. Seems like the destination for today is pretty clear. The dining room! You know where we're supposed to go! The dining room is blissfully quiet. I let out a sigh of relief. I don't want to deal with anyone today before I have anything to eat. Food! Food! Preferably not more of the dry and tough rations, though. Alas, that's all I have right now. Lies! We found the recipe list. We know we can make food. You just don't want to. I kind of miss Askin's presence around here. Sure, she can be a bit prickly, but she's always allowed me to eat with her. Some fresh hot food would be amazing. My eyes stray over the recipe box, sitting on the corner of the counter as I debate my options. Try cooking! Try cooking! This is the whole point. This is why we did that. This is why we went there, because we wanted to learn how to cook. He doesn't want to resort to cannibalism. Yes, as any good demon will let you know, angels taste like chicken. That's why Cassius calls her Nugget. Try cooking. Taking a deep breath, I go to the recipe box, which can't be more difficult and dangerous than dealing with alchemical stuff, right? You heard it from the source, folks. Cassius has sampled those forbidden fruits. Angels taste like chicken, mostly. The rest is that spicy pride. As any good demon will tell you, angels taste like chicken. That's why she's called Nugget. Hey, Miss Liz, how's it going? Maybe I should start with something simple. The less steps and less ingredients, the less trouble I might encounter. Preferably something quick to make, too. After scouting through the seemingly endless box and cross-checking the ingredients stored here, I feel very hopeful about making an omelet. Alright, bacon, check. Cheese, check. Butter, check. Onion, check. Ooh, that's a good omelet. That's a good omelet. That's the kind of omelet my dad would make. Hey, Angie. Ooh, I have arrived. In style, no doubt. Still a chicken thing? I know. Still a chicken thing. I'm doing good, Miss Liz. I've touched grass. I've exercised. I ate food before stream. So I won't be hungry for at least 2 hours. Yeah. Touching grass. Hey, listen, you know, it wasn't 27 degrees out yet. It was like 24. So I got out, got some sun. I'm getting less pale in places, you know? The main ingredient, though. Oh. We don't have normal eggs, do we? These look nothing like the eggs I know. And they're both quite large, each the size of my fist, but put together. Just one of these would be enough to make an omelet, right? Oh. Oh my. I've never been faced with such a difficult choice before. Pick the... Wait, green? Green? Is this one of those, like, white dress, blue dress things? Hold on a second. Wait a minute. Is this one of those... Maybe it's the tint on my glasses? I mean, maybe? It looks a little bit more white to me. I don't know. I do have, like... a blue light filtering on my glasses makes everything a little bit more yellowy. Okay, maybe it's a pale green, maybe. Okay. Am I gonna be eating Yoshi? It touched grass. Oh, free-ranged eggs. Okay, all right. I mean, those are usually better for you, so, you know. I'm gonna save, because I don't trust it. Easter stained. Oh boy. The sun is a curse. Oh my god, hell froze over. Hide your kids, hide your wives. We're doing self-care up in here. Oh god. Alright. Let's try the green egg. Green eggs and ham, right? That's the story. Oh yeah, wow! Okay, called it! Green eggs and ham. Green eggs and ham. Here goes nothing. To my surprise and horror, the yolk inside isn't green at all. No, it's suspiciously purple, shimmering a little under candlelight as though dusted by fairies. Normally, I would have said pretty, but this kind of pretty isn't reassuring at all. Nevertheless, I've gotten here. Maybe this is normal for a different world, and our eggs are the strange ones. I mean, Axon or someone else wouldn't put something inedible here, right? Right? Besides, for all the strange colors, the egg does smell good, even though it's raw. Do eggs smell before they're cooked? I've never smelt a raw egg. I mean, like, maybe the shell, but, like, the yolk? Kind of sweet. Like, custard? Would that be good for an omelet? Alright, let's see where this will take me. Oh no! Oh no! We made the Zelda food! We made the Zelda food! Oh no! What in Uriel's sacred name is this? What in the seven heavens have I created? It's moving! It's got its own intelligence! It's sentient! Kill it with fire! It smells bad. It looks bad. Ugh. The green egg is clearly the wrong choice. Yeah, no. I probably dumped the monstrosity into the bin. No, that has to be incinerated. You can't just throw it in the bin. Rations it is. As I take my meal to the table, the door opens.
Little angel.
Okay. I'm gonna go back. We're gonna try the other egg. Because what I really want is that we make an omelet, right? It's passable. Axon comes in and we're like, hey, would you like some food? I'm paying it back because I like you. Pick the black egg. Between the green egg and the black egg, you know what? Since it's already weird, let's get weird all the way. Besides, I'm pretty sure eggshells are not supposed to be green under any circumstances. Here goes nothing. Oh! To my pleasant surprise, the yolk is a nice, vibrant golden orange, a perfect color, perfectly normal color that an egg should look like. All right, let's get to it now. Where do we start? That is a very large difference. Oh, we did a fold-over omelet. Okay. When I had chicken, they laid blue and green eggs. I mean, I've seen different colored eggs. Like, I can't remember, like, different poultry do have, like, black eggs. I know that, but it's like goose eggs or something like that. It's not chickens usually. I actually saw green eggs and blue eggs at the market. Were they custard filled? Were they purple pixie dust custard filled eggs? After painstakingly following the recipe step by step, I can't believe my eyes. I did it! I cooked! I once had green eggs and ham with a man named Sam. Fragrant, fluffy, stuffed full of cheese and bacon, the omelet looks good enough to die for. Not too bad for a first timer, huh? Now all that's left to do is dig in. As I take my meal to the table, the door opens. Accent?
Little angel.
Angel? I see you've learned how to cook. Well, it's nothing fancy like what you usually make. But I'm glad I was able to make this myself. Good. Learning new skills is always beneficial. Yeah. Yes! I don't even think I need to save, but, like, definitely. 100%. Offer her some! Would you like some? No. Oh. My heart. My heart. There does not seem to be enough, and I plan to make my own meal. Thank you for offering, though. She doesn't want your egg? No! Accent, accept my eggs! Accept my eggy love! This is weird because I'm an angel and I have wings and people call me Nugget and I don't know if we actually hatch. But please accept my egg. Alright. Of course. You're back earlier than I thought.
Oh.
Oh. Also, let's see. Oh yeah, romance went up. Oh yeah. We went to 6. Please accept my egg is quite the quote. Yes. Yes, it is. Oh, man. I really do hope that one day people will look back on some of these quotes and be like, why did you say please accept my egg? Were you concerned? Yeah. 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 I was so concerned. Okay? Super duper concerned. Oh yeah, romance going up the wazoo, baby. Of course I was, especially if the way she left. That was the first time I've witnessed such a confrontation here. I don't think Axen would appreciate it if I say that. A little. There was, quite the tension. And you care because... Oh, I'm sorry. It's none of my business, of course. I was just worried about you. I am all right. That's good. Smiles. Thank you, Lane, or Liz, or LL, or MLL, or LL Cool J, or MLM. Are you a pyramid scheme? Miss Liz, they're onto you. They're onto you. They know. They know all about your pyramid schemes. Pyramid schemes and minion resources. Flustered with my clumsy words, I decide to keep my attention on my food as Axen putters around, preparing her own. I really shouldn't be going so long without a proper meal. I tend to put my foot in my mouth without enough. In my mouth enough, even when coherent. With a sigh, I finish my meal and go to wash up as Askin takes my place at the table.
Hungry?
Would you like some more? I give the decadent meal a mournful look and shake my head. I should have waited a little. That looks much better than what I made. Everything Askin makes always looks so good. It's a shame I didn't get to try some today, but I'm sure there will be another opportunity. Now, with my hunger sated and my head clear, I debate on what I should do next. By now, there are 2 places that my interests are most invested in, the Hall of Memories and the Research Hall. The latter, for obvious reasons, the former because I've never encountered anything like that in my 200 years of existence. Do I want to be distracted, or should I focus on my project? Clipboard. Ask an AE856 or ice age 1429.
Hmm?
I'm a 3-sided triangle business plan to help people get to help people be their own boss. Oh, the knives are out. You have a sword, but I have a knife. I have 3 swords, actually. Oh boy. Going full anime protag or antag? Well, I mean, if you're Roronoa Zoro, then you're protag. Any One Piece stands in chat? Now fight. She is obviously the BBEG. It's nothing. Seems like it's my sign to keep working on the device then. Versailles. I heave over to the research hall, setting to spend the rest of the day on the project. What is the exact... What is the... It's like big, bad, evil guy? Is that what BBEG stands for? Okay. Unlike the day before, I rush to the lab as soon as I wake up. It's unclear if that's if what the clipboard showed me was one of the things or was one-off thing or not. Regardless, one thing is clear: the clipboard deterioration is quickening, and if I don't do anything to fix it, it's going to be unsalvageable. The parchment would be the easiest to mend. I thumbed the crack right under the parchment, feeling my panic rising. I don't think I can replace the whole thing if it completely breaks. From what I've read about these devices, I know that some of them need to be made from specific types of wood. Cedar and oak are most common, but I'm not knowledgeable enough to distinguish what mine is made out of. How in the heavens can you tell from from just a look anyway? They all look the same. All right, fellas, calm down. As long as the board doesn't break, all I need to do is mend it. Though if it was just the material, it would have been simple. I stared down at the research notes I've gathered, feeling despair welling up again. No, I can tell that some of the enchantments are disrupted as well. In order to completely restore the clipboard to what it was, I need to weave the blessings at the same time as the wood is being mended. I'm definitely not great with either. What are you doing? That's not the voice. That wasn't the voice. Nailed it in one. I mean, I had a decent idea. I had a premonition about it. I know how behind I am because I'm watching in my car. Drive safe? I have no idea either. I usually try and keep the latency pretty low. What are you doing? Yeah! You make some interesting noises. You scared me, popping out of nowhere like that. I went through the front door. I huff at her, then glare down my uncooperative device. I'm just trying to fix some stuff. I did some research, but nothing in here is exactly compatible with what I need. You can read the books here. Taken aback by her question, I look up, blinking. Shouldn't I be able to? Most of them are in different languages. All of them do not exist in your world. It does not feel like someone cast some magic in here recently. Well, aside from the imp, that is. Oh. No, there was, I didn't cast any magic. I'm not good with magic, but my innate skill revolves around languages, actually. Innate language skill? Yes?
Oh.
So you can understand any language written or spoken? Well, both. I mean, yes, I can understand any language presented to me, even if it doesn't belong in my world, or if a language is dead. Of course, coded texts are different. I would be able to understand what's written down on face level, but it would still take time to decode. I can, well, obviously I can speak and write languages I do not know. As long as I've heard or read it, of course. I can understand hieroglyphic languages perfectly as well.
Interesting.
That is quite the useful talent you have there. Nerd! Says the writer. Useful? Really? Ah, no! Platty! Platty, put the gun down! Put the gun down, Platty! You don't need to do this! Chipkin nerd. How about it? How could it not be? You can understand any language even if it is otherworldly, without the use of magic or external devices. And if I'm not mistaken, angels have perfect memories as well. Yes? The sheer amount of knowledge you can absorb must be astounding. Is accent praising me? Praise me more! Praise me more! By the way, did you see you got a gifted sub for Platty? I did! Thank you! Thank you for gifting me a sub. This seems to be the thing, is I talk to people about other streamers, or I rate other streamers, and I get subs. I will have to make some time to go and check out a Platty stream. I've mainly been watching him get fucked over in Mario Kart in one of the Chilled's VODs. Thank you?
You are too much of a risk.
This can make you unfathomably dangerous, too. Oh, not this again. Why does everything seem like a threat to you? Paranoia can be the most effective ally at times. Yeah, he ain't very good at that. Shaking my head, I pinch the bridge of my nose. Well, I'm not here to bring doom to anyone, or be some kind of informant. That is still debatable, but we shall see. There's no winning with this, is there? Letting out a frustrated sigh, I make a couple more notes about the device status. It's probably just going to make her more paranoid, but honestly, I feel like doing that just out of spite at this point. These devices are for me to communicate directly with my superiors, though that's mostly one-sided. One-sided? Yeah, the clipboard's main function is to announce the orders I have from my superiors and display basic information about my surrounding area onto the parchment. It has a certain amount of information that was already registered and can be accessed using the quill here with a bit of my grace. The parchment has, or at least it should, a limited storage for the information I can register. I can also send an emergency request to my superior should the need arise. The compass has the basic function of a normal compass, yes, but it also points me towards where I'm needed, or need to be most of the time. It also should let me know where the closest superior or superior angel is. I haven't had the chance to test that function out yet. You said an emergency. So that Chilled love? I'm not great for watching people live. Occasionally I do, but my schedule I usually just end up watching people's VODs. Still, it's fun. I get to vicariously live through some other people. I usually watch when I'm like cooking and stuff though. It's getting to the juicy part. Oh yeah, the emergency. Yeah, I remember the one time we tried to activate the emergency. It went badly. Singular? Yes? You can only call for help once. I blink at her and nod, confused at what she's getting at. Yes, that's the allocated grant for juniors like me. The superiors don't want to be summoned for every question. Askin's eyes widen as she stares at me. Feeling uncomfortable, I shuffle where I stand, unsure of how to continue. In the end, the Wandering Queen clears her throat. Your devices are important, correct? Once again confused, I nod. Then why have you not called for help? Well, the devices are broken, so most of their functions don't work. That includes the emergency grant. That's ridiculous. Beg your pardon? Emergency functions are supposed to be for situations like this. Regardless of the devices being technological or magical, they can and should be able to work with the minimum of energy. Which your device clearly still have. I look down at my items, then snap my gaze back to her. A curl of annoyance surges forward. I understand that you may consider our devices inferior, but don't be ridiculous. I'm merely stating a fact. Your emergency button, if one can call it that, can barely provide the help you need. What are you getting at? I'm saying that this emergency function of yours was not made to help you. That statement has me stumbling backwards. The sharp pain of my hip colliding with the desk does not help. Does not help! What, something go wrong in this game? No. In this multiverse? No. That's preposterous! Please don't go and say such careless words. If they're not meant to help us, then there's no reason for it to be there. Axon clicks her tongue, clearly at the end of her patience. Potato. This is precisely why I do not want to bother myself with drones. I am not a drone! Propriety. A single word and how matter-of-factly she said it takes me aback. Huh?
It is very simple.
It is there for propriety. You are a junior scribe, you said. Yes? How many of your roles are there? There are, 20 of us on my starting day, but are there more? There are always a lot of junior scribes. Well, there are always a lot of junior positions. They're not open often, though, since most apprentices get referred and fill any open positions immediately if their records are good enough. Admittedly, this is a bit of a sore topic for me. I wasn't referred by my former superior at the time and went out to apply for this position myself. It took quite a lot for me to get accepted and start the job. And then this whole mess happened. So, there are several others in your position, with several more ready to take the job, should a vacancy be made. Blinking, I nod at Axon, now curious as to where she's going with this. Let out an annoyed huff.
The answer is clear, then. You are easily replaceable.
Oof. Oof. The simple yet brutal statement yanks the floor out from under me. I stagger, grabbing onto the desk as I gape at her. Excuse me? She flips the clipboard with her metallic hand. There is no point installing a proper emergency system if the object of urgency is not important and can be easily replaced at a moment's notice. An angel's soul is immortal and automatically returns to their god's creator once the vessel expires, unless the angel falls, and then the soul plummets straight into their world's hell. That much has been true for every single world I know. I do not believe yours is an exception. Based on that, what you said, it is easily deductible now how your higher-ups rationalize this. No wastage that way. The room falls into a deadly silence after her last words. The terrible ringing, exploding my ears, bringing with an excruciating pain. Sudden floodgate of emotions overwhelms me to the point where I can't even... I don't even know what to think. I feel as though my chest is going to collapse under the invisible weight. A part of me wants to rebuke her words, but that part is so distant, so muffled, like it's drowning under an onslaught of feelings I'm having. I open my mouth, but only a gurgle choke comes out. Young angel, My anguished scream interrupts whatever she's about to say. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to! Abruptly, I wipe the device. I swipe the device into my arms and run out the room, ignoring Askin's startled call. Useless. Useless. Useless! Take 3d10 physical damage. No. Or psychic damage. No. It's 3d10 emotional damage. Elbs day 2000000 useless. You are useless. Yeah, this route hits hard and fast. I stare at the disabled jumble of words, too numb to feel anything. I've locked myself up in this room for the past 3 days. First was a violent mess. After rushing back here, I screamed, my throat raw and bloodied. I grabbed everything I could and smashed them on the floor. I didn't stop the destruction until I literally passed out. Only to wake up to it being whole and spotless once more. And it sent me into a maniacal descent, screaming and thrashing again until I collapsed onto the bed, sobbing, until exhaustion won me over. The following day was cathartic. I lay sprawled, staring listlessly at the ceiling until my eyes burned and my torn throat twisted into gargled cries. The room was whole again. But I am not. Somehow, during my entire manic episode, I did not touch my device at all. Part of me both hates and is grateful for it. I can't decide on which, and frankly, I couldn't care. Even my sleep, or the semblance of it, was plagued with nightmares. Or familiar voices on faceless strangers, with phrases I've burned so deep into the back of my head they clawed at my mind to shreds on the way out. I tried to get up once today. My body is so fatigued I slumped to the floor almost immediately. I can't be bothered to get up. What's the point? I hate that Axon told me what she did. I hate it more because I agree with her. I never forgot about the emergency function. I just didn't want to use it. I knew what would happen if I did. Pulling up the device, I stare at the torn parchment. Face too numb to even twitch. Elbs day 2000. The tape around the compass finally gives out, sending the device clattering to the floor. It didn't shatter on impact. I wish it did. A hollow breath escapes me, and I let my arms fall to the floor. Well, I gotta pop off. Have fun. Don't die. Thank you, Angie. Have a good rest of your evening. He will definitely die. Maybe. Okay, alright, you two. Alright, he will definitely die. Yes, almost certainly. Indeed. Such torment awaits. You bunch of bullies. jerk faces. Come on, get out of here. Thank you for coming. I appreciate it. It doesn't matter anymore. It doesn't matter. Wait, what is this? Wait, no. What is this emoji? What is this? It's a heart with... Oh, it's a platy heart. Okay, I was like, is that a face in the heart? But then I just realized it was a bill. I see. I understand. It makes sense now. Ah, great. I'm dreaming again. Who is it this time? My superior? Old caretaker? Really? I almost chuckle at that. It's been a while since I last thought about her, but it's apt that she would come to mock me when I am on my lowest. Still, I shrink to myself, resigned before the shadows of cutting words to come. Angel? Angel. Young Angel. Peeling my eyelids back, I look up at Askin's ever-present scowl. Oh, you're not them.
Hmm?
Who? Ignoring my lack of answer, Askin crouches down and pulls me into a sitting position. Too weak and couldn't care enough, I don't resist, letting her prop me up against the bed. Kind of want to ask why she's here, but ultimately decide against it. Askin doesn't care about me, aside from her baseless paranoia. She's made her disdain towards me clear. It's not like whatever hateful crap she's going to spew at me is going to change anything anyway. You have not left your room. You've not left your room for 3 days. I glance at her, shrugging. Askin clearly doesn't take that well. Her scowl deepens as she searches my face. You are aware you are turning mortal. You can die if you emaciate yourself. I still fail to see how that's any of your concern. You... if you think it's because of what you said, then don't worry about it. Well, it's kind of because of what you said, but not in the context you might think. I always knew nobody was going to come for me. I just didn't want to admit that out loud. So, in a weird sort of way, I think I have to say thank you. If you didn't say what you said, I would have just kept wasting my time away tinkering at these useless things. My words trail into silence, wearing a bewildered expression. Wearing a bewildered expression, Askin watches me for a long while before shaking her head. You are spiraling. Why am I thinking of the SpongeBob? I'm pretty sure it's a SpongeBob thing where it's like, spiraling! I'm spiraling! Spiraling! Yeah, I am.
I am sorry.
Regardless of how you perceive this, I apologize for what I said. I make an aborted movement to wave her apology away, however, Askin catches my hand in hers.
You are doing no favor to yourself like this.
We do not look good. We have seen better days. Better days. I don't know if we looked this bad when we were dying and we were in Udon's room and we had terrible, terrible angelic errors occur. I will tag. I will tag. And that's still none of your business. You hate me, remember? I do not. I hold mistrust towards angel kind, yes. And I must admit, I still do not think your presence here in the Younger is necessarily a good thing. Seems that I refuse to answer, Askin paused for a moment, considering look glimmering in her emerald eyes. I have never been careful with my words, and I should have been. It doesn't matter. Whether you were careful about your words or not, it doesn't change anything. Nobody's coming for me. And whether I can go home or not is irrelevant. 20 days are enough to find a replacement for an insignificant position such as mine. With my luck, they might even associate my disappearance with some treasonous activities. Askin's eyebrows frowned further. I thought she'd finally been pulled away. I thought she'd finally be pulling away after such a long stretch of silence, but then she asks, "Do you have so little faith in your people?" That finally spurs me into action, and I roughly pull my hand away, ignoring how my skin scratches against her metallic joints. Standing up, I stumble away from her. "You're in no position to ask me that!" A complicated look passes her features before she too stands up. Perhaps I am not, but my point stands. Letting yourself waste away serves no purpose. A bitter chuckle rolls off my tongue, so venomous, I'm astounded that it's me who makes it. No purpose, huh? I've been serving my whole existence. In the end, there's no purpose to anything I've done. Do you even know what that's like? Knowing that you can't return home, and even if you do, there's nothing left there for you. Something shifts in Askin's expression. Something pained in the way her eyes widen, her lower lip droops slightly in shock. The anger within me seethes viciously at this. How dare she? How dare she feel hurt when I'm the one suffering because of what she brought on, nonetheless? And then just like that, an expressionless mask slips over her face. Askin holds herself tall, looking down upon me over her nose.
The present might look bleak right now, but this is where the most doors will open for you. Take your time to mourn for what was, and move forward when you are ready.
Askin picks up a basket by the door, one that I did not realize was there in my anger, and puts it on my desk. Don't starve yourself. It's horrible. It's a horrible way to go. Before I could say anything, Askin turns and walks out of my room. She is nice. She feeds us. Askin gave Velis a basket. Velis is a free angel. My head spins when I open my eyes. I hate this. I hate the way my body aches so much that it goes numb. I hate that my face feels both swollen and drained of blood at the same time. I hate that everything feels broken, like it's drifting away, like I'm drifting away piece by piece. I hate that I gave into the temptation and ravenously devoured the food Askin left behind. Thinking of being full after 3 days of starving myself is relieving. For a while after the meal, I can only bask in the glorious stuffed sensation, only to immediately loathe myself for being so weak. I hate that I couldn't resist the heavenly smell. I hate that despite being so furious at Askin, I still gorge myself full of her food. I hate that I want to do it again. I hate that I want to gorge myself on Askin. I want to hold my head and scream, but I found myself too weak to do either. Every inch of my body shakes uncontrollably. My fingers twitch as though in a macabre dance. I turn my head, staring at the blinking stars outside, and feel yet another wave of helplessness wash over me. Hey, you can't waste perfectly good food. Damn straight, okay? I was raised to finish my food, alright? And if I'm not finishing it, it's becoming a leftover and we're eating it later. You do not throw away good food. I turn my head staring at the blinking stars outside and feeling yet another wave of helplessness wash over me. I don't want to be here. I can't go home either. Nobody wants me there. Not even those who are closest to me. The tiniest fraction of myself fears that what would happen if my vessel gives out here? What would happen to my mortal soul then? But I mostly couldn't be bothered to care. If my soul is snuffed out in the Yonder, it would mean it wouldn't be remade into a better version of myself. Someone that would please my superior better. Someone who wouldn't make as many mistakes as I have. Someone who would be smarter, more obedient. One better than me. A heavy yet shallow exhale escapes me. If that's going to be the case, I'd rather stay here. This defiancy will cost me, but there's not much time left for anything to happen, especially if I can't get home and God cannot reach me. If I was wrong and Deathrill ejects me somehow, then I close my eyes, sucking in a breath that I can't quite fill my lungs. There's a knock at the door. I turn my head, pressing my lips together. Is it Axon again? Coming to try and relieve her guilt? Or is it Deathrill? Nah, Deathrill wouldn't leave her throne for me. Or is it someone else? Why the hell not? It's not like letting someone in will change anything anyway. I let out a raspy positive. The door creaks open. Standing there is someone I truly didn't expect. Udon! Oh, look at this little noodle. Hello. I blink twice at him, not really having the energy to respond despite my surprise. Taking my silence as a positive, Udon slithers in gently, closing the door behind him. He holds a woven basket dangling by his side. Enticingly delicious aroma wafts from it. I hate that I'm immediately drawn to it. Axon sent this. Is there a reason why Udon has a collar with like a stardust leash and appears to be the assistant to Axon and the plaything of Cassius? Of course she did. Is Deathrill just letting anyone go to my room now? Well, that's unsurprising considering I'm not anything important like Axon, Finnan, or even Cassius. Axon is a bit cut up with her work today. She wanted to, you should eat. I click my tongue, the sharp sound making Udon jump. I don't feel any remorse upon seeing him shrink a little to himself. Whatever. Don't be mean to Udon! He's done nothing wrong! So jumpy, so fragile. Yeah, very, very much so. While he puts the basket on my nightstand, I pretend my stomach doesn't growl loudly in response. Tanaga shuffles awkwardly where he is, tugging at his hat to hide more of his face. How are you? If Udon wouldn't slither away immediately, I would give him a hug. I want to sneer at him, but what comes out is even less than a grunt. Another uncomfortable silence stretches, what I'm not particularly keen to break. I wish Udon would just go away. I don't want more people to witness how pathetic I am right now. Clearly he can't read my thoughts, or continues to linger there, seemingly unsure of what to say at my lack of response. Okay, first of all, listen, Velis, sweetie, honey boo boo, you little angry nugget, you. I know that snakes and poultry don't normally get along. But you need to be nice to Udon, or I'm purposely going to kill you. Okay? Anyways, let's see. You know, one day I would like to go here. I'd like to flip through these, and I'd like there to be a little Udon name right here. Right there, just hovering right there. In fact, you know what? You can move Deathrill and Cassius, or Deathrill and Askin to the side, and you can put Udon, like, right there, because he is worthy of love! What do you want? Maybe if we have enough funding. My cracked lips move, the words barely managing to get through. Shifts again, scales gleaming in the darkness. I know we don't know each other well enough, but your state of being is worrying. That has nothing to do with you. Don't even. A weakly gesture of my hand, a dismissive flick of my wrist. Udon sways on his body hesitantly. Mother wouldn't want you to pass like this. Mother? What does your mother have anything to do with me? He opens his mouth, then shakes his head. Regardless, how are you feeling? I turn away from him, glaring at the wall. That's irrelevant. It's not. I click my tongue again, annoyance raising through further within me, but I can't find the energy to argue. Whatever. Nobody ever wants to agree with anything I say anyway. Your feelings are not irrelevant. I blink, somewhat taken aback. It's enough for me to turn around and stare at him. Udon shuffles nervously again. I know that we don't know each other well, but there's one thing I know for sure. Your feelings matter. And it might feel like you're alone here. But there are others who clearly care enough about you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been here. Who? Accent? Just feels bad about saying those words to me. Udon pauses, his tail lashing anxiously. A huff passes through my nose, and I'm about to turn away again when he speaks. That might be so. But Axon isn't someone who would care if someone insignificant passes. Now, that speaks quite a lot about her personality, doesn't it? To my surprise, he bobs his head, awkwardly in agreement. But that also means you aren't insignificant. Alice, you're here. That means you are several paths. That means there are several paths ahead of you. That there are choices that you can make. I don't know much about your kind, but I know enough about the concept of freedom. Yonder only opens its doors to those who need it most. And when its doors are open, the freedom it offers is immeasurable. All it takes is the courage to make a choice. There's something curling in my chest. Not quite anger, not quite pain. It's somewhat resigned, somewhat sad, all around jaded. He's clearly the one character, and he good alignment of the story. Yes. No ulterior motives, just a good noodle. Freedom, huh? Turning away from him, I stare outside towards the blinking stars. When I speak next, I can't quite contain the tremors in my voice. Thank you. I'll think about it. Una makes a hum of acknowledgement. The doors click gently closed, announcing that I am once again alone. Unbidden, I let my tears fall. Day 22. I devoured the food Udon left behind. The shame I felt while doing so was crushing, but I couldn't care about it. Not when my hunger was so overwhelming. My caretaker was right. My impulse control would be my downfall one day. Though the yawning chasm of my hunger has been sated, I still feel drained to my bones. I sit propped against the bed frame, exhausted. I didn't manage to sleep the night before. The words Udon spoke to me whirling in my mind endlessly. Freedom, huh? What is freedom when, on a subconscious level, I don't know what to do with myself? Now that there is no guidance. No task left to do? I look around at the clipboard, feeling the guilt that's been eating away at me surfacing. I can ignore what Axon told me and continue working to fix my devices. I can pretend that my feelings on the matter aren't important and I find my way home. Like that hasn't always been my choice. Closing my eyes, I lean my forehead against the clipboard, letting a single tear slip out. How can I choose what to do when I don't even know what the choices are? How can I choose something else other than what I know? Last night, as I lay sleepless, I tried to pray, but I kept tripping over the words, and my chest hurt so badly the longer I tried, so I just gave up halfway through. This time choking with sobs. I've never felt so unwanted in my entire existence. Asking questions. That's the way to the devil's path. Is that what I really want to come back to? I don't. The door clicks open before I could spiral further in my own thoughts. I don't have to look up to recognize the telltale clicking sounds of sharp heels against the floor. I swallow back my tears, but I don't turn to face her yet. What do you want? Bringing you food. Against my best attempt, I turn my head towards Askin at the mention of food. Is it sentient? Why does it have eyes? It's adorable, but I immediately regret my decision. What is that? Food? That food has a face! And isn't it moving on its own? Your fatigue is making you see things. Oh boy. Am I? This thing clearly has a face. With a raised eyebrow, Askin briskly hands me the plate of jelly. Instinctively, I hurriedly take it, blinking at the face. Oh. I would eat that face jelly. Ew, but also yes. There's no face? Oh, I really am losing it, huh? It's up. So unnerved by the strange jelly, I Don't even protest. Spoon pushing into my hand. For a while, there's only the sound of clicking utensils. Askin stands towering over my bed, watching me eat like a hawk. Eat it! Eat it! Eat it! Eat it! I mean, honestly, if it did have a face, what if it was one of those, like, enchanted foods that's like, eat me! And then it, like, crawls into your mouth. It's like, this is my only purpose! Feeling uncomfortable, I focus on eating, not realizing that I'm actually doing until I'm more than 2/3 finished with the dish. Eat cake. Eat cake, feel better. At this point, I might as well just shovel down everything. The last morsel of food disappears. Askin looks somewhat satisfied, though I can't tell for certain. Before I could ask again what she wants, Askin speaks.
I have a proposition.
What? You mentioned that your innate talent revolves around languages. You might know that I am working on the project, something that requires a collective wealth of knowledge from many worlds. Also, hello, Shenanigans. How's it going, my dude? How's your day? Night? Evening? Evening. It's nighttime there now. How's your evening going? Of course, in order to conduct research on such a massive scale, lingual skills are crucial. While I am fluent in conversational in many languages, having someone who can understand any form of language to assist me would make the process much faster. Botanical Adventures in the Division 2. How is the Division? I never played it. I blink at her, so shocked by the suddenness of it all, it takes me a moment to comprehend where Askin is getting at. And you want me? Are you asking me to be your assistant? I am. You do not have to decide right away. This project will take a while to complete, so I'll be around for at least another month, equivalent of your time. I will not make you work without compensation, of course. I shall request access to Shandu's library for you, as most of the materials needed are there. And that is not all. As there is no monetary value here, I shall provide you with 2 meals a day. Upon the project's completion, I shall take you to a world of your choice. Wait, what? Any world of my choice? Correct? You're just going to do that? Correct. After you help me complete my project, of course. I sit up a bit straighter, swallowing dryly. You're not doing this because of what happened the day before? No. This is purely transactional, as stated. I see. You do not have to give me an answer right away. I understand this is I accept. I see. I will have a contract drawn and ready for you. Come see me tomorrow at the research hall. I will. With a dip of her head, Askin turns around and leaves. As the door closes, I slump backwards against a headboard, looking up at the ceiling. I didn't even think about it. I just accepted her proposal. But there isn't anything else to do, is there? Library would be nice. Looking down at the clipboard, I feel my heart sink with guilt. Elbs journey day traitor. Whether she knows it or not, I would be terribly skeptical if she isn't completely aware. Axon is giving me an easy way out. It's better than to try and fix this all myself. After I'm done with whatever project Axon needs my help with, I can just choose to go home. Or somewhere else. Or somewhere else. Maybe somewhere off a beach. Some good food. Maybe maybe Askin Take a little bit of a beach vacay. It's a solid 7 out of 10. It's not a groundbreaking game, but it's an enjoyable time. Sometimes a 7 out of 10 is good enough, you know? At least if you like looter shooters. So, 7 out of 10, would you say that that's like Borderlands? I feel like Borderlands is a 7 out of 10 most of the time. Clipboard now making Murloc noises. Oh boy, that would be discerning. Can you imagine, like, you're just staying there, laying in bed, sleeping, and then the clipboard next to you is like... And you're like, what the fuck? The fuck is that? Stops, starts hopping around like that Teeth book from Harry Potter, you know? I'd say Borderlands 2 was an 8.5, Borderlands 3 was a 7. Was more of a 7. I got tired of Borderlands 2. I don't know. I feel like Borderlands 2, I can play it for a little while and then it starts to feel like a chore. That sounds like a dead alliance to me. Dead alliance is a good alliance. Hey, yeah. You know it. Horde for life. Either whatever was in that jelly asking got me wired, or it was just my anxiety giving me a hard time. I couldn't get to sleep until I literally passed out from exhaustion. When I woke up, I contemplated not going to meet Axon at all. But as I lay there, sinking into the soft bedding, I began hearing the voices in my head again. Disapproving words from everyone that I knew, belittling me. I managed to crawl out of bed into the bin, where I emptied my stomach. What? You just threw up? That brings me here, standing in front of the door. I'm not going to try and hype myself up. I'm not even going to try and do anything, going to think too far ahead. At least in the lab, when working with Asken, I wouldn't have been able to find my thoughts. I wouldn't have to be alone with my thoughts, or the memories that I can never shake free of. With the last of my willpower, tattered as it is, I push the feelings down, until my head is a blank slate, the way I was taught. Then I straighten my spine and walk out. If Durfo has any thoughts about me hiding away in my room, he thankfully doesn't say anything when I greet her before leaving for the lab. I wouldn't have been able to hold my composure if she said anything. Unfortunately, but aside from Axen, the lab isn't empty. Nugget. Oh look! The Nugget is here. Oh, come on. I stand, hovering at the door, hesitating. Come on. Aw, come in now. There's plenty of space for all three of us. Your ego leaves little space for anything else. Ahem. For once, I must agree with the angel. Your Majesty. Oh, you wound me, Your Grace. Ignoring Cassius, Asken beckons me close. Come, Velas. We will take our business elsewhere, away from this imp. Right after you. Ignoring Cassius' protest, we walk past him. Axon leads me to the side chamber, lined with desks and shelves, crammed with books. In a different situation, I would have been excited, but now I can barely process anything. Besides, there's another presence here. Ah, yes! I finally get to meet you again, except this time it's not in a montage to my demise. Oh, jeez. Oh, no, wait. Voices. How do I voice this person? Hey, Your Majesty. Oh, hello there. So shocked by the girl's appearance, I can only blink owlishly. What in the... Ariel? This is Velis. She is working alongside us for a while. You are, aren't you? Glancing back at Axon, I make a somewhat annoyed noise. Of course, I'm here, aren't I? Oh, sassy. I like it. Sorry, I haven't been resting well. I'll be a little less snappy going forward. Oh, no need. Everyone knows we need a little more spice around here. Not knowing how to answer her, I chuckle nervously. All things considered, Hiria looks normal, not much older than the appearances of my vessel suggests, dressing like a regular young mortal woman. But her eyes, at first, I thought that she visually impaired, but then Hiria casually picks up a notebook and begins flipping through it, mouthing the words to herself. And then there's her hair. The air in this room is completely still, but her hair constantly moves as though a breeze is carting through it. Whatever she is, Hiria is certainly a supernatural being, but I shouldn't be so surprised. This is the Yonder, after all. Here. Axon hands me a scroll. It's filled with everything Askin told me yesterday, and then some. It says here that I am required to spend at least 6 hours every day to work on the project. That is correct. Is there a problem? Not exactly. I'm under the impression that our units of time are different, right? Even more so here in the Yonder. That is correct. She places a glass disc on the desk beside us. It's about half the size of my palm, transparent. When you start your work, tap on this once for every hour you are planning to work. Huh? That's quite handy. I pocket the device and continue reading the contract. It states that Axon is estimating the full project to last for 3.5 months, my time, but she is only expecting to require my services for a single month. If there's need to be an extension, then we can discuss further compensation after the initial contract time runs out. It all looks fair, and so I nod at Axon, trying not to let the fact that my stomach flips after reading about my final payment show on my face. Everything looks to be in order. Very well. Let us begin then, with Hiria as our witness. Oh yeah, that's me! I hand the scroll over to Hiria to read. After she asks us both if we're happy with the terms, Hiria gives us a pen to sign. My signature is done with a flourishing calligraphy, while accent is done in the form of a hieroglyphic language I've never seen before. Arankshi Asefi Nefertira, last queen of the Rukshik Empire. A name etched with power, I realized, written with curiosity too, but I know this isn't the time to pry. Instead, I direct my attention back to Hiria, who hands me and Askin each a copy of the contract. That will be it here. I believe it's time to show our new recruit the library. Axon makes a noise of agreement and strides towards the entrance. I blink when Hiria doesn't follow us. You are not coming? Nah, I'm kind of banned from the library after an incident. Unfortunately, Death Row didn't kill me for it and just banned me. Sad, right? I guess? I'll see you later then. See ya! She's so weird. I wish I was dead, but oh well. Guess I'll have to keep on existing. See you later! Shaking my head like that would shake off the uneasiness Iria gave me, I quickly follow Axon out of the research hall, once again ignoring Cassius. Oh. Oh my goodness! I'm not sure what I was expecting, but I certainly wasn't expecting this. This library simply knocks the breath out of my chest. Even at the first curious glance, I can tell that there's might be millions of books here. Billions, easily! Categorized carefully by world, then divided into subcategories by subjects, then titles. The sheer number makes my head spin in a pleasant way. Our background artist did so well on this one. I mean, man, all the books. I love the detail for all the little books. And then the banisters and the railings. That's very cool. The library itself is a work of art. Everything from all glass ceiling to the glowing crystal lights adds to the ethereal grandeur of this place. There are arches on the walls, fixed full of shelves and even fuller of books that lead into other chambers just as vast and stocked. I just can't keep a smile off my face. My hands hover over glossy book spines, not quite touching. Giddy and nervous all the same. Yeah, there was a different version, but I didn't like that one, so we scrapped it and started over. It took a month to get this one done. Wow. By the Lord's grace, where do I even start? It certainly is impressive, is it not? Fervently I nod. Not even the Heavenly Archive is this massive. Incredible isn't a worthy enough word for this place. Axon sets off in a moderate pace, narrating each section of the library that we pass. There are even more books than I would have dreamt of. Every new title, every new language I spot brings a wave of giddiness through my system. There's so much knowledge here, so many literary works that I can burrow myself into and never want for anything again. Alas, I am here on a task. There are no restrictions as to where you may go here. However, you are only allowed to be here during the duration of your work. So only 6 hours a day. A bummer for certain, but not something unexpected. To be honest, being given the privilege to enter this place is more than enough. Even though the nature of my stay is restricted to business only, I can't bring myself to be mad about it. Thanks for showing me around. I'll get to it right away. You may start tomorrow if you wish. I am sure your body will need some time to recover after... No. I mean, I'm alright to start right now. No time like the present, right? There's a slight scowl on Axon's face as she gauges my rather forced smile. In the end, she lets out a small, annoyed huff. Suit yourself. There will be a meal waiting for you in the dining room after you're done with your shift. I shall be around if you need me. Sounds good. Day 24. As soon as I wake up, I rush to the library. Nobody's there yet, so as far as I can see. But I'm not too bothered. It's probably too early anyway. Maybe. Yesterday was productive, for lack of a better words. I've gone through one of the I've gone through one of the reference lists Askin gave me, making notes and translations accordingly. Askin worked on her own part. Askin worked on her own part of the project while we were there. She seemed to be pulling books from several sections of the library. She never spoke to me when she passed where I was sitting, only stopping by to drop off more books from the list. She only told me a meal was waiting for me at the dining room when the time was up. The food was, well, good as always. A seafood grating kept warm in the oven, and some lovely fudge cubes. For some reason, however, I didn't have much of an appetite. Perhaps it was because the silence in the dining room was too oppressive, or perhaps it was too emotionally charged in the last few days. Either way, I had to force myself to finish the meal, not wanting to seem rude and then hurrying back to my room. You want company. You want the food to taste its best because you want to eat it with accent. That's why. It didn't even take me 5 minutes to start. Wait, what? Hurling? Not wanting to seem rude and then hurrying back to my room. It didn't even take me 5 minutes to start hurling. After the day, the voices had come back with a vengeance. Voices of my past superiors, snapping about the rules I broke. Voices of my caretakers, saying how much of a disappointment I have become. Voices of my instructors telling me that my diligence has always been ill-placed. That I would be going nowhere the way I am. The voice of someone who I once cared deeply about, but left me heartbroken and betrayed. Emptied my stomach until bile came up. Bitter, like my tears, I couldn't even make it to the bed before I passed out. So yes, that is why I ran out like a bat out of hell, ignoring Deathrill's raised eyebrows and stumbling to the library. It's empty and quiet, but unlike the empty and quiet of my room or the dining room, it brings a sense of peace. For a moment, I just stand with my back against the door, letting my frayed nerves settle. Then, pressing my lips together, I peel myself off the cool wooden surface and head off to where I was yesterday. I'm here for a task, and I have an allocated amount of time to be here. I must make the most use of it. I don't want to be banned like Hirial, or test Deathrill's patience right now. Settling down to one of the reading desks, I check the notes I left there the day before, then activate the time counter. Axon hasn't exactly let me know what kind of project she's working on, but from what I've seen, it largely has to do with planar mass transportation, soul cleansing rites, and curse removal. Planar mass transportation, soul cleansing rites, and curse removal. So her empire was cursed, and she was trying to save the soul of her kingdom? But she has to teleport it away from wherever horrible place it is? Potentially? Something, maybe? She's spiraling hard? Yeah. Yeah? Being sick to your stomach could be part of the nausea. Although there are people that do, what's the term for it? Oh god, I can't remember the term for it. Anorexia? The subjects do make my mind wander, but none of them seem evil in nature, so I've decided to let it be for now. It's not like I'm in any mental capacity to think about anyone else's problems anyway. About halfway into my work, I hear footsteps approaching.
Oh.
You are already working? Yes. Shouldn't I be? Do you not sleep? I shrugged, To be fair, I'm not exactly sure how long I slept either. I slept enough. Right. Let us go have a break then. A break? But I'm still... Wordlessly, Askin taps on the time device. With a single chime, it turns gold. Once you return from your break to here, tap it again, and it will resume running the remaining time. Huh. Neat. Right. Break it is. Not really having any reason to decline, I follow Axon out, wondering and dreading if I might throw up again. Thankfully, the meal Askin has prepared this time isn't as strange as the jelly she gave me the other day. Oh boy. Oh boy. So what we got? We got what looks like scrambled eggs, bacon, some cherry tomatoes, freshly baked bread most likely, some buns, a croissant, bit of tea. Is that yogurt with some jam on it, or is that more of a pudding? That looks so good. It doesn't look bad. A dainty spread of breakfast. Brunch items with a gentle aroma wafting enticingly. My mouth automatically salivates, reminding me of how empty my stomach is. Still, I hesitate. Is something the matter? Well, no, they all look very nice. I pick up a fork and dig in, feeling Axon's eyes still trained on me and not wanting her to ask any questions. I speak first. Okay. It's been a long time since we actually had something to ask, a question to put forward. I have no idea how difficult it was writing late at night. You have no idea how late it was writing late at night looking at all these food arts? Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. Any time I play a narrative game and they're like, and then they ordered a magnificent breakfast of this, that, and the other thing, and sausage and bacon and coffee, and I'm like, I'm 4 hours into streaming and I haven't had dinner yet. Please stop. Please. Please. Where are we anyways when we look at this? 7 and 11. Okay. I mean, I want to ask her the project, but I'm also just curious about her hobby. Oh, okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. Let me just test this out. Let me just test out the waters here a little bit. Also, I can reverse time too, can't I? It went down, okay. Well, I'm still gonna ask, because I want to know. Out of a fit of shock and desperation, I agreed to latch onto, I agreed to latch onto the task Askin offered. I don't want to examine it too closely right now, but that doesn't mean I don't feel some apprehension about everything. Especially when the actual goal of the project has never been revealed to me. I shouldn't ask Askin outright about it now. It would just show a lack of trust, and perhaps that would make her think I intend to back out of the deal I've already signed, which would be a bad going forward. Though trust is something we barely have between us to begin with. Other than Hiria, is there anyone else working on this project? There is also Udon. Udon? Yes, his expertise is a great help in some aspects of the project. So Udon's within Askin's circle as well. Their personalities are such contrasts, so it surprises me that they actually get along. He did speak quite highly of Axon when he came by a couple of days ago, from what I can remember anyway. I would apologize to him. I wasn't exactly kind with my reception when we last met. Axon doesn't have anything to say to that. Undeterred, I pick up the thread of conversation. How about Deathrow? Does she help with the project at all? She does not. The Shandu provides certain assets to some of my proposals, projects, and sometimes offers great insight. However, she does not directly involve with any project. Oh, I see. It's a shame. Deathrill, though strange and intimidating, has always been kind to me in her own peculiar way. Hey, Voldemortal, how's it going? Hello, hello. How are you doing today, my friend? Though the brief glimpse of my conversation I caught between her and Axon, I had hoped that she would be involved with the project somehow. It would have been nice to chat to Deathrill like I used to again, but with the way things are, I don't think I can keep up the facade. Alright. I'm going back. I'm going back. Back. Okay. Hobbies. Tell me about your hobbies. You do know a lot about food, huh? The recipes here, are they all yours? Some of them are. Most were collected from the worlds I have visited. Doing well, I hope you are good, my friend. Not bad. The weather's not as unbearably hot today. I touched grass. I exercised. I ate before stream. I'm almost a fully functioning adult. That's quite impressive. Are they all your favorites? If I had put all the recipes I've collected over the years, then I would need a library for myself. Of course. I turn back to the food. Delicious as always, but the silence quickly unnerves me. Sucking in a breath, I ask, You're not like a normal monarch, are you? That definitely wasn't the right question to ask. The temperament in the air immediately plummets, and my stomach spasms worryingly under Askin's suddenly sharpened gaze. What do you mean? Sorry, I didn't mean for it to come out like that. I'm just... The monarchs and royalties of my world, even those who are portrayed in fiction, would never stoop themselves to do commoner's task, such as cooking. Not to mention serving food to a lowly ranked individual as I am.
A monarch's most important duty is to serve their country.
This does not only apply to state affairs and court work. Sighing, Axon puts her fork down, a contemplative look dancing in her eyes.
There is a tradition in my homeland. The crowning monarch must present a skill in their ascension ceremony.
A skill that everyone should know, a skill often associated with the common folks, as you would say, to represent the wishes the new reign would hope to bring to the people. That is a very good custom for a leader to have. She looks down at her food, a fond, distant smile on her lips.
Cooking is what I chose. For though it is simple, it is utterly necessary.
An utterly necessary skill, because food is something everyone needs to survive.
It is a sign of comfort, and yet privileged at the same time.
Being able to eat full meals every day is a small yet significant perk of life. Axon suddenly stops. Her words hang on an uncertain note as her eyes become far off. Slowly, her expression settles again. Unruffled and callous, like the first time we met, she clears her throat. Cooking is a skill that I do not want to forget. She doesn't elaborate any further. Knowing that this is the end of our conversation, I bob my head and quietly return to the food. After washing up, Axon accompanies me back to the library. The routine from yesterday repeats, with me going back to my task. However, as I started the day too early, I quickly run out of my time in the library. I click my tongue, somewhat annoyed. As though summoned, Axon rounds the corner, carrying a stack of books. I will be here for a while. You can retire to your room for now. You can go to the dining room in 3 more hours. You may use the device to keep track of the time. Right. Axon looks like she wants to say something else, but I quickly gather up my notes and leave before she can. I don't want to go back to my room just yet. I don't think I can deal with whatever my head would try to make me hear. Slowing down my pace, I consider my options. I can just go to the dining room, but being alone there for 3 hours seems like a terrible idea. I don't want Accent to think of me as more desperate than she probably already does. The research hall is quickly discarded as well. I can potentially ask more about the project from Hiriel, but I don't want to raise any alarm so early. Hiria also unsettles me, and I don't want to tiptoe around her right now. Besides, running to Cassius is the last thing I want. That leaves the throne room and the Hall of Memory. Ethriel. Pang of guilt upon thinking about her. Regardless of what she is or how strange she behaves, I lied my way here. I don't want to face her just yet. The Hall of Memories it is. Memory time, memory time. Just as my first time here, the Hall of Memories takes the breath out of my lungs. It isn't just the beauty of the luminous crystals columns or the gorgeous arches, it's the solemnity of the place. A heavy reminder of just how important it is. Standing alone here, listening to the soft, strange hum in the air, I shudder involuntarily. It's almost like among ghosts, echoes of the past. That's what these are. Feeling my skin crawl, I make careful steps towards the pillar bearing my name. A memory of significance, something deeply emotional. Something sharp tugs at my heart. That's right. I'm carrying this clipboard around out of guilt. After everything, I can't just leave it behind. It would feel too much like leaving part of me behind. Like abandoning who I am. But oh, caretaker. What are you doing, Velis? I'm waiting for her, waiting for Do not mention that name! She is not coming for you. She deceived you, child. But it will be best to take this as a lesson. You are far too trusting, and your emotions got the better of you again. Mourning for such a poisonous creature is unnecessary and forbidden. You would do well to refocus on your tasks. I heard your grades are slipping. Thank the Lord we chased that wretched woman out before she could corrupt you any further. Wait, does our badass ending have to do with Lily? I managed not to stumble, but it's a near thing. The pain in my chest intensifies, and I have to clap a hand over my mouth to stifle a cry. It's bad enough that I can never forget these memories. It's bad enough that their phantom voices haunt me when I'm alone. To relive them? Now? Hastily, I turn on my heels and run, and almost slam into someone. Oh! Velis, what? I shove past him and flee to my room, ignoring Udon's startled calls. I obviously didn't come to the dining room last night. The moment I got back to my room, I threw up. I didn't pass out again, which wasn't a mercy in any means. Sleep couldn't come when I was constantly being yelled at in my head about how useless and weak I am, but how utterly unnecessary and a waste I've become. For hours, I thrashed on the bed, unable to close my eyes, yet too cowardly to leave the room at such an odd hours, in such disheveled state, and prompting questions from Deathriel. Then again, she might not care enough to ask. Pressing the heel of my hands against my eyes, I tried to count the seconds 2 minutes in my head against the torrent of voices and memories of my past failures. It didn't work. I kept miscounting and tripping over the numbers as the voices grew more and more severe. And so here I am, still laying on my bed, still feeling so heavy and exhausted, yet I can't bear to shut my eyes. Getting harder and harder to tell the time. Even when I first came here, I associated the days, starting and ending points with when I go to sleep. In the strange state my body is in, it fell into a pattern of needs similar to humans. When to eat, when to sleep, when to start the day. But now that it's lost, should I go now? Should I wait? Should I even bother? My hand hovers over the doorknob, hesitating. But I don't get the chance to contemplate for long. A knock startles me out of my sinking thoughts, and cheerful voice echoes through. Hey, Velas, you awake yet? Can I come in? Sure? Yes? Yay! I almost have to jump back when the door bursts open, revealing a chipper Hyria. Heya! Morning-ish. Morning? Oh, it's so gloomy here. Can't see anything. Where's the... Aha! I wince as the room is suddenly flooded with light. My hero stands triumphantly before me. Much better. Cute place? Is your room back home the same? Huh? Back home? What? Oh, you don't know? Apparently, your personal room can be manifested in any way you want it to be. Usually it starts as a reflection of who you are and what you're familiar with. It does take some real willpower to reshape the place, though. Free redecorating, though. Isn't that fantastic? I guess. Ah. It's a reflection of our inner self, is it? Is that why there's a birdcage in the corner? And everything is sparse and to function? My head spins with the information and how fast Hyria is talking, but she still doesn't give me a moment to reprise. Anyhow, came to check on you since you didn't show up at dinner. Are you doing okay? Oh my. Okay. I see no reason in lying, so... I wasn't feeling well. Anxiously, I tuck a strand of hair behind my ear. After my blunder, Hyria's eyes widen, which unnerves me a little more. Oh no! Save scum it every time! Always! Forever! Save scum! Did you get sick? But angels aren't supposed to get sick, right? Right, but things have changed since I came to the Yonder. For example, I need to eat, and angels don't normally need to eat, so... So, you might be sick? I hesitate before speaking again, deciding to avert from the truth this time. Not sick, it's just... There's just been a lot of changes recently. Words falter, but Hyria only nods. You need some time to adjust. Yeah, that... I don't know how long it's going to take, though, so... Sorry if I'll be missing more dinners. Oh, that's fine. Your time should be your own, right? Who's to say you need to do something right away if you don't feel like it? So take your time. Just leave a note or something if you can't come. Right. Actually, there's another reason why I came here. Oh? You're going to be working with me in the lab today. I am? But the library? Oh yeah, that. It's a bit off the record, as in not really anything to do with Axon's project. I just need some help translating something for a bit. I'm not great with languages. I'm only fluent with one language, really, and most of the stuff here is written in so many strange languages. Kinda sucks, huh? Shady work. Suspicious work? Here we are you being a sussy baka? I guess so? Don't worry. After today, you're free to go back to the library. There's been a bit of a breakthrough yesterday, so I just want to get it out of the way quickly. Are you okay with that? It's fine if you're not. I know this isn't part of your agreement. Sorry, I should have asked first, huh? My mouth just runs before my brain could finish thinking, and then everyone gets awkward about it. Once again, I'm left blinking at Hiria. It's alright, I don't mind. Great! Thanks so much, fellas! I'm not the greatest cook ever like Accent, but I will whip up something to thank you with. You don't have to worry about it, it's fine. Aw, you're too nice, fellas. Let's go! As sudden as this request might be, it really will stretch my time away from being alone in my room. Coupling with the usual time at the library, I can probably wait out until dinner without having to wander off somewhere like yesterday. Despite being nervous about what Hiria wants to have translated, I follow along. The task she gives me largely have to do with curses, diseases, and strangely enough, parasites. Not sure which one concerns me the most, but upon further inspection, all of them are about removing the harmful sources and not the other way around. More than once, I discreetly glance at Hiria, wondering if any of this has to do with her strange appearance somehow. Hiria's quite the chatterbox, even as she works tirelessly over a pile of notes. It seems like she has a habit of speaking the first thing that comes to her mind, changing topics as quickly as she writes. I have to admit, this feels nice. Back in the heavens, one is expected to be quiet and respectful for all joint projects. Well, for all scholarly projects at that matter. Hiria's mercurial train of thought and quick words don't distract me. They energize me like I haven't been in a long while, especially when she seems to light up at whatever response I give her. Hiria seems very enthusiastic about the translation work when I'm done, thanking me profusely. It's really nothing. It's just a bit of work. Don't sell yourself short. I mean, this much work would have taken me months to do. Do you know how many dictionaries I have to haul around whenever I have to get a reference in a new book? Too many, that's what. And you did that in a matter of hours. So thank you. Unused to such compliments and gratefulness, my cheeks burn hotly and I clumsily turn away her thanks. Really, it's no problem. I'm going to head to the library now. All right, I'll see you at lunch. Waving at her enthusiastic cheer, I scramble away, though not without a small smile on my face. Wait, what? Wait, what? Jeffrill's voice actor, or actress, I suppose, is about to raid you? Oh boy, alright. I'm preparing. I'm clutching up. Brace for impact. Unfortunately, I don't think my experience in the library will be as good. Oh no. Hello, Nugget. Oh, hello there, Velas. I eye the way Finnan clings to Cassius's arm, then glance up at the demon suspiciously. Imp? Finnan? Come on. Aw, why why the hostility? I suck in a deep breath. By all that is holy, I am not in the mood to deal with him. I don't want to analyze what kind of relationship he and Finnan have either. Right. I need to get to work. If you would just... Oh, work? What kind of work are you doing? Brace yourselves! We're being raided! Kimi Raki, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Thank you very much for the raid. Hello, hello. I don't believe we've chatted much, but I know you're the voice of Deathrill. How are you? Hello, little angel. Raid Choo Choo? Haha, yes. Thank you so much for coming by. I just ran into myself in the game in perhaps the worst way possible, because I've already done Cassius's ending, and I know that this isn't a healthy relationship at all. Hello, very good to meet and see you. Well, a pleasure to meet you as well, my good lady. Oh, no. And thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. How was your stream? Were you also streaming the Yonder world, or were you doing something else? We literally just heard about this relationship, lol. Were you playing through Cassius' stuff, or was this was that Kara's doing? It was good, thank you. And we got stabbed by got stabbed by you a little bit, actually. Oh yes, that ending. Yes. Listen, I'm so terribly sorry, but, you know, no hard feelings. I do what Deathrill asks, after all. Well, I'm not sure if I can talk about it. It's not like it's my project, so... secretive work then. Well... It's nice for an angel to be able to find work outside of the heavens, huh? Who would need an angel to do anything, especially with... With what, Finnan? I've never felt so relieved upon hearing someone's voice in my existence. Axon suddenly enters the library, standing just slightly in front of me and partially hiding me from Finnan and Cassius's gaze. Something shifts in Finnan's expression, but I can't quite catch it as they dip into a bow at a perfect angle to be polite, yet there's something distinctly mocking about the gesture. Your Majesty, it is always quite a pleasure to see you.
Oh.
Truly. Too bad I cannot say the same. I blink at the blatant distaste in Askin's voice, but Finnan doesn't seem at all bothered. No need to be so hostile, Your Majesty. We're just making small talk with the cute little angel here. I must say, I did not expect Her Excellency to allow Veles, of all beings, access into the library. Are you questioning Shandu's decision? I really screwed myself with that one, huh? Stab. I do not trust Finnan. At least, Axon gave us food. I think initially I liked Finnan, and then I was like, oh no. Now I'm going through different relationships. I would very much like, I'd very much like some of that udon soup, if you know what I mean. You have no idea. Yes, I know exactly, right? Best noodle. I want to boop that Snoop. Oh, I wouldn't dare. I'm just wondering what Veles has done to earn such an honor. What does Finnan have against me? Every remark they've made of me has been passive-aggressive. Oh, do we fight? Do we fight? Are we throwing down? Oh, this is gonna get us killed. This is gonna get us killed. Also, where am I at stat-wise with peoples? Who have you been through so far then? Well, listen. I definitely did some self-cest, alright? Okay, like, 100% I'm like, I just want to hear that Cassius voice. So that was the first one. And now we're going after Deathrill because I too was like, I like Deathrill. She's I know she's cold, but she definitely didn't have to like feed us all those times. And yeah. And I'm saving I guess of the three, I'm saving you for last. And then I guess I'll try and do the badass I'm a strong independent angel ending, and we'll see what happens there. We're going straight for Yonder Mistress herself at Chet's behest. Ah, I see, I see. I would be a hypocrite for disagreeing. Yes. But no, I'm planning to play through all of them, definitely. We definitely floundered a fair bit in the beginning. But we got, honestly, with the Cassius ending, I was like, I don't feel like I'm doing very well, but things are happening, so okay. Alright, so we're at 12, 8. We haven't really done anything here. Haven't done anything there. Okay. 12 and 8. Alright, okay, okay. We fight! To battle we ride! It's none of your business. We got friendship. Alright, interesting, interesting. I'm just curious. Stay quiet. We lost romance. Okay, so we fight for ourselves. It's none of your business. Fight, fight, fight. I will always vote for fights. It's sometimes the correct response. Feel that. Thankfully, we've only found 2 deaths, though technically found the Cassius stabby death about 7 times. Wait, wait. Do you mean I stabbed you 7 times, or you got that specific death 7 times? The other correct response is fireball. Yes. Mm-hmm. Perhaps it's because of my general state of mind, or it's because I'm too genuinely angry that my pleasant time at the lab with Hyria is now soured by this nonsensical confrontation. I snap. What does that have to do with you? Oh my, no need to what? Talk back when you're being a bitch to me? Even though I've done nothing to you to provoke that? That seems to have taken both Finnan and Cassius aback. Finnan's smile falters a little, while Cassius clears his throat and throws on his own. Now, Nugget, you're getting a bit heated there. A bit too spicy. Heated? You're lucky I'm not a warrior, otherwise I would have skewered the both of you by now. Harming another visitor is forbidden here, so... Does it look like I care? In my anger, I never realized I've stepped forward until Asuka's hand falls on my shoulder. She shakes her head slightly at me, but it's her satisfied smirk that has me stopping my tirade. I got that death 7 times, eventually figured out how things to knee here. Okay, I see. There was some moments where I was like, how do I get out of this? But usually it wasn't too terribly hard. I know the script like the back of my hand. I mean, I should, right? Right? Maybe? Maybe? I don't know. It depends. Those long nights. Maybe you had the bottle of wine or whatever it was with you. You blacked out. You're like, ah, yes, this is the script, everybody. What did I write? Cry in writer. Sedge. In my anger, oh right, yes, that's alright. Velis is working on a project with me. It would be rather counterproductive if you cannot access the materials needed for it. Finnan doesn't look all that surprised, but Cassius' expression suddenly freezes. You're serious? Dead serious. You're enlisting an angel's help for this. I am. And she has been especially helpful with her skills. Within 2 days, she has pushed the progress faster by at least a week. That is quite the high praise coming from you, Your Majesty. Especially given your history. Something thunderous overcomes Axon's expression. Even Cassius seems alarmed. Instinctively, I shrink to myself a little, warily watching what's about to happen next. Then Axon's expression slowly morphs into something sharp and merciless. A vicious smile curls over her lips as she pulls herself taller, standing towering above Finnan and looking down upon them with a nasty superiority.
At least I am in the position to utilize others openly, instead of taking advantage of weak-willed puppets and sniveling before true power.
The face comes out! Something crazy overtakes Finnan's features. I flinch, thinking that Finnan might attack Axon. I barely register Cassius' startled snap at I barely register Cassius' startled snap at Axon when Finnan flouses past us and leaves the library. Axon only clicks her tongue in annoyance and turns her critical gaze to Cassius. You are much too smart to continue this charade. Have a little self-respect. Burn. I can't imagine what the real slap is like, especially knowing how hard the dream slap was. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, that'd be a time. Without another word, Cassius also brushes past us and out of the library. Axon pinches the bridge of her nose and breathes out several insults that would have made me blush in several situations. In less severe situations, but also several situations, I'm sure. After a long moment, I finally managed to find my voice, timidly ask, are you all right? I am fine. We are wasting time here. Right. Axon strides off with me scurrying after her. Axon? What is it? Thank you for defending me. Think nothing of it. After all, nothing is more satisfying than putting a brat in its place. You might be onto something there. Oh, we are in love. I think some of that food you made would make us feel better. Ooh woo. Could we have some more sweets, please? Accent? Pretty please. The food definitely helps. I kind of have to make a note to eat before I stream anything involving accent, because I'm like, there's gonna be pictures of food, and if I'm hungry, it's gonna make this much more difficult than it needs to be. I don't know what's wrong with me. It's just, I just know that I can't stay in this room. Oh, I thought we were going to the memories. I stumbled to a lab. Never before so thankful to find the place empty. The gentle hum of machines are soothing, unlike the deathly quiet of my desolate abode. At the very least, it didn't invite the voices that always pounce on me the moment I enter my own room. Sitting at one of the desks, I slumped forward, head in my hands. I made some observations yesterday. Lunch went on without fanfares. Accent made a pasta-like meal with some fresh berry dessert. A ravenous and still agitated me gorged everything down in record time. Speaking of, I gotta hop and get some food, but I will lurk until the Yonder dream catches up with me. Well, thank you very much, Kimmy. I really do appreciate you stopping by and bringing your friends and family with you. Hello, everyone who's been hanging out. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of the stream for however long you stick around. Also, I don't know if it's obvious or not. I'm the voice of Cassius, so I get the feeling that all the voice actors are streaming this game, which is quite fun. But yes, have a good rest of your evening, and I hope your bowl runneth over and is plentiful and hearty. Thank you. Super excited to be able to catch this, and hopefully will again soon. Well, thank you very much. I will have to try and check out your side of things. Without fanfare, gobbled it in record time. Afterwards, I was too busy with my remaining time in the library to think of much else. The books on the list yesterday were difficult to understand. Not language-wise, of course, but because the writers had a terrible way of structuring the information. Just awful phrase management, and just the paragraphs were a mess. Word structure was terrible. It probably had something to do with their world's way of writing, but that didn't make anything easier for me. This time, though, Axon accompanied me out of the library when my time was up. She hurried me to the dining room, where Hiria was waiting. The chatter never ceases as Axon cooks, and went well till the end of the meal. Despite the hiccups of Finnan and Cassius, I could count the day as nice. Because of that, my guard dropped. It didn't happen right away. I didn't even think about it as I appeared for bed. Exhaustion through the day got me to sleep without issues. And the nightmare attacked. Violently threw myself off the bed and barely made it to the bin before I threw up. All the wild voices of the past screaming at me. You're not going away, are you? Nothing answers me. In a way, it's a blessing. I lean back against the chair as my vision swims. What's not a blessing is my flawless memory. But that is flawed now. I've realized that I can't focus on any of those memories individually without another springing up to prey on me. Rubbing my face, my fingers unbiddenly prod the loose skin around my eyes. Am I going to start wasting away again? I can't sleep, and I can't keep anything down. Am I going to die? No. No. Calm down. Calm down. Maybe it's not that hopeless. Maybe I can find my way around this. I didn't throw up after lunch, probably because I got busy immediately after and didn't have time to find myself. Any time to myself. The voices didn't really bother me until I was alone in my room. I probably would be emptying my stomach after dinner either. I probably wouldn't be emptying my stomach after dinner either if I just stayed away from that place. The solution seems rather simple. I just went about my task as usual. Right after Hiria entered the lab, I must have woken up really early because of the time she entered. I almost fell asleep again. She's in such a bad spot in this route. I mean, having stress and anxiety cause you to not be able to keep food down and interrupt sleep. And being, I guess because of her memories, a bit of a schizophrenic almost. Yeah, doesn't help. It's not seem to help things much. The library seems to be empty today, which I don't mind too much. I work near the fountain this time, letting the sounds of running water fill the silence. Today, I purposely only set the counter for 2 hours before the break. That was how long I had been yesterday with Axon before lunch too. Axon doesn't come in today, so I'm a bit worried about the counter. I'm a bit worried when the counter turns red and I stand to gather my notes. Punctual, aren't you? I got hungry. The stomach is always honest, isn't it? I harumph at her, but Axton only smirks at me before turning back to the kitchen. Sit. Yeah, I wrote it so she deals with her issues differently on each route and with each character. That definitely makes sense. I think, yeah, we have panic attacks in the other one. And this one we spiral into depression. Although depression is a theme that seems to go along with us with most of the stories. Grumbling a little, I obey. Oh, interesting. Is that ale? What are we looking at here? Today's meal is simple, but no less delicious. A vibrant seafood dish with a sweet and fragrant amber-colored drink. I half expect Hiria to show up, but she's nowhere to be seen. I kind of want to strike up a conversation with Axon, but find myself too exhausted to care. I try to focus on the meal instead, but find the silence getting a bit jarring. It's not to the point of nausea, but I feel uncomfortable. Like, if I'm not focused on something stimulating to my mind, the voices will pounce on me again. That sounds a lot like tinnitus. I don't have something to distract me. You seem distracted. Startled, I almost dropped my fork. I'm fine. Just, a little preoccupied. That is what I said. Oh. Right. I look down, stirring the remaining food on my plate. Axon doesn't follow up with any questions, but I can feel her heavy gaze on me. I don't know what to say to her. I still don't know how to act around her. Axon came to try and get me out of my room when I shut everyone out. She was also the catalyst who put me there in the first place. I remember how she was. Probably still is wary of me. That might be why my time in the library is limited. They say when a girl says she is fine, she is never fine at all. I sigh, putting my fork down. I just haven't been sleeping well. It's not going to affect the speed of my progression, so don't worry. Is that what you are worried about? Is it not your concern? For a moment, Axon looks somewhat annoyed, but she doesn't say anything scathing. Very well, then. Finish up and get back to the library. Yeah, right. Yes. Axon follows me back to the library after washing up. He doesn't linger around for long and goes to the different section from where I set up. It's probably for the best. Unfortunately, I can't seem to get my focus back today. My mind keeps wandering and I find myself doubting what I'm doing right now. It's not like I haven't thought about it before, today. Moreover, I feel like it's because I both think and try to avoid thinking about it too much that it becomes a constant in my head. Sometimes the decision to just agree to go along with this feels like it makes sense. Sometimes it doesn't. I rushed into the unknown for a promise from someone who clearly doesn't trust me, but I was also prepared. I was also desperate to find some sense of direction. Desperate to have something I can do that would be worthwhile. Desperate to be useful somewhere. Someone. Unbeknownst to me, my hand has frozen over the paper for so long that the quill has started dripping. Quickly, I put it away and try to soak up the ink with some tissues. The ink only bleeds more. A sigh. I press the heel of my palms against my eyes. Maybe I really am losing it. In the end, I managed to gather up some semblance of composure and translate a little over half of the text I set out to do today. Axon hasn't returned from where she went when the counter turns red. Quietly, I pack up my things and leave, torn about where to go before dinner time.
Hello, little angel.
Oh, look who it is. Oh, Hi, Deathriel. It looks like there will be some time killed for me yet. I heard you have taken on the role of Askin's assistant. I have. Deathriel smiles, widens. A chill runs down my spine, and I suddenly remember what I have been too cowardly to address. Listen, I've been Okay. No, go away. Go away. Don't steal my face cam with reckless phone calls. She was just here, guys. Listen, I've been meaning to, Is there something you neglected to tell me? My heart starts hammering frantically in my chest. She knows. She knows. There's no way she doesn't know. Probably sucking my breaths. I can't seem to form the words. I haven't been able to even think about this properly, much less being prepared for a sudden confrontation like this. All my brain can come up with is fear. 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 Deathriel, I... Slow down your breathing, child. You're going to hyperventilate. Right. Right. Easier said than done, but I gather up everything I have left and still my heart to stop trying to break past my ribs. It's not like the way I've been lingering about is good anyway. I've tried to bury this in the back of my head, but without really trying to fix my device, I've halfway given up on going home. And if I've given up on going home, then what's the point in having a sense of self-preservation? What kind of idiocy am I playing? What's the point of working on the project with Axon? The promise of going anywhere I want doesn't mean anything when I've already given up on going home, does it? Why should I be afraid of telling Deathriel what I should have on the very first day I arrived here? No, we did that the first time. We know what happens when you tell Deathriel the truth the very first day you come here, and it's not a good look. If anything, she'll probably make it quick. Perhaps I haven't been entirely honest. I lied about the interviews, about being sent here. It was an accident that got me here. I'm still not sure how that was possible, but here we are. Tentacle time. Everyone loves a good game of consenticles. Except in this case, it might not be consensual. I wasn't sure what was going to happen to me if I spoke the truth when I arrived. I just want to say I'm sorry. Axon was right to be distrustful of me. I've taken advantage of your hospitality when I should have been truthful to begin with. Deathriel doesn't say anything for a while. Silence is enough to make anxiety rear its ugly head, but not enough to send me into a panic. Just gonna. Yep. Still, my wings betray my jittering nerves as Deathriel seems to just watch me.
Interesting.
You did not say anything of that. You did not say any of that out of fear. Her observation takes me aback. A confused noise escapes me, and Deathriel's eyes glimmer. Yeah, darkness might want that still. Oh, can you imagine if darkness was in the Yonder with all of these powerful beings? Oh my god. Oh, that would be a time. That's a fan arc all on its own. Rather, you seem to be expectant. But did I not commit an act of insult against you for lying and assuming you a fool? And do tell, why should I care about that? Lady Latiana finds her La La Land. That's a pretty good title. What? Aren't you angry that I attempted to lie to you? Why should I be? We both know full well that I was never deceived. I played along with your lie of my own accord. What kind of hypocrite would I be if I get angry at you now? The oldest and strongest emotion is fear. You were correct to follow your survival instincts. Oh, that's discerning with the monocle. Oh boy. I would have killed you otherwise. Of course, I shouldn't have expected anything less. I see. I dip into a low bow. Then you must know that I will fully accept whatever punishment you have waiting for me, without complaint and contempt. Jeffrill's next words have me snapping my head up. I have no interest in punishing you. What? But I... Are you so eager for punishment? Others would have simply jumped for joy and gotten out of my sight as quickly as possible. But not you. And you are not doing this out of guilt either. Not truly, and not because of the same reasons someone else might have. It's like my head is being peeled off layer by layer. Ugh, my death reel. I don't know how to feel about this being so seen through. There's fear, yes, and there is indignant mortification, too. There's also a grain of morbid satisfaction and gratification. Something that I cannot bear to even acknowledge right now. I promise, little angel, my punishment would not feel the same as what you are looking for. I turn on my heels and flee to my room. I don't make it to the bin this time. Oh boy. That's a carpet stain. I gave up the pretense of sleep this time. Setting up the timer, I make sure that it would be at least 2 hours past Axon's normal dinner time before dipping into the library. I was half afraid the death reel would start up another conversation when I inevitably had to go through her throne room, but it seemed that she had lost interest in me. It stings, but I can understand why. I wouldn't want to talk to me either, if I were her. I feel sick. I feel like everything is slipping through my fingers, uncontrollably, which it is, and there's nothing I can do about it, which is true. You know, this actually, her throwing up reminds me a little bit of ReZero, when I'm forgetting his name now. The protagonist is trying to do too much, and he's not sleeping, and he's anxious, and he's throwing up. Spiraling yet again. Oh boy. Here we go, the familiar spiral. I feel like everything is slipping through my fingers. What am I still doing here? Right. A contract. I signed it. I can't back out now. I can't be more of a disgrace than I already am. But does that even matter to anyone? Something wet drops on my paper. This place still gives me the creeps. The lights are soothing in a way. And the structure is beautiful as always, but the more I think about it, the more I am apprehensive about it. Feels like a tomb of the living, but it's always quiet. Just being here makes one want to be on their best behavior. Or maybe that's just me. I have no intention to use my pillar, but I also have no intention to run into anyone right now. I've only been here twice before, but it's always deserted. Assuming that mostly everyone who is allowed to stay in the Yonder is allowed here too, it's a surprise it's not frequented more often. Though, I do not suppose people would want to reminisce more privately. I can hide out here for the time being, but I probably won't be able to do it constantly. It'd probably be better if I had more options to choose from, but after that talk with Deathriel, I don't have to face the request any. I don't have the face to request anything from her. Finding myself secluded, corner between a column and the glass windows, I curl to myself on the cold floor, thinking. You know what we should do? We should put a memory of the Hall of Memories into the Hall of Memories, because that would be metal as fuck. Can't hide from Deathriel, It's clear both Axon and Hyria operate on their own schedules. Meanwhile, Deathriel is always on her throne, but I can't exactly do anything about Deathriel, so I'm not even going to try planning around that. Cassius and Finnan are more difficult to pinpoint than the others. I've seen Cassius spontaneously here and there, and I've really just met Finnan 3 times since I came to the Yonder. Unan is even more difficult to predict. Realistically, I can only plan around Axon and Hyria, but for now, that should be enough. The lab would probably be the best place to avoid pointed and personal questions. All I need is some sort of excuse to be there. Project. Everyone here has been secretive about their projects. Sure, Axon and Hyria have involved me in working on their projects at one point, but never really share anything too specific. There are plenty of side rooms in the research hall too, so if I can claim a spot for my work, there would be even more personal space. People tend not to prod around too much if someone is immersed in their work either, so if I appear busy, they most likely would leave me alone. With the exception of Cassius or Finnan, that is. I can't just look busy, I have to really play the part too. Question is, how? Rummaging through my pocket, I pulled out this strange device I picked up that fateful day. You really do look intimidating, huh? I take my usual device and compare them. Looking at the broken device, a surge of guilt flares up, but I do my best to suppress it. This isn't the time. Working on the strange device would give me a valid project if anyone asked, and if it wouldn't put me at too much emotional turmoil as my equipment. It's a perfect plan. Except that it's a fully loaded weapon that we know nothing about that will probably harm us. Day, triple question mark. That's usually not a good sign. Sufficiently said, my plan worked. Nobody asked much when I started spending more and more time in the research hall. Axon gave me a suspicious glance every time and every now and again, and we crossed paths, but I ignored her. That's not good. That's not good. It's not like she hasn't already made her distress clear multiple times. On the bright side, Hyria told me that nobody uses the side chamber opposite of hers. I set up shop here, and so far there hasn't been any incidents. I established a routine since I would stay at the lab long after even Hiria would, and just stay in the side chamber. I would get to the library before Axon, and I would get to the dining room after she and sometimes Hiria were done. I know Axon picks up the translations I leave for her every day. She doesn't seem to have a problem with me avoiding her. Only Hiria has been curious about what I'm doing so far. She checks in on me my progress every time before she leaves the lab, and would spend a few moments chatting with me. I don't think anyone aside from Deathrill knows that I've been sleeping here, in the side chamber. If they do, nobody asks. I've lost count of the days since I'm imposed this routine upon myself, yet nobody asks. Perhaps I've been unnecessarily paranoid. I probably shouldn't have been. Nobody really cares anyway. Just because Axon and Udon came and tried to coax me out of my room doesn't mean they really care for me. Axon made it clear how her relationship is a transactional one. God. This is so too relatable. When you're down, spiraling, depressed, whatever it is, you can't see people reaching out. You can't see people caring about you. Everything just becomes this, you just like reason away everyone. And Udon only came because of someone's urging, didn't he? No! Udon may have come by because Axon told him to bring food, but he stuck around to talk to you because he cares. I sigh, looking down the things scattered before me. Ask This is pointless. What I'm doing is pointless. I didn't have to come up with such an elaborate plan to dodge questions because nobody even cares enough to ask. This has always been the way. Why did I think it was going to be any different this time? Frustrated and pained, I slammed my hand on the table. Bellis? Ah! You scared the soul out of me! Sorry. Stand pinching the bridge of my nose to try and calm my nerves. What do you What is it? I'm looking for some, alchemical components and, right, I saw you. It's rather late for you to be here, isn't it? Oh, he better not be here on behalf of someone else again. I got absorbed with my project and, yeah. Of course. I didn't mean to, distract you or anything. Right. Yeah, it's no problem. And yet he doesn't leave. Udon's long tail lashes anxiety obvious in every line in his body. Clearly Udon wants to say something, but his hesitation is dragging on awkward silence between us. I pinched the bridge of my nose again, breathing through it heavily. What do you want? Udon flinches. I blink, a curl of guilt in my chest at my own harsh tone. Sorry. Is there anything I can help you with? Well, is there anything I can help you? What? It's just, actually, it's better if I show you. If I can show you? Show me? Show me what? He hesitates again, but then quickly stammers. You're working on a project, right? I can. There's something that can be helpful. Okay. Every bone in my body wants to just accept, but we're gonna save because there's a chance that he helps us fix the weapon and then it kills us. He's one good noodle. The best of noodles. I half opened my mouth to decline, but Udon's earnest gaze makes me pause. I had to get myself tangled into this facade. If I don't play along now, it just wouldn't make sense. Besides, wasn't I just fussing about nobody caring a moment ago? Mm-hmm. Right. Sure. I guess. Udon brightens up, or at least I think so. It's quite difficult to tell with his emotions other than nervousness and gestures towards the entrance. Follow me. Fighting back a sigh, I pick up my equipment and follow him. This is... It's so green. All these strange plants and earthly dewy smells in the air. The soothing coolness under the shade and the light. Tears spring to my eyes, and I almost crumble to the wooden walkway. Desperately, I scramble forward and into the sunlight. Sob rips out of my throat, and I feel the warmth on my skin. I've missed this. I've missed this so much. Are you all right? So overcome with emotions, I can only weep as Udon hovers above me. I didn't realize I'd missed this so much until now. It takes me a while to calm down. Flustered at my own outburst, I hastily wipe the tears out of my eyes. Thank you. It's quite all right. Carefully, he helps me to my feet. Once my sniffles completely go away, I brush down my clothes and clear my throat. Thank you. This is incredible, though. I didn't realize a place like this existed in the Yonder. How did you get Defril to let me in here? Well, this is the one place I can allow others in. I'm in charge of the greenhouse, you see, so... Oh, wow! That is impressive! Thanks for letting me in here, then. Once again, Udon looks hesitant. Yeah. You're welcome. But it's not my idea. Axon thought it would do something good for you. Wait, what? Axon? Axon asked you to let me in here? Why? Udon's tail lashes again while he tugs at his hat nervously. She saw you sleeping in the lab, so... But Axon wasn't trying to gossip or anything. She asked you to bring me here because she saw me sleeping in the lab? He nods. Well, that's something. Before I could overcome my shock, Udon speaks. You can come here whenever you wish. What do you call it? Circadian rhythms? Yes. That has a light and dark cycle, so if you find yourself unable to adjust well to the Yonder, this could help. Really? Thank you. Thank you so much. I didn't know the Yonder had a place like this. I didn't know that Axon actually cares either. Perhaps I should start reconsidering my opinions about others. Duty question mark. Day... Wait, what? Day what? Day 1 after finding the greenhouse. Oh, we've reset the counter? Oh, no. I wake up to a honeyed golden light. Oh, hold on. After Greenhouse. AGH. It is day 1 of the year AGH, after Greenhouse. I guess Greenhouse is one word, so I'd be AG. It is day 1 of the year AG, after Greenhouse. We've discovered, once again, beyond any shadow of a doubt, that udon is a good noodle. Day 1 of the udon year? Yes, the year of the serpent. Ah, that's great. That's so good. I wake up to a honeyed golden light. At first, I thought I was still dreaming, but the warmth against my skin is undeniable, and the verdant green at the edge of my vision looks more vivid than any dream could hope to be. The events of yesterday rush back to me. Blinking, I slowly sit up. A soft blanket slides off me, pulling in my lap as I take in my surroundings. After giving me a brief explanation of where everything is, Udon told me to take as much time as I want here and excused himself. It didn't take long for me to find a nice sunny spot and fall asleep. That was embarrassing of me. I should find Udon and thank him for giving me a blanket. More importantly, I have to thank Axon somehow. Just being here feels so deeply healing. I can take my first easy breath in weeks. Perhaps Axon only requested this out of concern for my productivity, but it's so far more than anyone has ever done for me. My superiors would have just punished me if I fell behind. Normally, I would have felt guilt or fear for thinking such thoughts, but now there's only a phantom ache in my chest. Pressing a hand over my heart, sigh and stand up. Udon doesn't seem to be around, so I fold up the blanket neatly and put a thank you note over it where I was sleeping before heading out. About 2 hours into my work, Axon herself shows up.
Little angel.
How is progression? It's going alright. I was behind today since I started somewhat late, but I believe I can catch up within the next hour. Good. You can continue after dinner. Oh, it's time? Right. Thinking that it would be rude to decline, I put a pause to my counter, gather up my notes and follow Axon out. Yes! Yes, you fool! Thank her! Don't be an idiot. Thank her. Oh my, look at our friendship! Oh my god! Even if we weren't romancing, our friendship meter is just, it's absurd. I can't believe this. Friendship is magic. And it is a healing magic. Axon? Thank you for, asking Udon to let me into the greenhouse. That really helped me with my sleep. I thought Axon opted to ignore me when she didn't answer at first, but then she nods curtly. That is good to hear. Hearing that makes me smile a little. Ducking my head, I quietly shadow Axon's steps the rest of the way out. Regardless of my complicated feelings towards Axon, there's nothing negative I can say about her cooking. Oh god, that looks good. Boy. That looks so good. Being able to have the food fresh from the stove is another aspect I didn't think I'd miss. Both dishes are hearty, warming me from the inside out with every bite. For once, I don't mind the silence between us too much as I focus on the meal. even timidly getting seconds when I'm done. My appetite hasn't been quite so good in a while. I fully intend to take advantage of it. Meanwhile, Axon seems to have brought work with her. She barely skims the top of her soup in favor of reading a stack of reports. Seeing how focused she is, I keep my mouth shut, only to be surprised when Axon speaks to me. This is progressing nicely. Oh? Oh, welcome back, Angie. Hello, hello. Knives out. Ready for blood? Ready for murder? Yes, I hope it's useful.
Thank you. You have done me a great service.
It is very useful indeed. I'm slightly mortified at how gratified it makes me feel to be thanked for doing a task right. Hello, just got home? Always. Always out for blood. It's no problem. With this, I can begin the next phase of the project. Oh. Keep up the good work. I will. I will be leaving the Yonder for a week or so. You can leave all your notes with Udon during my absence. Right. Sure. You're leaving? Yes. The next phase of the project requires something outside of the Yonder. I see. When will you be going? Tomorrow morning. Conveniently, Cassius and Finnan are away for a while as well, so you need not worry about any unpleasant encounters. Don't leave us, Axel. I can barely cook on my own. You're my only lifeline. Ah, right. Thanks for letting me know. If they are back before I am, which I doubt they would be, come to Shandu and report to her if they have behaved out of line. I'm not sure I'd be doing that, but I'll keep that in mind. Like hell, I'd go tattle to Deathrill. I'm lucky she hasn't flung me out into the abyss yet. I'm not stupid enough to expect she'd do anything for me. Your choice. I will have food prepared for you, enough to last the duration of my absence, so do not worry about that end of our deal. Oh, yeah, right. That's the last thing on my mind right now. Being raised by Axon only to be immediately told she's leaving soon gives me a strange feeling. Do I not want her to leave? Do I want her to? Well, what should I say? My murder emotes? Alright, let's peruse. Gun platty. Knife platty. Hampter. Some kind of torch mob? What is this? Chilled riot. Oh, I see. Chilled tiff gun. Chilled sniper. Sniper monkey. Chilled ban. It will snipe and scotch gun. Interesting. A lot of chilled emotes. Kick. Oh man. One of these days, perhaps when I am successful, I can have some of my own custom emotes. Though I have no idea what they would be. Probably something to do with in-jokes. Something like, oh, breath control might be one. Accept my eggs. I'm not sure. I'd have to put some serious consideration. More murder emotes. Yes, definitely. I don't know that I have any murder emotes. Do I? What do I have that is oh, I do have a murder emote! Aha! That's right, I do have one. Forgot about that. Yeah. What should I say? The answer to the last question is easy. Nothing. If I know Axon's glances while she sits down with me, for some last-minute translation, that's my business and only mine. When my timer runs out, I bid her good night and good travels. She thanks me, and that is it. My somewhat forlorn mood becomes even more melancholic when I realize that it is now nighttime in the greenhouse as well. At least Udon is around. I don't feel too intimidated by the shadows of strange plants. Ah, you're back. How was the day? It was alright, I suppose. Sitting down on the ground, I tell him about Axon's plans to leave. Udon hums, handing me a blanket, which I gratefully take. At least Cassius and Finnan won't be around while Axon is gone. That is the 100% chat consensus, is that Udon is a good boy. Actually, I mean, I'd have to ask permission, but maybe one day I could do like an Udon emote. Maybe make like it would have to be like a chibi version of him or something like that, but like it could be like his face and then like a tail lashing out, and then just over top of his head just says anxiety. Anyways. Not a fan of them either, are you? No. It somewhat takes me aback when the normally timid Udon seems to have no hesitation over his opinion about those two. It makes me chuckle a little. I can send the files to you? Oh boy. I mean, I won't say no. Yeah, they're a bit rotten, aren't they? Udon bobs his head slightly. Not the best, people. You don't seem to be very happy about Axon's leaving, though. Oh? I wouldn't say I'm unhappy, I just don't know what to think about her. Are you close to her, Udon? I wouldn't say anything presumptuous, but she's always been nice to me. Is that so? Yes. She is not the same for you? Is it not the same for you? Tucking my knees under my chin, I think about it for a moment. It's not. Oh. On one hand, she's definitely has acted kindly towards me before, but that doesn't mean she hasn't hurt me either. She has this strange hatred towards angel kind, and has always been highly distrustful of me since we first met. When I locked myself away in my room, it was her who was partially responsible. She makes some very harsh words. She spoke some very harsh words towards me, and while some of them might be true, she could have, I don't know, phrased them a little better. But then she turned around and tried to pull me out of this hole I've dug for myself, going so far as to enlisting your help. You are confused about how she feels towards you. Yes, I am. Sometimes I wonder if it's easier if she just treated me with open scorn like the rest of my superiors. Hi, work is over. What did I miss? Lots of food. Spiraling. Depression. Spiraling. More spiraling. Locking people out. Denying that we have feelings. Denying that anyone cares about us. And a lot of supportive friendship. Udon is trying his noodling best. Aww. Udon looks like he wants to say something, but then doesn't. His tail lashes in an anxious trait that I've begun to pick up on as he considers his words. Axon is complicated. So normal Tuesday. It's Wednesday, my dudes. She is someone who has lived longer than many of us here, and yet thinks that she will never have enough time. But that's not my story to tell, though. Of course it isn't. If you're curious about her, though, why not visit the Hall of Memories? I've never used it before. Oh. Hugging my knees closer, I sigh. To be honest, I'm scared of it. To access someone else's memories, you have to input one of your own, right? And when you do, it's like you're living the whole experience, right? Yes. I remember all of them well enough to not want to relive any of them. It would just be unpleasant. I see. Cold silence stretches between us, uncomfortable and miserable. I just don't want to be alone if I ever use that place. I feel like something bad would happen if I used the pillar on my own. Gently, he places a hand on my shoulder. You don't have to do it if you don't want to, but if you do, you can always ask me to be there. I don't mind. Udon! Why are you so wholesome, God? That's enough for my tears to flow. Day 2 after finding the greenhouse. Oh my God, Udon. I wake up to pale sunlight. Lying stretched under a giant leaf, I blink up at the glistening glass panes. There's no doubt in my mind that Axon is already gone. Turning to my side, I curl up under the blanket, not wanting to get up for the first time in a long time. Udon doesn't mean it, that's just polite to say. I don't think Udon says anything he doesn't mean because it takes him 10 minutes to say anything. Unbidden, the conversation of Udon last night resurfaces, along with a different conversation I had with him on a much darker night. It's all about choices, isn't it? Little by little, I feel like I've accepted that I can go back home, but I can't go back home. And even if I can, I won't be able to go as I am. Or go on as I was. I still respect the value and virtues of the heavens, but I will never be able to look at my superiors the same way ever again. The way they conducted themselves, the way they treated me. Does that make me rebellious? I get up, fold the blanket, and go get Udon. Are you sure you want to do this? Or it takes so long that you only say what keeps the convo short. I suppose that could be one way to interpret it. Honestly, I'm not sure. I look between the pillars, bearing my name and the key in my palm. I don't know which is the right answer for this. Okay. I don't know what's the right okay, hold on, let me see. Would this make any difference? 13, 9, okay. Any closure is one way. Did I gain friendship for that? Hold on a second. Did I gain friendship because I need closure? I did. And if I'm curious about she's not even here! How does this gain me points? I'm so confused. Alright, but it's fine. It's fine. We do want to know about her, though. Definitely, definitely. I do want to know more about Axon. Moreover, I want to know why she was so defensive towards me when we first met, and maybe deduct why she decided to reach out to help me. She said a relationship is strictly professional, but I don't think that's the case, not wholly. If that's truly the case, then Axon has no reason to defend me when Finnan needled at me. She didn't have to reach out when I was down, or even get Udon to help me. What is this? We're putting our thinking caps on? I understand. I'll be waiting here. Just remember to focus on the memory you want to relive, and think of the hall when you want to get back. Otherwise, I can get out of hand. It can get out of hand. Yeah, I will. Thanks, Udon. He nods and backs away a little. I, on the other hand, step closer to my pillar. This feels more like a computer than a magical device. Academic memory, disciple memory. Will this make any difference? 13 and 10. We hit double digits romance. Oh my god. I'm just curious. I'm just looking at this to see what happens. Nothing. Okay, so we can decide. Academic or disciple? Academic would be... I mean, a disciple would be probably before we went to the academy? So let's do an early memory, I guess. Disciple memory? I focus on the memory of the heavens disciplines, of the strict laws and rigorous values we all exist by. I think about the punishment given to those who forget, the ultimate sentence for those who willingly betray heaven. With that, I clench my teeth and turn the key. I'm sorry if there was a notice, but why are we here, and with such little warning? No, you did not miss anything, Velis. This is unfortunately an unforeseen event. Right. My caretaker doesn't elaborate, so I curiously look around instead. The terrace and balconies overlooking the edge of the heavens are rather crowded, full of fresh-faced angels like myself. They seem to come with their carers like mine. I try to spot a familiar face in the crowd, but my attention is pulled back to my caretaker, tapping me on the shoulder. Be on your best behavior, Velis. Right! All around me, I can hear the others of my age range being told the same. A surprise, formal event, huh? Heaven is not known for such spontaneous decisions, so I'm inclined to think that this is a drill of some kind. It isn't. As we stand staring into the blinking, starry night, a flash of light sears into our vision. It happens too quickly, and the figure is too far away. But I know enough. I know enough from the text I've read. I can feel it in every fiber of my being. The instinct to cower, to fold my wings tightly to my spine, as another's are being ripped off their back. Now find the biggest, toughest angel and punch them. Establish dominance. Well, I feel like you and Angie definitely are on the same wavelength when it comes to this thing. You know. You woke up today and you decided violence. You chose violence. The fear instills into all of the heavenly bodies at our creation upon seeing one's halo shattered. This is a punishment. This is an angel's fall from grace. The initial shock is beginning to wear off, and I can hear others my age weeping. I stand rooted at first, well, my eyes staring at the streak of light that once was an angel as it plummets into the darkness below. I stare until my vision begins to blur. It is only then do I realize that I too have been crying. There's a wretched feeling in my heart, filled with sorrow and terror, as the light of God's grace died out. But also there was guilt for feeling that sorrow, knowing that whatever this angel had done, they deserved their punishment. I choked back a sob, seeing my caretaker displeased glance. Why? For defying God's will and going against our code. But should there be more reason for their punishment? No, but nothing, Velis. My lips tremble, unable to form words. Seeing this, my caretaker sighs, putting a warm hand on my shoulder. These unfortunate events are rare, but they are never easy to witness, especially to young ones like you. But you must understand, Velis, that we are angels. Our very existence is a blessing, for we carry the grace of God within ourselves. We are the beacons of virtue and goodness of those who believe in us. We exist for our Lord, and are the carriers of His grace, the messengers of all that is holy and sacred. Angie is good people, and I support their aggression. Same to you, Frenda. I was chewing and misheard and thought you said God's grace. Diet Dr. Pepper? You know what, Miss Liz? Quote yourself. Quote yourself right now. Misheard and thought you said God's grace. Diet Dr. Pepper. Blessed by the blood of God. Blessed by the blood of God, Diet Dr. Pepper, the holiest and most sacred of carbonated beverages. The heavenly drink. Nectar of the gods. Your wings and halo might seem heavy to bear at times. Yes, but it is the greatest honor of all. Do you understand, Velis? Yes, I do, caretaker. God graces Diet Dr. Pepper. Ah, boy. Very good. Now, let us depart. Your next lesson is due in an hour. Yes, caretaker. Keeping my head lower, I followed the line away from the edge. It was difficult to keep my tears at bay, as the image of the fallen angel lasts moments in heaven replay itself over and over in my head. Fear and a strange hollow feeling push against the conflict of my chest. But why? Why? I thought revisiting this memory would bring me the clarity that I needed, but it seems I was wrong. I need to go back. Take me back to the Yonder. Please. Memory registered. Velis, available exchange, 0 of 1. Shivering, I barely registered the hall has announced. Velis! Somehow, during my trance, I have dropped to my knees. The hard floor against my skin helps ground me, and I lean my burning forehead against the pillar, heaving. Cold sweat soaks through my clothes as I tremble uncontrollably. Still I wave Udon away, needing the space to fill my lungs and keep my head from spinning. The only reason I don't just break down crying is because Udon is there. I don't know how long it takes me to calm down, but eventually I managed shakily dry my tears and stand up. Velis? Caretaker, do you drink Dr. Pepper. Maybe work at HQ. I asked a chat who wanted the knife, and someone asked for it twice. Bobbed them for bopped them for 69 seconds at their request. Oh, I see. Yes, those mod privileges, I'm fine, I think. Judging by the look on his face, I don't look fine at all. Based on the reflection on the memory pillar, I look even a bit green. Before doing this, I did brace myself mentally for what I was about to re-experience, but I did not expect it to hit me this hard. That was pretty tough. The first time often is. Do you want to leave? Standing up, I wipe my forehead and take yet another deep breath. I'm alright. Right, so, sensing my hesitation, Udon helpfully points. Axon's pillar is over there. Thanks. Slowly walking over, I nervously glance up at Udon. Any advice? Just relax. It will be strange at first, seeing things in, another person's point of view, seeing things as them. But it'll get easier once you're used to it. Alright. Here goes nothing. Taking my key out, I suck in a deep breath before turning the lock. Recognized. Velis. Angel. Requesting access. Akarenchi Asafi Nefertira, last queen of the Rakshak Empire. That's the way, Bam Bam. Bam Bam! Glancing at Udon, staring at them with thirst trap eyes, whichever. You know. Thirst trap eyes? Is that what I give now? Access granted. Query. Memory request? No? Just an exchange equivalent to mine, I guess? Requesting random access memory exchange. Request granted. Huh? Ah! Everything's spinning. Disoriented and sickening, I flail my arms but come into contact with nothing. I scream but no sound comes out of my mouth. A distinct rage threatens to overcome me, a rage that is not my own. Axon. What? Excuse me? I don't know who this person is, but, they're kind of hot in a terrifying eldritch horror kind of way. Have you not met her yet? No? Who is this? Oh, this must... Oh, curses. Curses. Trying to clear away curses. I open my mouth to scream, but the second that comes out is... The sound that comes out is definitely not one. This is not your usual haunt. The creature, my mind, askins my nose as Lena, the Blood Queen. She's terrifying, to say the least, but something in Axon is eased upon seeing her. The Blood Queen. Should we be able to see her spine? And her ribs? And a lot? You know, I've heard of showing skin, but I've never heard of showing bone. This one is a crossover we announced before. A horror VTuber. Oh, okay. Wait. Okay, so this one is a crossover we announced before. Horror VTuber. So this is someone's avatar? You, Randolph, and Lee always attract someone who looks like this. Like they can murder you. You're not wrong. Bone is where the blood is made, in the marrow. She's quite nice. Interesting. And the crossover was... What spurred it on, exactly? God, that is an impressive frickin'... That is an impressive avatar. God, one day. Maybe one day I'll have such an impressive avatar. It was a Kickstarter backer. Gotcha. Okay, that's what I thought. I was like, so she must have like chipped in and just and agreed to do a crossover. Interesting. Okay. They wanted her in it and got the permission organized. Nice. What would be... I have no idea what she sounds like, but we'll give it a shot. Your avatar has hands? Yes, I do have hands now. It's so impressive. It's all right. It definitely could use upgrades, but it is a good first attempt. It was actually her that backed it. It was another... Oh, it wasn't actually her that backed it. It was another lovely person. Oh, and that person wanted... Oh, interesting. Well, that was awfully kind. Please, spare me the chit-chat and get to the point. What happened to you? Fury surges forward, but I keep a lid on it. This is not the time. Is that Axon's thoughts? I was careless. Got too trusting. Lena wears a complicated expression. She must have heard then. I cannot fix this. I know. Let me see. I tense at the request, but comply nonetheless. If there is one thing left in this wretched world I can trust, that would be Lena. Holding my left arm forward, I stay still at her spectral hands gently curl up around them. Axon's arm. The golden arm. It's missing. Or is this before she got the arm? That is fantastic. So much work, but such an amazing piece of art to put into the game. Having examined my arm thoroughly, I'm going British now. Lena sighs and lets go of the stump. I have heard about what happened to your people. My condolences. I scoff, but then sigh, ignoring the spike of pain that goes through me. Thank you. What are you planning to do now? I must free their souls. It is my duty as queen. Alone? Akranshi, that's suicide! They will tear you apart! I know. That is why I am here. You know I cannot help you with this. I cannot go there. I am well aware, but you know someone who can. It takes a moment for Lena to understand where I am getting at. My lip thins as she looks upon me in shock. Akaranshi, no! I cannot direct you to a demon. That is the only way. The combat against the heavenly host, to combat against the heavenly host, it has to be its opposing force. Do you understand what the price will be? They will ask for more than just your soul for this. Eternal servitude, eternal damnation. They will take until there is nothing left of you, and may not even fulfill their end of the bargain. But this would serve as a perfect excuse for them to go against the heavens. Even if they do not intend to keep their end of the deal, it will give me the necessary window to rescue my people. Lena only grows more upset at my reasoning. She floats forward, her blood-stained face only inches away from mine. Do you not understand? When I say they are not going to fulfill their end of the bargain, I mean they will not be what you wish for. They will take your people's souls, for they now have nowhere to go. This time, I understand. I don't bother to hold back my rage. Then what do you suggest? The Republic is going to sacrifice my people's eternal souls to the heavenly host, could wipe out the rest of our gods.
The Holy War is lost! Is there no one else I can turn to?
My body trembles with rage and fear, and overwhelming helplessness at how true my last statement is. I have no one to blame but myself for this. There is someone. I had snaps at her admission, but her hesitation gives me pause. What would the cost be? You are getting reckless. You are getting reckless. This is unlike you. Desperation is self-preservation, best subjugator. Well said. When is the ritual going to take place? The next holy celebration. Right. We have time then. Come back in 3 moons. I cannot promise that I cannot promise that this will work. But if it does, it will be a much better alternative for you and your people than going to some damned demons. With my limited time, 3 moons is a lot to ask. But I trust you, Lena. Do not make me regret it. I swear upon the title as queen, that I shall not betray you like she did. Oh boy. Our artist did such an amazing job with all the characters. She was so lovely. They're very well done. I vote South African accent. Don't put that on me. Don't. I can't reliably do a South. Afrikaans is difficult. And there's different versions of it, because there's like an English version, and then there's like the more, I guess, like broken English version of it. Just, no, please no. Everyone is so anti-demon. Yes, I know. Cassius gets a hard rap. Well, demons are known for trouble. As the head of MR, Medium Resources, I put in a policy change to make the stream pro-demon. You act as if I have never been pro-demon. As if I was ever not pro-demon. Honestly, that was such a good memory, the emotion. If you like, I can also share a clip of Lena. Sure. Though I cannot guarantee with any amount of certainty that I could pull off her voice. The darkness takes me by surprise. One by one, Axton's seething emotions leave me as I plunge through the space in between and back to the Hall of Memory. Alright. Let me bring this up. Let me look at this. I'm curious now. I'm very curious now.
No one looking.
Okay, that is impressive. Okay, well, okay, well, okay, well, okay, well, that was very, Tsundere? Oh boy. Just so you can see her original VTuber model really compared. Demon, this is a pro demon stream. Okay, well, man, I'm so jealous. People have like, I know it takes a lot of work and time and money because you would usually have to outsource that, but being able to have a nicely rigged avatar like that with animations like that, oof. Oof. Man. And she does a good job of the fucking careful, like it pulsates when it gets excited. Oh, jeez. That's a hell of a line. Okay, well, okay, well. Wait, that's a quote now? Oh my god. Great, 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 great. I'm so glad. As for demons, I mean, one may wonder how the cast path could have gone if V wasn't so anti-demon by nature. I mean, listen. Mods bully the streamers as they should. Don't I know it? Careful, Paul. Stop it! God damn it! This is bullying me. You know, just for that one day, I'm gonna my avatar is also based off of Eldritch Darkness, although hers is more of like a I don't know if it's exactly Eldritch, but one day I'm gonna have the crazy animations, the creepy crawly animations, the tentacles and the extra eyeballs and all of it. I'll show you. Anyways, Axon. The angels of her world. I'm sorry. Memory exchanged. Velis available exchange 0. I once again kneel on the floor, but at least I'm not in tears. My emotions, however, are in a disarray. Velis? Are you alright? Yeah, thanks. I let him help me to my feet as my body is racked with tremors. Thankful that Udon doesn't seem to have any questions, I take a moment to center myself before leaving the hall. I have much to think about. Day 3 after finding the greenhouse. Day 3 of the year AG. The headaches I wake up with is excruciating. Sharp pain makes me curl tightly under the blanket, whimpering as I rub my scalp futilely. By all accounts, I've had a full sleep. There weren't any nightmares, not to the extent of what I usually have, but the dreams weren't exactly pleasant either. Pitter patter, let's get at her. TikTok, big shoots. Most of them were just flashes of memories, jumping from one thing to another. Some just didn't even make sense. At least, they weren't yelling at me. Phyllis? Oh, hey, Udon. How are you doing? I'm... alright. Just have a bit of a headache. Udon hands me a mug, which I gratefully take. The herbal tea brings a warmth back to me, makes me breathe a bit easier. You know, I never apologized to you for how snappy I was before. So, I'm sorry, and thank you for being so kind to me still. Oh. It's alright. You weren't in a good state of mind back then. That's no excuse, though. I will try my best to never be like that again. Udon bobs his head, but fidgets anxiously. Is everything okay? Well... I must be honest, it's Axon who put me up to it. She even told me to keep an eye on you while she's gone. Oh. I looked down at the cup, fiddling with the handle. To be honest, I kind of figured. Oh. I don't know why she cares at all about me. Maybe it's just about the project and the contract, but I don't think I really care at this point. Whatever happened to Axon and her people must have deeply traumatized her. A soul sacrificial ritual to appease the heavens and to get rid of heathens, other gods. And there was a holy war as well. Axon has lost much, that is certain. She was ready to make a deal with a demon to save her people. No wonder she was so suspicious of me in the beginning. She's probably still suspicious of me now, keeping me at arm's length despite telling Udon to take care of me. It stings a little, but it makes sense. I clutch at my chest, upon remembering that grief and rage Axon had felt then, the hopelessness, the guilt, knowing that it was still her, that it was all her fault. Terrible feeling of being betrayed. I've never been so anxious to finish my time in the library before. The moment the counter turns red, I rush towards the Hall of Memory. I briefly consider eating before going there, but decide against it. I don't want to make a mess of that place. It might just be disrespectful. I want to learn more about Axon. I want to know what happened to her and if Lana, the Blood Queen, helped her. I want to know about the fate of Axon's people, whether she managed to save them or not. I also want to know if this project Axon got me involved with has anything to do with that. However, in order to do so, I must submit one of my own memories. I don't want to bother Udon this time around. He has done more than enough for me, and I need to find my own footing. Still, I can't help but feel intimidated by the memory pillar. This is going to suck every time, isn't it? Right. Right. Here we go. Closing my eyes, I blindly thrust the key in and twist. I latch onto the thought of home, of my days spending learning about the precepts of the heavens, of a similar time when all I needed to worry about were my grades. I think about my time studying in the secondary academy when I was a fledgling, when the classes were more than just writing principles. Perhaps I'm being too vague. With that, I take a breath and turn the key. I blink at a small jar in my hand. Imagine literally reliving your worst memories. Such a good time. I mean, they don't have to be the worst memories. But the issue is that people usually remember the worst memories more than the good ones. Like, Miss Liz asked me if I was to save memories in here, what it would be. And I couldn't... No, like, immediately happy, good memories came to mind right away. All the, like, bad, uncomfortable ones did. And I was like, what would be a good memory that I would deposit that, like, filled me with genuine joy and happiness? And even now, I'm just kind of like, what would that be? What would be a memory that I would save? I don't know. It's hard. Does the memory tower take repressed memories? Oh, I think you have to be able to remember them though. It takes the memories you choose. In theory, if you have a strong repressed memory, it could. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the time I got cast as a lead villain in a musical. That might be a good memory. I don't know. Hard to say. But if used right, it won't just drag up any old memory. Right, yes. I blink at the small jar in my hand. The substance inside is viscous and blackened. Nothing like the shimmering blue concoction our instructors have conjured up. This is impossible. I've checked and double-checked the ingredients list. I made sure to set the timer correct down to a millisecond. And I obviously checked the brewing temperature. What went wrong? This is unacceptable, Velis. My deepest apologies, sir. Everything looked perfect during the process. I replicated the recipe down to the second. The potion should have... You are missing the point, Velis. Around us, my classmates have all turned to watch the conversation, respectfully quiet, but not at all without curiosity. I shrink in my seat, wings folding tightly against my shoulders, embarrassment hot on my chest. Apologies, sir. Following the written examples and listening to lectures are well within the minimum requirements. However, as you grow and progress, you will find that inadequate. Instructions can only go so far if you do not have the intuition to improve and adapt. As stated at the beginning of this seminar, this is your most important exercise, which you clearly have forgotten. This is the first time I've failed an assignment in class. The first time I'm called out like this in front of my classmates. Bite down on my lips as my vision blurs. I've always been a bit of a crybaby, but I can't cry now. Not in front of the whole class. Alchemical crafting procedures are different from the basis of mixing and creating components, which you can learn from the first academy. In order to control your magic flow, you must keep a clear mind and a steady composure. Any unnecessary thought or action can compromise the final result, as you can see here. Can anyone tell me why the concoction has this color and consistency? Several hands shoot up. One gracefully stands as the instructor nods his assent. Sir, the color of this concoction is a result of an excessive amount of concentration from the brewer. The consistency is both a byproduct of this and lack of control over one's thoughts while focused. Velis must have had intruding flashes in her mind during the procedure. I did not! Silence, Velis. Turning to my classmate, he nods his approval. A fine assessment. Velis, not everything you can learn is in a text. You would do well to remember this. Yes, sir. Keep my head lowered. Even after the instructor has walked away, I feel eyes on me, burning holes into me. My wings fold around me tightly, but they provide little protection, small as they are. I want to run, but the lecture continues. I want to hide, but there's nowhere to go. Such a small event. A century ago, and I can feel it gnawing away at my heart. Having my memories always been this painful? All of memories. I want to go back to the Yonder. Please. Memory registered. Velis available exchange. 01. Now that was... Feeling ashamed by my tears even though no one is here, I angrily scrub them away. I can't keep letting them affect me. It's difficult. So difficult. How can I move on from these if I can never forget them? After taking a moment to calm down, I walk over to Askin's pillar. Ah! I've got one. I've got a memory. I remembered something. I remembered a good memory I want to put into the Hall of Memories. My final black belt test. I remember from my final of 3 black belt testings, I kind of flubbed my first one a little bit because I hurt my toes quite badly. So the second time around, or not the second time around, but in my 3rd test, I broke all my boards first try, 2 kicks, and then 3 boards of a palm strike. And I've been struggling so hard with the stupid palm strikes that I couldn't seem to get it. But like kids were getting it, and it was just like a mental thing. Because I wasn't putting my force, I wasn't following through, basically. Anyways, I just remember it was like 10 or 12 years, something like that, of doing Taekwondo, and I was finally getting my black belt. And I remember just being so focused, so dead set determined. I'd practiced so hard on this, and I did it. I got through it, did all the things I needed to, got my black belt, and as weird as it was very weird, because I think I may have only ever experienced this like maybe once in my life before, maybe never. But I remember when I got my black belt, it's customary that you have a family member or someone important to you there for your final test. Now, it's not like people aren't allowed to come and watch, but they're like, you should bring someone, important to you, because it's Korean tradition to wash the feet of the person who has kind of like helped you get this far. And that was very strange. That was very strange. That's not the interesting part. But the thing was, my dad was crying. And I'd never seen him like that before, but he was crying because he was so proud of me. And, oh man. Yeah, that's a memory. That's a memory I would save. Anyways, that was quite the time. That's a great feeling. It was a time, and living it in the moment, I think it was just, it took me so off guard, but like looking back on it, I realized just how precious of a moment that was. Also, yes, hello again, Voldemortal. Welcome back. After taking a long moment to calm down, I walk over to Axon's pillar. Bracing myself, I insert my key and unlock Askin's pillar. Recognize Velis, Angel. Requesting access. Akranshi Ashefi Nefertira, last queen of the Rukshi Empire. I read that differently every time. If you would put a memory into the memory library, what would you submit? I'm curious what everyone here would submit, if people are willing to share. What kind of memories would you put in, be it good or bad? Access granted. Query. Memory request? Show me the memory after the one I viewed previously. Requesting Blood Oath. Request granted. Close my eyes, bracing myself against the rage and grief that exuded from Askin's memories. And of course, Lania's shocking appearance. The moon is high when I trek my way up the mountain. Oh wait, this is in Askin's voice. The moon is high when I trek my way up the mountain where I saw Lania last. The night is eerily silent, not even the winds dare to disturb the slumbering leaves. It is the height of summer, yet it is cold enough for my breath to fog. The sky is clear, far clearer than it should be in these parts. So clear that I can spot more stars than even I can recognize. Despite the severity of my situation, I cannot help but let a chuckle escape. The Blood Queen's power saturates the very air here. She is planning something exciting, all right. The fine hair on my skin stands up on end the closer I approach the destination. I've given Lania the time she requested. If she cannot come up with a suitable situation, I will have no choice but to seek help from Hell's legions. By all the gods that might still be listening, I pray that whatever Lania is offering me will work. As per her instructions, I go deeper into the ruins. Despite its dilapidating state, the foundation still radiates with power, ancient, raw, and undeniable. Magic and curses alike were woven into this place's structures, where the most gracious empire our world has ever seen rose and crumbled. What a fitting location you have chosen. I only ever aim to please. The witching hour draws near. Enkarashi, what I'm about to tell you is formally forbidden knowledge. Knowledge that does not exist in this world. I have given my word to offer you a solution to your predicament. Whether you are going to accept it or not, I must request a blood oath from you to keep this knowledge a secret. Oh, uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. The only one who may release you from this blood oath is the knowledge keeper. Is the knowledge's keeper. Do you understand? This is severe, I did not expect anything less from Lania, but I appreciate her being straightforward. May I listen to the solution first? She shakes her head, as expected. You may not. You may not, for it is directly involves making use of this knowledge. Would any harm come to me or my people if I decline? None. Very well, then. I hold my right hand by my remaining hand. But Lena curtsies. Her razor-sharp nails slice a neat line across my palm.
I, Akranshi Hasefi Nefitira, Queen of the Rushik Empire, hereby declare a blood oath under the authority and witness of Lena Lazar, the Blood Queen.
Okay, so there's a lot more R rolling than I expected. Akrashi Asefi Nefitira, Queen of the Rakshi Empire, or something to that effect. Oh, hard choice. I guess something that just happened recently was going to a concert of my GPA, father and uncle. All our bosses went to see the Black Keys in Vegas this weekend. New memory, but one that will be in my head forever. Nice. We had such a good time. A good one would be when I received a love of life award during my high school end of year award ceremony. It was in honor of one of two students that died in a school activity. I've been struggling with my depression/suicidal tendencies, so for a teacher to nominate me for that, and then for them to vote me means a lot. Oh, I'm really glad that they voted you for that. I hope that you're doing all right. Having others feel those emotions sounds amazing. Yeah, man. Yeah, it was a shock. I also got an award in my Japanese class, also unexpected, which was nice. So I didn't get one in my journalism class, which was nice, as I didn't get one in my journalism class like I expected. Okay. So many awards, my goodness. I've only been on the honor roll up once. Although I did get an award for stage combat once. That was good. For teamwork. I was told that others were better for having worked with me, and that was very flattering. I shall not reveal any and all information that is to be disclosed upon this night between us. For as long as I live, or until the keeper of such information decides I may speak of it freely. I went to a small school. My graduating class was like 120-ish, the biggest at that point. You'll have such good memories. Yeah. For sure. Those were the first memories that came to mind. 100%. I know what being added to my music list for tomorrow. Oh yes, you don't know us. Miss Liz loves music. Pensively, I watch as my blood condenses into a crimson pearl floats towards Liana and becomes one with her crown. As the ritual is completed, Liana soothes a finger over my wound, closing it, with barely a blemish left behind. Thank you for trusting me this far. Let us get straight to the business then. I would like nothing more. Where I would like to send you is a place that exists beyond space and time, a world willed into existence by an incomprehensible powerful being. A world beyond, known only as the Yonder. Are you suggesting I seek help from this being? She nods her head, rippling unnaturally with emotion. There will be a price, of course. There will be a price, of course, as with every important request. I'd never expected to get my wish fulfilled for free, but this being more reasonable than the demon. And what can I possibly offer for someone who is powerful enough to create a world beyond space and time? A good question. However, that is something you must negotiate yourself. I have gone ahead and requested an audience for you with the mistress of the Yonder. If you accept the offer of negotiation, I may open a gateway for you to get there. What if the negotiations fall through? Then hopefully she will allow you back. That is a lot of blind faith you are asking of me, Lena. I trust you, but I have no reason to trust this mistress of Yonder you speak of. Perhaps not. But it would not be the same. But it would not be the same if you inquired. But would it not be the same if you inquired with the demon's help? He does have a point. Arengshi, I would not ask of you to make a leap of faith like this if I myself do not have faith that this would work out. This is why I asked for your help, even when I know. This is why I asked for you to wait, even when I know how precious time is to you right now. I have made careful preparations. I have reasons to trust that the mistress of the Yonder will be fair with your request. I narrowed my eyes, contemplating the options before asking. Do you know what kind of being this mistress of the Yonder is? I must admit that I am not exactly sure. All I know is that a being this ancient, this being is ancient, someone who has existed before existence as we know it. Someone, or rather something, who has formed before the stars, whose reach is beyond the endless darkness that conceives the worlds. An ancient one, then. Something like that. Something more than that. And you think making a deal with someone, something like that, is wiser than going to the demons? Certainly. Something more powerful and has no need for petty evil, unlike the demons. But far more unpredictable. Unfortunately. I make a noise in the back of my throat before taking another look at my surroundings. It takes even more sense now why Lena chose this place for our meeting, why she has been snooping it out. The ley lines are perfectly aligned, and the ancient magics soak into the desecrated ground only to amplify their powers. Under the full moon, the air is practically electrified, brimming the level of energy with zenith. With the witching hour fast approaching, Lena's powers will be potent enough to reach past the barriers between worlds. Clever, but that does not give me much time to decide. I press my lips together, unhappy that I am not allowed to investigate this further, but that must be Lena's plan too. There's no pussyfooting this one, Well then. The stage is set. What are we waiting for? A faint smirk passes Lena's lips. Only the witching hour. Her arms spread wide. Head thrown back, she levitates. Dark, her billowing as her figure is bathed in moonlight. Morbidly beautiful, just as a strange chant that comes deep from her throat. She steps into light and bids it farewell. Akanashi. A fist over my heart, I bow, once at Lena. Thank you. She dips her head, flicking my robes back. I hold my head high and step into the beam, condensed moonlight. As bright as it is, the darkness to follow is absolute, earth-shattering. Hello, Akanashi. I yell out in frustration as the image fades away into darkness. I want to see more! I want to see the bargain between Askin and Deathrill. I want to know what Askin ends up trading with her. I want to know what happens next. This isn't a book, Velis. I want to flip to the next page! If you want to share music with Trap, the Discord is open. Ah, yes, this is true. And it is fun to send him random songs. I can say that from experience. What pleasure do you derive from sending me random songs, Liz? Sending in Yadcat. Do it, please. Oh, boy. But yes, if anyone would like to join in the Discord fun, I would be very happy to have more people in the community. We stream a variety of things, but Wednesdays have been kind of our visual novel voice actory day. So yes, that is where we post announcements for things, short clips, and edits that we do, and I've forgotten now. I've been streaming too long. Memes, like any good Discord should have. Oh, perfect. I know exactly what song to get that got me hooked on them. I feel like I've heard of the Black Keys before. I don't know if I can recognize them off the top of my head, but I know the band name at least. Memory exchanged. Velis available exchange 0. There's a deep shame within me as I stand frozen before Axon's pillar. So engrossed in the happenings of Askin's memories, I have completely forgotten that this is something deeply traumatic to her. Axon's lost the entirety of her people. She survived through a brutal war that might have resulted in the death of her gods. She lived with the knowledge that it was all her fault. That she failed as queen. She was ready to gamble it all away at the mere hope of saving her people. Ready to submit her own soul to eternal damnation because it was the heavens of her world that sought to eliminate her entire empire. Axon was desperate. She was going to sacrifice everything just so she could bring the rest of her people. Axon stepped into the unknown, knowing that if she failed, she might never be able to return to her own home again. And here I am, having the audacity to think that this is a riveting story. How horrible have I become? Day 4, the Age of Udon. I can't quite focus on anything. I've made several mistakes throughout the hours, severely slowing down the progress. It's only starting to make sense now. The reason why Axon wants these texts to be translated. She's still trying to find a way to help her people. If the clipboard numbers were correct, then Askin has been going at this for thousands of years. Is that what Defril gave Axon? Time? That would make a lot of sense. Our first meeting, Defril did disclose that time moves differently in the Yonder, and what Lena said as well. If that really is the case, then Axon has spent over 8,000 years on this mission. I shudder to think what she's experienced from Defril, what she exchanged for Defril's help. The two of them seem to be in an amicable relationship, though, as Defril must have been reasonable enough. Rubbing my forehead, I sigh. Am I getting too ahead of myself? I can request more memories about Axon, but I still feel ashamed for my callousness yesterday. I witnessed Askins facing a world-altering tragedy with such dignity, and yet my first reaction was to get annoyed at the cliffhanger. Compared to her, my problems seem so minuscule. Smack my forehead with a book. I scowl. Why am I feeling sorry for myself again? Nothing is going to come out of brooding. If this project really is to help Askin's people, then I should do my best to focus. The Heavenly Host has harmed Askin's people. That harm Askin's people wasn't from my world. Their ruthlessness was nothing to do with me. But I can understand where Askin is coming from with her distrust. Even if there's only one positive experience she could have from an angel, I want to be the one who brings it. It wouldn't mean much in the grand scheme of things. But I hope that we can help Askin, both of her people and her own scars somehow. That is all I want to do, the way I am right now. That's all I can do the way I am right now. Oh, hey, Avelas! It's been so long since we met an upbeat character. My god, it's been nothing but memories and solemn thoughts. Hi, Hiria. Haven't seen you in a while. Heard you've been bunking up with Udon in the garden. Yeah, it's very relaxing there. Helps me sleep better. Yeah? Was getting a bit worried when you kept leaving the lab so late. Like, if you, keeled over and died of exhaustion here, where would your soul go? Being eaten by Deathroll? That wouldn't be nice. That wouldn't be a nice feeling. I guess not. But you look a lot better now. That's good. Oh yeah. Hira turns and rummages around in her shoulder bag, making a triumphant noise. She proudly presents me with a glimmering chain. This is thanks for the other day. Seeing my hesitation, Hira takes my hand and drops the golden cross into it. You're pretty hard to shop for, since I don't really know you that well, and there's not really a shop for things here. Axon helped pick this design out, saying that it's an important design where you're from. Still dazed, I turn the pendant around in my palm, feeling a bit misty-eyed. Axon suggested this? Thank you. No need, no need. And try not to use it for magic. I'm pretty sure I purged all the strange stuff from the metal, but it can't hurt to be careful. Carefully, partially because of Hira's words, I put the pendant, as I put on the pendant as she bounds off to warm up our dinner. I sit nicely under the hollow of my. It sits nicely. Oh, jeez, that's what we're talking about. It sits nicely under the hollow of my throat, safely tucked under my collar. It's the first time anyone has given me a physical gift like this. I'm going to treasure it for as long as I'm able. Consequently, it has greatly and positively raised my opinion. It has greatly and positively raised my opinion of Axon. She didn't really have to give meaningful advice towards my gift like this, but she did. Regardless of my conflicting thoughts about my superiors, the cross still brings me much comfort. It reminds me of my heaven's virtues, of the hard-working angels from every floor, and the good we strive to aspire in mortal hearts. Reminds me that even though how my superiors treated me was indisputably wrong, I do not have to follow their example. I certainly do not have to be snappy and mean to see the results of my actions. Of course, my wounds will still take time to heal. There are still so many things I have to make peace with, memories that will never leave me, and emotions I cannot process. But with time, everything will hopefully get a little easier. In time, perhaps, I will be able to forge my own path and proudly spread my wings beyond the shadows of my past. Day 5. Age of Udon. Today has gone a lot smoother than yesterday. With new vigor and motivation, I dove headfirst into the translations and managed to catch up to 80% of my usual speed. With a much improved mood, I dropped by the greenhouse to ask if Udon wants to have dinner with me and Hira. Well, I do spot Udon, but he's not alone. I don't think you should. You're cute. Okay. You're cute. Huh? What now? Blinking, I can only gape as Axon leans forward into Udon's personal space, making the Naga shrink away in discomfort. Do Axon and Udon have that kind of relationship? Axon's back already? Why is her voice so high-pitched? You're snaky. One of my favorite lines is coming up. Oh boy. Udon all but flinches at the finger prodding his chest, letting out a squeaking noise that I have never thought a half-snake creature could make. Please, let me go. Oh. I see. That's not the same. What is happening? Jin Ying, that is enough. What is going on? There are two accents? The first accent, the one that still has her fingers stuck on Udon's chest, pouts. The second accent, the one who is glaring daggers at the first one, makes an intimidating step forward. Jin Ying? With a long high-pitched whine, the first accent seems to shrink physically. What is this? A fox spirit? A nine-tailed fox spirit or something to the— oh my goodness. A puff of smoke, after, and standing in place of the first accent is a very pink girl. With 9 fluffy tails wagging in excitement and billowing clothes that are a bit too big on her. She grins up at Accent with a mischievous smile. Yes! Yes, we know it! Everyone knows it! Noodle yummy! Please refrain from eating me. She will do no such thing. Jin Ying, come. Jin Ying! Before anyone could react, Jin Ying bounces out of Askin's reach and barrels towards me. Oh my god. What are these lines? Ying, smell chicken! You smell what now? I stand frozen before the bouncing fox spirit because that's the only thing Jin Ying can possibly be, as Axon rushes after her. Udon, the traitor, wisely slinks away. Chickam! 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 I look from Jin Ying to Axon, a headache starting to form at the former chance merrily. Did this pipsqueak just call me a chicken? Yinger, want chicken wings? Chicken wings. Udon the traitor slinks away is golden, but he did so wisely. You're not getting my chicken wings! Amidst the confusion, Axon manages to coerce Jin Ying to the dining room, where much to my dismay, the fox girl is appeased with a bucket of chicken wings. Moments after, before Axon could explain anything, Hirya shows up and seems endlessly fascinated by Jin Ying. Leaving the two of them to babble at each other at the table, Axon and I reconvene at the counter. Please tell me this isn't who you and Cassius were arguing about. I still distinctly remember that argument in front of Deathrill. What the hell is Axon thinking bringing a child into the Yonder? Oh, hello, what is this? No, this is not the time for updates. Remind me later. God. Like Windows up in here now. RIP camera. Yes, would you like an update right now? Saj. I seem seemingly able to read my thoughts, asking Huff's irritation prominent in every line of her body. Do not let her looks and mannerisms fool you. This is not a child. Would you like to update at your earliest inconvenience? Yes. She certainly looks like a child to me. The exasperation on Axon's face is palpable. You have fox spirits in your world, yes? Yes, they are quite the staple figures in Eastern myths and folklores. Count her tails. I know she has 9, but... Oh. Oh, indeed. A bit flustered, I turn to look at Jin Ying. She is happily and messily chomping down on chicken wings, bones and all, while Hirya bombards her with questions. There were some complications during her transportation to the Yonder. Is that why you are back so early? Yes. We were interrupted while opening a portal for her to come here. Is that why? Yes. Jinying regressed in age because of this. At least mentally and physically. Her spiritual potency remains the same, however. Which makes her magic more volatile. Oh, which makes her magic more volatile. You are knowledgeable. I don't know whether to take that as a compliment or an insult. It's basic. What are you going to do with her, then? She is going to be a key figure in my projects, but with her current state, there's going to be quite the delay. Axon has gone through this much murk to get Jin Ying here. Someone like that must be extremely powerful and capable. I open my mouth to speak, but there's a sudden curl of something biting or something bitter in the pit of my stomach. For a second there, I read biting and my brain went, is Jin Ying biting my wings right now? Surprised at my own strange feelings, I swallowed dryly before trying to pick up the thread of the conversation. Speaking of the project, I made great progress today. I have the notes with me here if you want to take a look. Axon, who has been watching Jin Ying intently, turns her attention back to me somehow. That makes my irritation grow worse. Right. Handing her the notes, I wait as she scans through them, but her eyes often stray towards Jin Ying. You are working much quicker than I expected. Oh, yes. Some of the texts are quite complex grammar-wise, but it's still fairly easy to translate. I hope they're useful to you. Indeed, they are. She glances towards Jin Ying again. How long do you estimate to finish the rest of the list I have given you? I am looking at between 5 to 6 days if there's nothing else from the Sycamore realm. It's been a while since we had to make a decision. Good long while. Okay, well, I guess I should... Where are we at? 10 and 13. That... We lost romance? That's so weird. How do we get... Okay, this is very strange. I figured talking about the translate... Well, I guess that's more businessy. This is more personal, I suppose. Following Exon's eyes, I feel a certain sense of trepidation. Fox spirits are powerful beings, capable of strange magic and powerful curses. They often trick others with their shape-shifting powers, and can be malicious to a certain degree. Being an oblivious child, even a temporal child holding such powers, disconcerting to say the least. Is she going to be alright here? Blinking, Axon finally turns to me. Oh? Does your heart grow soft often seeing a creature like her? Well, regardless of what she has been before, right now she's just a child holding onto a huge amount of power that she doesn't really understand. She can hurt both herself and others unknowingly. Is Daphra okay with this? Of course Shandu is aware. You think she would allow Jin Ying to be here if she didn't? Feeling an incoming headache, I rub my forehead and let out a sigh. That really isn't what I was talking about. Are you going to have anyone watch over her while she's here? In this state? Axon narrows her eyes at me, distinctly. I realize that she's probably not what I should be getting myself involved into, but the arrow was already shot. Axon really is just going to callously let Jin Ying run around, potentially hurling herself on others, then I wouldn't want to keep working on this project. Contract be damned. Yara seems to be taking well to caring for the little creature. Is that uncertainty in Askin's voice? Though if you care so much about her, then you are very welcome to chip in too. Are you really pushing responsibilities onto others? Wrong, little angel. This is the art of delegation. You can be just as infuriating as the imps sometimes. Now, no need for insults. But if you care enough to ask, then Jingying will be kept with Hyria in the side lab for the time being, until we can arrange something better for her. As you have so wisely pointed out, she cannot be responsible for herself yet, and thus should not be granted her own room. Hyria and I will take turns caring for her, until the matter is resolved. That sounds reasonable enough. Sighing again, I look over at Jin Ying, as she is babbling some disjointed tale to an increasingly entertained Hyria. I hope she'll be alright. You care too much, little angel. That will be your downfall one day. Normally I would have gotten annoyed at Axon for saying something like that. Today I just feel strangely tired. Isn't it already? Day 6, after finding the greenhouse. Wow, wait, how are you in the library? Jealous? Oh! Sorry, I got a bit lost in my head there. That's alright. We all go there sometimes. Uh-huh. What can I help you with? Nothing really. Just here to bring you a few extra books. Axon needs translating. Yeah, right. Playful salute. Here runs off to a different part of the library. She was banned from the library. What's happening? Why is she here? How is this possible? Groaning, I scratch my head furiously, as if that would bring back any concentration. I'm torn between worrying about Jin Ying and being tormented over my own predicament, which is a terrible combination considering my nature. Can't help but wonder if Jin Ying is who Axon and Cassius were arguing over, which ultimately makes me wonder about who Deathriel had Cassius kill. Seems weird that Deathriel, of all beings, would have anyone killed. Not because she's too kind to do it, but it feels like Deathriel has too much power to take an extra step like that to kill someone. My mind is wandering again. Should I really be worried about others right now? The deadline for Askin's request is coming up soon, and I have no idea where I want to go. My hand automatically goes to my neck, where the pendant Hyria gifted me sits. I don't want to go home. I really don't want to. It pains me to continually think that to myself, but other than home, I don't know what else to do, where else to go. I guess in a sense, I put off thinking about it in favor of making myself busy after signing the contract with Axon. It fills me with so much anxiety that I feel like fainting and vomiting at the same time. The choices are tough, to say the least. If I go back to my heavens, my diminishing powers will quickly attract attention, and it wouldn't be long until they condemn me. I have no delusion about starting a new life in a completely different world either. If I go anywhere else other than home, my lack of knowledge will, and ability to adapt, would send me to an early grave. What am I going to do? Where am I going to go? I guess I can ask Deathriel if I can take some time to research about other worlds, about before telling Axon where I want to go. But is that going to be enough? Having been thrown into Yonder, one of the things I've quickly learned is that just because I'm well-read doesn't mean I can apply all that knowledge I've taken from the pages into another situation. More often than not, I blunder myself through sudden questions and unexpected situations like a bull in a china shop. It's difficult for me to pick up on social cues because everyone in the heavens doesn't react like anyone here on the Yonder. And if it's been difficult for me to adapt to the Yonder, it's scary sides aside, and there are only ever a handful of people around, and it would be an absolute disaster if I just drop into a random world. In my face and the crook of my elbow, I muffle a cry. Even when I'm getting what I want, I don't really know what to do about it. There you are. Here I am. The fear I used to associate Defriel is now gone. The anxiety associated with seeing her, though, I don't think that will ever fade. The feeling of being seen to the deepest depth of my shame and worst emotions, the trepidation of knowing she will speak the thoughts I can never say out loud. I heard you will be leaving soon. Bitterness settles in my heart. Axon didn't waste any time letting everyone know, huh? Seems like it.
Oh?
Oh, what is this? You do not seem like you wish to leave. I don't know.
Interesting.
Do enlighten me. As if I dared enlighten her with anything. Defriel likely knows why anyway. She just wants to watch me squirm. Sad little burb. Still, this is a great opportunity to vent. I'm not sure where I want to be. If I must be completely honest, I'm getting comfortable with a routine here in the Yonder and have Axon to thank for it. However, I'm well aware at the moment I complete my task for her, I'll have no purpose here. Sure, I can offer to help Hyria with her project after, but I don't think that would be wise. How so? My wings flutter nervously. My condition is worsening, if you can call it that. Recently I found that I need to hydrate myself, not to the frequency of mortals, but I can imagine that would be soon. Other necessities will follow at this rate. Soon I will be nothing more than a mortal with wings. That's not something I want. You wish to stay as you were a maid. I do. But you do not wish to return to where you came from. I don't. Pain laces through my chest. I clutch at the pendant on my neck, drawing strength from it to continue. I know now that there is something profoundly wrong with where I came from. Something awful in the way they treated me. But I still believe in the teachings of God, of the values and virtues we as angels are supposed to uphold. I believe in kindness and mercy. I believe in temperate patience and diligence, just not the way my superiors conducted themselves. The pain eases as I take a slow inhale and stand a bit straighter. So I cannot return home either. Speaking those words hurts. At the same time, it feels like the hurt of pulling out a shrapnel in my heart. The hurt of an open wound bleeding, but perhaps with time will heal.
I see.
But you do not know where to go either. I don't. There are countless worlds out there, I know now. But I know none of them. I have no tether, no connection. No matter how sure I am of myself, which I am not, if I start out somewhere unknown alone, I will surely perish. But I don't have the time to learn about where I might be going either.
Indeed.
Not a new place. Not a new place that you only have learned from books. I blink at the strange way she phrased the words. Yeah, no. Do you think Axon would allow me a few extra days to think about it? I am sure she will be open to suggestions. After all, she did agree to take you, anywhere you requested, right? Right. It didn't register to me that Deathrill was hinting at until late that night, when I'm preparing for bed. Velis, you're such an idiot! Huh? Day 7 after finding the greenhouse. In my eagerness, I burned through my tasks at record speed. I even have some spare time at the end, so I decided to catch up on the text I failed to work on the previous days. If I note down a few things for my own purposes, then nobody needs to know. For all my building anxiety upon facing the hollowed silence of the Hall of Memories, I start sweating uncontrollably. This is fine, right? I'm just doing research, just looking at options for where to go after my task is completed. Why does it feel like I'm playing a trick on someone? Shaking my head, I walk up to the pillar. It's all fair. Nothing I'm doing is against the contract, nor would it contradict the rules yet set by the Yonder. At least, I don't think it would be. I mean, it's Deathrill who made the suggestion, right? There's no second-guessing things now. I can't go back, and if I do this, and if I don't do this, I can't go forward either. Better buckle up. No? You know what? Might as well give this something to remember. Easier said than done. I turned the key, bracing for the vivid reenactment of how I came to be in the Yonder. Memory registered. Velis available exchange 01. Ugh. That really wasn't pleasant. It isn't the reminder of the pain when I arrived at the Yonder that got me reeling. It's a reminder of how callous my superior had been. How all of them are the same in their attitude. On the other hand, this clears some of my perspectives. It's been so used to how things were, how I was told my existence was supposed to be, that it gives me a warped view of how relationships might be. I need to move forward. It's a scary thought. I don't know how, and I just got comfortable here too. I like the easy banter of Hyria. I like Udon's gentle support. I enjoy Axon's cooking, the tidbits of her story that she sometimes shares, how upright she is and how she would praise those who are deserving. And if given time, perhaps I could have gotten used to the way Deathrill always sees through me. Perhaps we could chat again one day. But there is no time. I could ask Axton about it, but I'm also afraid for the fast approaching mortality. What if I lose my ability? What if I become immortal before I can experience my new path? What if the choice I'm making is wrong? Sighing, I stand, turning towards Axon's pillar. There's no time. Recognize Velis, Angel. Requesting access. Akarenshi Hesafi Nefetara, last queen of the Rukshik Empire. Access granted. Query, Mary request. I would like to see more of Askin's world. Requesting Coronation Day. Request denied. What? Query. Different memory request? Right. Is there any other memory of Askin's world or the Rukshi Empire? Requesting the betrayal. Request denied. Requesting first visit. Request denied. What? But I have a memory to trade. Isn't that how it works? Memory assessment requested. Velis, available exchange 0-1. Conclusion. Unequal exchange. That wasn't enough, huh? Query. Different memory request? That's fine for now. Thank you. Coronation Day, the betrayal. Yeah, no, those definitely sound like pretty intense. Well, Coronation Day would probably be a happier memory. I don't know why that one's so far out, but betrayal definitely sounds like you're gonna need a few more memories, few higher tier memories before you get that one. Request cancellation granted. Villas available exchange 0-1. Well, that didn't work out.
Oh.
Oh. I did not know how interested you are in my experiences. Startled, I stumbled backwards and would have sprawled embarrassingly on the ground if Axon didn't reach out to steady me. Sorry. So easily scared, too. You are not going to last long going through my memories, little angel. I have an idea. Sorry, I didn't mean to pry into your experiences. Don't be coy now. I put the memories here. I know they will be seen by someone else. Right. I cast a look around the hall. A question that I have had since I knew about this place springing to my mind. It's still strange to me that those in the Yonder are okay with this. Many seem rather private, like Udon. Isn't it more difficult to keep your distance when everyone's memories is on display? Axton chuckles surprises me further. You speak as though you are human. As though we are humans. Isn't Axton human too? Or was she? You assume I mean that as a species. Didn't you? Her huff of laughter is gentler this time. I keep forgetting how impressionable you young angels are, no matter your appearances. Weeks before today, I would have puffed up and argued with Axon. Oh, no, different voice. Weeks before today, I would have puffed up and argued with Axon. Now I just feel weary and a bit ridiculous. I guess I am being naive. There's nothing wrong with that. Until it costs you everything that is. I look away, an apology on my tongue, but I can't bring myself to say it. Askin doesn't need that from me. You cannot go back where you came from now. I know. At least I won't be able to give intel on the Yonder that way, huh? I do always love the image of Velis's wings just puffing up. That does sound ridiculous coming from you. We share a mutual chuckle, but I quickly sober up. Did you really think I was going to bring harm onto this place? Neither you nor your legion of winged warriors could bring harm to the Yonder. Not even your god. The problem is the retaliation. Retaliation? Yes. You have accessed two of my memories. You have heard that Lanya said about Shandu. I have, yes. But it is difficult imagining so much power when Deathroll sits there in front of me, talking so casually. I haven't, especially when I have never even met our father, the Lord. It is, isn't it? Still, Shandu is capable of erasing entire universes with a mere thought. What? But even so, it is not a question about who would destroy who. It's a question about the balance and the consequences that would come after. I have seen it, and it is not something anyone should witness, or cause, for that matter. Terrified, I take a few staggering steps back. Scary, is it not? Indeed. With a sigh, Axon looks around us before turning back to me. At any case, let us go somewhere more comfortable. We are? Weren't you the one curious about my past? Blinking, I stare after Axon, speechless for a moment before breaking out of my stunned thoughts and chasing after her. Ooh, we got drinks now? I stare at the colorful drink before me, unable to form words. What's wrong? This looks impressive, but isn't it alcoholic? Oh, you know such things? I'm not stupid. We have picture books, you know.
Ah.
Surprised chortle bursts out of Axon. She swirls the glass of red wine in her hand, smirking at the doubtful expression. It's just a cocktail. Use your grace to burn the alcohol. My grace can do that? We have picture books. I can draw in them, and sometimes God comes down and says, "Oh, is that a horse? It's a very nice horse you drew, fellas." Did they not teach you to neutralize poisons back in your academy? Huh? No, why would they need to do that? She clicks her tongue. Yes, I keep forgetting that your heavens have not involved themselves in a holy war in a long time. Aren't holy wars fought by humans in the name of God? Curious. I take a sip of the cocktail as I wait for Axon to answer. The flavor is actually very sweet and light, with just a hint of bitterness from the alcohol. It's delicious. Oh, now I want a cocktail. That varies from world to world. In short, true holy wars are often among opposing pantheons, especially those with hive followers. The results can be devastating, as you might imagine, cataclysmic often. No doubt. Taking another sip of the drink, I just imagine her with this giant goblet, just being like, trying to suppress the shiver that runs down my spine to no avail. I remember what Axon told Lena, and the signs of war raging through the ruins they were in. Axon's empire fell because of the holy conflict and a deeply personal betrayal. My fingers tighten around the glass. It is easy for guilt to well up in my chest these days, but I wonder... Axon, You are planning to ask to come to my world, aren't you? Eh? How did you... A note of exasperation in her sigh.
Little angel.
I am too old to not pick up the signs, little angel. Sorry. Why do you want to go? Because you'll be there. I would not say no if you make the request. It is in our contract. I simply want to know the reason. Swallowing, I look down at my lap. Why indeed? I wouldn't say something so stupid like I want to fix it or I want to help you. I know I'm not made for that. I'm not going to say because I want some connection to remain between us either. I am, at the end of my days, an angel. I need a task to function. From what I have seen, your world has faced several crises, and at least one of them is due to the heavenly host there. That is not what angels are supposed to do. Are you going to tell me that angels are supposed to bring light and love? Do you forget that angels are God's blade and judgment as well? Even in your own world. I know that. But what people do with that judgment is... But what would people do if that judgment is wrong? You can say it. I'm too weak to do anything by myself. But I'm still an angel, and I will not be felled by those from the heavens, from the heavenly host of your world. For I stand by the virtues of my own, the true virtues that are not overlooked by those who only care for results. You may say that I am being naive again. But sometimes, all it takes is for one individual to make a choice, doesn't it? Foolish. Do you even know if my world still exists? If it doesn't, you wouldn't be here wasting your time with me, would you? I could have been cruel and led you on all along. That's true. I can't claim to know you well enough to read through you like that. But I believe that you wouldn't have done that, especially not about matters involving your world. Vel's smug face is her best face. She's constantly going between neutral and crying, but the few times the smug face comes out, mwah. Is that it then? Do you believe that you can change anything? I shake my head, no. Looking down at my lap again. I feel exhausted and my heart is beating way too fast, but there are things I want to say, want to be the foundation of my new path forward. Like I said, I'm too weak to make a change. But if I can do one good task, then I will do it. Silence stretches by. Asking intense stare makes my eyes stand on end. Did I say eyes stand on end? Hair stand on end. My eyes stand on end. I'm not here to convince her to let me go to her world. And she said she can't object if I really requested for that. But it would have been nice if she would let me know about her world. Downing the rest of my drink, I stand up and bow to the Wandering Queen. Your eyes are very impressive. Indeed. Thank you for indulging me thus far. I will consider my options and let you know when I finish my tasks. Turning away, I keep my back straight, feeling her gaze burn a hole in the back of my neck until the door is closed. We're close to the end. I feel it. I feel it in my bones. We have to be. If Dephriel sees a tear rolling down my cheek, she gracefully does not comment on it. Day 8. Age of Udon. I shouldn't have finished that drink. In the end, I couldn't figure out how to burn the alcohol off my grace, so I woke up with a persisting headache that simply refuses to go away. Humans call this a hangover, huh? At least I was out like a light last night. Still, that doesn't make up for the ringing pain and the unpleasant itching behind my ears. You're actually pretty awful at using any other powers aside from your innate talents, huh? Blearily glaring up at Askin, who appears out of nowhere, I groan and scratch out yet another mistake on my notes. Please refrain from handing out criticisms today. Cranky, aren't we? Before I could make a retort, Askin places a mug filled with sloshing, glowing purple in front of me. That will help with the pain. I take a suspicious sniff at it. I mean, you're the one who gave me the cause of this pain. Drink at your own risk, then. Grumbling, I concede and take a sip of it. Anything to get away of this annoyance. It's fragrant. It's fragrant, watery, with the faintest hint of sweet aftertaste. To my relief, the fogginess in my brain eases slowly, though my eyes are still a little heavy. Thanks. You're welcome. I watch over the cup rim as Askin takes a seat in front of me. Also being a little bit surprised, but I guess that she wants to talk to me about. But I can guess what she wants to talk to me about. Let's cut to the chase. You choose to go to my homeworld might benefit the both of us. That's a second cause for relief, but what kind of opening? But that kind of opening, there are going to be negotiations to come. I've read through books to pick up on that at least. Knowing how to negotiate properly, though, that's an entirely different story. I'm listening. I do think that you are onto something, with your reasons yesterday. But one cannot survive on ideals alone. I wince at that. Asking isn't wrong. Wanting something and making it happen are two different things. Do you know how to fight? I don't. I'm neither a guardian angel nor a warrior angel. I still have my grace, though, and I can use some magic. I'm doing better with alchemical matters now after that long period of time where I just hid myself in the lab. I inadvertently studied much of the subjects, but I doubt that there will be readily available facility for me in Askin's world to utilize like in the Yonder. So an innate talent with languages and a basic ability with magic. No combat training. None. You are not going to survive for long then. I expected as much. The book and Askin's worlds have been difficult to find, and I haven't dwelled for long in the library looking for them. But that little information I can find speaks of war-torn lands, distrustful mortals, and gods constantly at odds with one another. I can learn? From whom? Those who can train you despise angels, and it is not like you can sneak into a heaven of my own world and learn, can you? No, I blink, thinking about it, or remembering something of my past. I actually can. What? Are you planning to infiltrate my world's heavenly host? It is a good way to learn how they work, right?
Interesting.
You really are reckless, aren't you? Reckless? I never thought about myself that way, but I guess I am. I really have been acting recklessly my whole life, haven't I? It's my recklessness that got me here. After all, I've never been good when it comes to considering consequences. How do you plan to do it? I can't exactly plan when I don't know know much about them. But I know it's doable. If your heaven works anything like mine, then there would be several layers of the place. You need to either possess God's grace, or to be a deserving soul to enter. A blessed item would allow you to access different levels, although that might also draw attention, depending on how widely those items might be distributed. Of course, depending on how well organized they are, it can be immensely difficult to sneak in. Huh. You have given a lot of thought to this, I see. I grimace. I just happened to witness something similar. What if they discover you? Then I hope I can escape before I get smote. Extremely reckless, then. You are set on this? I am. I want to see how they operate. I want to know why they resort to such terrible measures. And as you pointed out, I know very little in the way of self-defense. What would be better than to learn from the warmongering legions of heavenly host? I try not to squirm under Askin's intense assessing glare. You are willing to go against the heavens under my command. I clench my fists. I look at Askin's heart thudding in my chest. I'm willing to go against the heavens for you. You... I know that doesn't mean much coming from me. I'm just saying that regardless of the contract or anything else, you've done so much for me, and I haven't been able to do anything for you. You did the translations. But that's for the contract, and again, the contract was another way of you helping me, giving me a way out of the hole I dug myself. So, if there's something I can do for you, even if it's dangerous, I'd do it. Even if I will be sending you to your potential death. Even if it's death, yes. Why are you? Because if it wasn't for you, I would have already been dead. If you have need of me, I wouldn't mind any danger. Axon looks like she's about to say something, but I quickly continue. Please don't misunderstand. I prefer not to die. I want to figure out a path for myself, so I definitely don't want to throw this life away either. But I'm willing to go the distance, if that is what you want of me. Damn it. Axon? You are so... Confused at her sudden outburst, I can only stare at Axon. Seems to be my loss for words. Was it something I said? But I'm just trying to be helpful. Or is it because I'm not good enough to be helpful? Axon, This needs further consideration. Many aspects of this endeavor are risky. I cannot make a decision right now. Well, that's fair. It is a very dangerous operation that I'm suggesting. If we agree on this and I fail, the consequences would involve Axon as well, and that's the last thing I want to do. Nodding curtly, Axon stands. Continue with your work. We may work out some of the details for this proposal within the next few days. Right. That's not a no. Of course, thank you for your consideration. You are developing quite the backbone. Good. You're going to need it. Right. Thanks. Day 9 after finishing stuff. Things are happening. Oh, God. Wait, what's happening? Something's different. Did the scenery change? The guard looks different. Maybe it's just brighter. I don't know. Oh, God, we're so close. I can feel it. And these would be the rest of the ingredients. Huh? These are very interesting colors. This leaf kind of shimmers too. There's items in the foreground? Yes, I understand. Are they very, strange compared to the flora of your world? Well, the leaf definitely is. I don't think we have any kind that shimmers so brightly in sunlight like this. Normally, bioluminescent organisms in my world glow in the dark. These species, however, seem to absorb and reflect direct sunlight. The flower isn't too strange, I mean. We definitely have flowers of this color, but the anthers of this one look a little miniature, look like little miniature dandelions. Honestly, I keep forgetting these are there when I see this part. I feel so blind. They just blend into the scenery, you know? Natural camouflage. The anthers, or aethers you're talking about are actually fruits. Oh, wow, really? Yes, the petals here are actually, baby leaves. You don't say, that's kind of amazing. Carefully I tucked the herbs away into a satchel Onan gave me. He's making a delivery to the lab, so I offered to help. Right, are you ready? Yes, let me just... 1 minute, please. Oh dear. Did you forget something? Yes. Yuria, she came by yesterday and put down an order for something different from the regular. Oh. Spontaneous, huh? That one? I'm so happy seeing my sweet snack boy. So precious, so precious. Yeah, unfortunately. You can go ahead to the lab. This will take me some time to put together. That's alright. I can wait for you. If you're sure. Yeah. Bobbing his head, Udon disappears to a different part of the greenhouse. I'm getting used to this. Getting used to Udon and Hirya and Axon being around. Even though Axon can appear distant sometimes, I know she cares. It's too bad I have to go. Sighing, I look at my clipboard. Cringing at the jumble of symbols and letters, I should probably do something about this. Sad as it seems. I can't break myself to get rid of the old equipment. But if I go to Askin's world and we follow through with the plan I've laid out, then I really might have to dispose of everything. I wonder if we can make use of these somehow. Maybe here would have an idea. Hey, I'm back. Sorry for the wait. It's alright. Did you get everything? Yes, the order isn't too complicated, so... The sound of footsteps coming closer as Udon clamped up, turning around whatever good mood I had evaporates upon facing Cassius.
Chicken, noodles. Who knew I'd find such tasty food just sitting around
Yeah. Oh yeah, this line. This makes a lot more sense now. I had no idea the context of this line when I recorded it. I think my favorite meeting of Udon is when when he just flattens himself out of fear. I can picture it so well, like hung pose. I was gonna ask if you understood the line now. Oh yeah, no, I definitely understand the line now. But there was no context before. It was just kind of like, I think it was like teasing was the only thing given. So now I understand. Chicken and noodles. Who knew I'd find such tasty food just sitting around? And I was wondering why the air smelled foul. My, you wound me, Nugget. I'll have you know my grooming routines are to die for. Yeah. Gaudy, too. Oh, someone is being spicy today. Too bad I have no business with you. Yo, Noodle! Got an order for you. Carelessly, he tosses a few parchment scrolls at Udon, who has to scramble to catch them. These are... Finna needs them in an hour. Get to it, nudes. Glancing at just one scroll Udon has opened, I gasp. What in the heavens? That's too long! That's what she said. You... Udon puts a hand on my shoulder before I can start screeching at the imp audacity. I can't deliver these. Time is a bit tight, but if you put your back into it... I can't deliver this at all. What did you say? Udon flinches a little, but holds himself firm. Some of these are dangerous. If Finan requested them, they need to come down here in person. Annoyed, Cassius scoffs. Finan doesn't want to go down to this manure-filled place. If you want confirmation, you can go find Finan yourself. Oh, the nerve of this asshole. Alright, listen. We're gonna defend. We cry, we chick 'em, but mostly we protect. I wrote the voice line and directions for Cass, so I suppose I'm to blame if you weren't quite the best. If they weren't quite the best. No, like the voice lines were all fine. I had no qualms with the voice lines. It's good to have a hint of direction as far as you know, like whether it's a heated thing or more of like a comedic or teasing or what have you. I guess for my part, because it's very much personal preference, I guess, when it comes to when people record. I know some studios like to do live readings so that they can like hand guide the performance. Sometimes when doing lines like this, it can be helpful to have like a few of the lines like preceding, so you get like the context. But that doesn't always help. So it's hit or miss sometimes. We defend the noodles. But also, yo. Okay, 13, 11, 3, and 0. Defend the udon! Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Ah yeah. This heart is almost full. This heart is almost to bursting. This is the first time I've done these sorts of things, so the directions were what I was really concerned about. Okay. I see. Yeah, usually if I'm not sure about what to give, I try and hit like a few different beats. I mean, you would know kind of what I generally deliver when it comes to performances of lines, where sometimes it might be angry, but I might give it a different like lilt or performance to it. So yeah, if I'm ever like not 100% sure, then I'll give a few options that might be a little off the beaten path, so to speak. But I always try and have one that's like, they asked for this, so I give them the thing. I give them what they asked for. Ooh, 1 second. I spilled. 1 moment. Be right back. Illegal? What's illegal? What have I done? Ulan already said it. There are dangerous ingredients unless Finnan comes down here. He can't take the order from a courier. What did you just call me? You heard me. Or are your ears as faulty as your common sense?
Hey!
You little shit! Despite my anger, I can't help but flinch backwards in fear as Cassius suddenly advances towards me. I would not do that if I were you. Drawing himself to the same height as Cassius, Udon speaks quietly, but without any trace of his usual stuttering. These ingredients can be harmful to both the users and those around them. The Yonder has its key rules, but certain rooms within the domain have their own restrictions too. As keeper of the greenhouse, I must regretfully inform you that I cannot comply with these demands. If Finnan would like to have these ingredients prepared, they must come to the greenhouse in person. You! Furthermore, these ingredients cannot be prepared within such short notice either. Please allow me at least 3 full cycles to prepare them. After Finnan comes here to verify with me, of course. Cassius flares up his wings in anger, but Udon doesn't budge. The demon's lips curl. Anger and disgust turn into venom in his voice. Hide behind your rules all you want, little coward. But you would do well to know your place. I know my place. Do you? For a moment, I thought Cassius was going to strike Udon, but the demon pulls back his fist and leaves with a snarl. Spicy udon noodles. My god. As soon as Cassius is out of sight, Udon immediately crumbles. I knew it. What? Oh, goodness. Why did I say all that? Now they're going to begrudge forever. Trying to avoid his anxiously thumping tail, I gingerly pat Udon's back. It's alright, just breathe. You were pretty cool, though, putting Cassius in his place like that. Udon makes it sound like a strangled duck. I feel you, Udon. I've been in a fight before and was as stoic and cool, but then the moment I was away from the attackers, I just broke down. Like, oh, are we talking like a fisticuff fight or like a verbal fight? Right. Let's get these deliveries to the lab, alright? You know what? Never mind. I'll take care of it. You just, relax, okay? Feeling really concerned, I put a blanket over Udon's shoulders before leaving, promising to come back and check on him later.
Little angel.
There you are. Oh, where's Udon? About that. Tucking in a breath, I quickly recall what happened to Axon while sorting the deliveries to their appointed spots. Good thing I previously spent a lot of time here. I practically know this room like the back of my hand.
How insolent.
That insolent turd of a demon, and that disrespectful little tramp. Right? At least Cassius has backed off for now. Udon is really holding himself well back there. Though I think he's a little traumatized now. That poor boy. But I must say, I'm impressed that you stood up to the imp. Rank-wise, his far exceeds yours. Oh please, that didn't matter when I first met him, and it sure as hell doesn't matter, and sure as hell matters far less now. Besides, Udon is worth at least 3 dozen of that ass. Getting more of a backbone now, aren't you? Well, I just don't like bullies. Ha. Right. I just need to get the rest of this to Heria and... Chicken! Gah! Suddenly, I find myself an armful of fluffy tail and giggling fox. No! Ow! Hey, no biting! Jin Ying, get back here! No! Don't bite my arm! Hiria tries to pull Jing off of me to no avail. The fox child's teeth grip onto my arm. Isn't strong enough to draw blood, however. She certainly isn't letting go either. To top it off, Jin Ying and her crazy wiggling tails are incredibly difficult to balance. I'm tumbling, not strong enough to support both her weight and mine. Vaguely, I register that I'm falling backwards. Except my head doesn't hit the ground, or the desk. Instead, I feel Axum's hand on my shoulder, steadying me. At the same time, she grabs Jin Ying by the scruff of her neck and yanks the child mercilessly away from me. Settle down. Scared, she scrambles away to hide behind Hiria, who pats Jin Ying's head reassuringly, if not exasperatedly. Sorry about that. She just slipped away and I couldn't catch her. It's alright. Ugh. Feel my arm healing itself from the bruise. Jin Ying's left behind already, but that does nothing to pool saliva that's left behind. Meanwhile, Axum has started to scold the cowering Jin Ying. Do not do that again. Do you understand? Please apologize to Velis for scaring her. Otherwise, the scary lady on the big chair will throw you down a pit of darkness. Oh, by the Lord, these two are horrible of children! Sighing, I bend down to Jin Ying's eye level, making sure that she's looking at me. Hey, Jin Ying. Are you doing alright? She shakes her head no and sniffles. Don't throw Ying-er. Nobody's going to throw you, Jin Ying. But you have to be more careful next time, alright? There are a lot of dangerous things in this room. If you aren't careful, you can get yourself or others hurt. you understand, Jinying? Jinying mulls over it for a moment before nodding. Ying understand. Thanks, Chickum. Slyly, she pats my arm, then obediently goes back to her side chamber. Hiro lets out a relieved sigh. Thanks. You're pretty good at dealing with children, huh? I was sometimes delegated to watch over some classes at the nursery in the evening, in the heavens, so I have some experience. Oh, here, from Udon. Oh, nice, thanks. I was getting punched while walking away from a verbal altercation at school. I didn't miss a step as I went, didn't stop or head back, and didn't react to the girl hitting me. Solid. Being the bigger person. I think the only time I've gotten to a near altercation, I was walking home, or not home, I was walking back to the theater, community theater with some friends after a luncheon, and we walked by a bunch of I don't know, I was probably like 15, and my friends were like anywhere from like 15 to 12. We walked by some I don't know, 18 or 19-year-olds or whatever. And I remember I tried to slim myself because we were walking past each other. I tried to slim myself so I wouldn't knock into any of them. And one of them's shoulders still checked me. And I just remember turning, I don't know what came over me, but I just went, thanks, bro. And I just turned and walked. Didn't do anything else, didn't say anything else, didn't throw any punches. My friends were like, what did you do? And I was like, what? And did you not see them? And I'm like, what? He's like, that guy glared at you, and he one of his friends held him back from coming at you or whatever. And I was like, oh, well. Okay. Yeah, I guess one of them wanted to start arguing with me or something, and this other guy was like, they're just kids, bro. Let's just leave them alone. So yeah. Spicy, I know. Right, I'll be getting back to Jin Ying now. Rubbing the back of my neck, I sigh again. That's been quite the date. I haven't started anything yet. I have to go to the library. I'll accompany you then. Suddenly that makes me feel a bit shy. Right, thanks. To be honest, the girl didn't even leave a mark, but I was absolutely emotional wreck for half an hour afterwards as I went to my teacher and then the principal. I mean, if you're not used to confrontation, it's definitely hard if you're someone who's not used to confrontation and uncomfortable situations. And it takes a certain amount of fortitude to be able to get through those sorts of things unscathed. Even if someone doesn't hurt you physically, just the intention or the action can still affect you a lot. I know if a pet warning bites me for whatever reason, just wrong time, wrong place, decide to pet them and they were not having it, it hurts me emotionally. I'm like, oh, well, that sucks. But it's not the physical wound or anything. It's the only physical fight I've ever been in, thankfully. I mean, good to know under that kind of pressure, I keep my cool. Yes, that is. I think so far my fight or flight responses have mainly been flight. But I was being chased by a very aggressive dog at the time. Quite a morning, a lot of trouble to start with. But as Askin holds onto the door for me, I can't bring myself to mind that too much. Day 10. In all my years of frequenting the heavenly archives, dreaming to work there, and eventually ending up in the Yonder's library, I've always been under the assumption that all libraries are supposed to be quiet. That is certainly not the case today. Fuck off. None of your business.
Imp.
It is very much my business if your little wench deliberately tried to sabotage my team.
Your team?
What team? That parasite, the spineless noodle, and the useless chicken? Besides, Majesty, I thought you were better than this. Insult them all you want, but at least they are accomplishing something besides. I heard the spineless noodle put you back in your place yesterday. Cassius' face turns sour, and he growls deep in his throat. Whatever accomplishment you are talking about is just some selfish act. Look who is preaching. Yes, the accomplishments we have made are all towards my own agenda, but you always seem to forget that we do not serve Shandu, nor does she ask us to. I fulfill one end of the bargain between us, and she fulfills hers. Simple as that. Shandu does not ask for our devotion, nor does she seek to monopolize our time for herself. Unlike that delusional little tramp of yours. I could swear Cassius' enraged roar makes the shelves around us shake. Dangerously, Askin doesn't even bat an eyelash, looking down at Cassius over her nose imperiously. You have been over this hundreds of times, and more. Stop picking fights with everyone at Finnen's whims, Cassius. That won't lead you anywhere, and you know it. Something shifts quickly in Cassius's eyes. Instead of rebuking Axon, he turns around for the door, completely ignoring me as he walks past. I, of course, give the troublesome imp a wide berth, scurrying over to Axon. That one is beyond salvation. Let me guess. He's a demon. Very funny, but no. He is too blindly devoted to the wrong figures. A devoted demon? Indeed. Anyhow, come. We have much to discuss. Having intended to come here to work, it takes me a moment to realize that Axon wants to talk about. Blinking, I scramble after her, heart hammering in my chest. Is this it? Are we going to discuss the terms of our next contract? It's not like I'm completely unprepared for this discussion, but I didn't expect Axon to do this so suddenly. Damn, I've wanted to at least consult Deathrill. Oh well. Axon leads me to a more secluded part of the library, far away from the entrance. Let us talk about your proposal. Getting right to it, huh? After serious consideration, I decided to not follow through with your request. It's as though the air is knocked out of my lungs. I knew that she could be one of the most positive, she'd be one of the possibilities, but I didn't expect it to turn out so bluntly and swiftly. Oh. May I hear the reasoning why? It is too risky for both parties. If you are just going to run headfirst into danger anyway, then you would probably have a better time surviving in the Yonder. You have certainly made yourself comfortable here. But that's... I understand you feel indebted to me due to the events that transpired throughout your stay here in the Yonder, but it is unnecessary to try and repay me. I might have been the one to help you out of your spiraling depression, but I was also the one who pushed you down there. We both know this. Besides, Irya and Udon are far more involved with helping you heal. Would it not be better to stay there, stay where they are, where you have support system? But you've helped me too! If you weren't involved, then why wouldn't they have even known about my suffering? As I said, it is only atonement on my part for having pushed you so far. Yes, but even if that's the case, you still didn't have to go further and ensure that I was being looked after. If it really is just to make up for your mistakes, then you could have just stopped at giving me the contract. You didn't have to make sure that I ate every day, that Hirio would give me such meaningful gifts, that Udon would offer his own space for me. Please understand that me wanting to help you has nothing to do with repaying debts. I generally just want to help. If you want to make that into a contract, that's fine with me too. Just, please, let me help. Why are you so insistent on running headfirst into danger anyway? You can choose to go anywhere else. Do you not understand? You can even choose to stay in the Yonder for as long as you would like to. Research for a place that may fit your temperament and situation more. I'm sure Shandu would not be opposed to that. Because if I just choose that easy way out, then I won't be of use to the people I care for. Do you understand? You must understand, right? You have people you care or cared for, don't you? Well, I didn't. My voice echoes loudly, endlessly into the wide halls, but I can't bring myself to care. Wide-eyed, Axon looks like she's just about to argue, but I won't give her the chance. I didn't until I came here. You, Hiria, Udon, and even Defril were the first people to look at me and not think I'm a defective product. However you want to rationalize it to me, nothing is more precious than those gestures of care. You may say it's naive of me. It probably is. But honestly, as macabre as it might sound, without that push you did then, I would not have realized a lot of things. Not about the way I was treated, not about how I've always been repressing my emotional turmoils and traumas. I probably wouldn't have realized how others could be kind to. And if I returned the gesture, what we can have might be so precious. Would that not make you want to stay even more? I shake my head. Because then I wouldn't be able to see you for as long as I can. And if I do not want to see you? Oh, that hurts. But not something I did not expect to hear. And I will humbly accept it. So forgive me for being impulsive and insolent, but I think if you really do not want to see me again, you would have just taken me to wherever I requested and killed me off. Over 100 loops, and here I am, being seen through by someone like you. I wouldn't say I'm that good at reading anyone yet, but I guess you've been so close to a point of no return, you gain some new perspectives. You really have changed, haven't you? In parts, I have. I will say this. I have no desire to have you replace the god and superiors who abandoned me. And as I am turning human, I simply wish to stay beside and offer my loyalty to another extraordinary human. Alright, Velis. Alright. Day 11! After finding the garden. Okay, we've got to be close. It's incredibly difficult to focus around a hyperactive, chaotic, and rather powerful child I have found. The moment I step through the door, Jinjing splatters herself to me. With the same haste, Ria pushes her babysitting duty onto me and scurries away, looking a bit wild. And this is how Axon found us, with Jinjing clinging to my leg, trying to pull on my wing as I look over the terms of the contract. I see you are a bit of a pickle. Help? I thought you said you were good with children. This one is unfortunately more rowdy than the ones I'm used to. As if on cue, the little demon begins whining. Chicken! Pay attention to Yinger! Yinger! Ah, yes. I doubt I would be of much help. Don't you dare shove this onto me like you did to Hiria. But did you not say you wish to help? muttering under my breath about spoiled monarchs and children carefully in Dutch, so neither the child nor Askin could understand, hopefully. I suck in a deep breath before looking at Jin Ying with a smile. Is Dutch your native tongue? Is that why it's Dutch? Very specific, very specific choice. All right, Jin Ying, what do you want? The fox child does not at all look mollified. I don't know what that means. Nope, I only know English, really. So just Dutch. Just Dutch because. Ying. Right. Yinger. What do you want? Yinger, wanna play? I have a little Japanese and Spanish, but nothing significant because my brain is Swiss cheese. So, you don't know any of the Scandinavian languages, despite your brain being Swiss? Okay, you want me to get Hiriel for you then? No, no ghosty. I wanna play with Chickum and Shiny Lady. I try my best to hold back a surprised laugh as Jingying decisive finger point. Now, hold on. I think you can play with Shiny Lady all you want. She's the one who brought you here, right? I'm sure she's all kinds of cool stuff she can show you. And Chickum, too! I'm not sure. Yes, and Chickum, too. Wait! Yay! Udon, predictably, ducks out of the place the moment he spots the child. Udon does not deal well with children. I think we've established this. Traitor, the lot of them. Traitors, the lot of them. That was my line. Plants, flowers, colors, excitement! Yinger. Alas, I'm too slow to catch her. Ji Ying disappears amongst the greenery, giggles echoing ominously. Leave her be. There's nothing here that can kill her anyway. That is terribly irresponsible of you. Axon only shrugs. I wouldn't have brought her here if it would kill her. Ji Ying is the person whom you and Cassius were arguing over, huh? Indeed. She is from his world. Is that why he was so against her being here? That is the general reason, yes. He was afraid it would be traced back to him. Is that a problem? The demons of his world are conquerors, galactical travelers, enthralling one world to another. Cassius' world itself has long been overrun by demons. Its heavens collapsed about a millennium ago in your time. Bloodthirsty and foolish, they would have done anything to get to Yonder. He's afraid about endangering the Yonder? He's afraid about endangering the Yonder? Accent barks at a sharp, cold laugh that has me flinching. You give that him too much credit. Velis. And do you really think that some worthless demons are going to be a threat to the Yonder? Well, no, I guess. Then why? His reason is a lot more personal. Because Cassius has been traveling here for several centuries without letting his higher-ups know. They would certainly condemn him for not reporting back the Yonder. He would then be struck down from his rank and used as a guide. Worse, for leading others here, a hostile force nonetheless. Without Shandu's permission, Cassius would be forfeiting his permission to enter Yonder in his life and the next. And that is obviously, absolutely, last thing he wishes for. You were setting him up for that, weren't you? Unabashedly and without hesitation, Axon nods. He is getting far too distracted. Far too absorbed in his own obsessions to actually fulfill his end of the bargain. But of course Shandu is lenient. Do you think he will try to sabotage your project? Him? No. But Finnan certainly will. That little sneaky tramp already tried yesterday. You mean the incident with Udan? But why is Finnan inserting himself into this? Is it just because they're close to Cassius? Partially, but Finnan only ever needs a minuscule reason to hate someone. Cassius's ire serves as both an excuse and yet another chain to bind him. That's what the nature of their relationship? That's what the nature of their relationship, anyway? Oh my, here we go again. I blink at that positively gleeful look in Axon's eyes and cringe a little. Oh boy. A leech and the fool often go together. And the imp, for all his egotistical posturing, is under the impression that he needs someone telling him what to do. And the leech latched onto that. Finnan was using Cassius, but why? Finnan, for all that they were a Celestial, was a lesser one, and that was all they were ever going to be. And Cassius, for all of his confident act, is a needy little imp and craves validation. So Finnan uses Cassius to boost their own ego? Bingo. Yes, it was plain as the day for everyone who was looking. Well, except for the imp of himself, of course. Why would someone like Cassius seek validation from someone like Finnan? If we're taking power scales, wouldn't it be easier to do that with, I don't know, Deathriel? Correct. But you see, little angel, things are not that simple. I am not privy to the exact details, but Cassius indeed sought out Deathriel's approval and something more. It takes a moment for it to dawn upon me what Askin is implying. He wished to court her, Deathriel? Indeed. Well, who could blame him? Shandu is a luring creature, after all. Let me guess. She turned him down, so Cassius sought out Finnan instead. That's a bit of an insult, isn't it? To Deathriel. And I guess Finnan, too. Wait. That's a bit of an insult to Deathriel, isn't it? And Finnan, too? Exactly. Finnan was quick to take control over Cassius. Envious of his feelings towards Shandu and shimmering with anger that they were the second choice, Finnan tormented Cassius in more ways than one. All the while giving him just enough attention to keep him tethered. I gaped at Axon, unable to come up with a response right away. The more I know about Finnan, the more despicable I find them. And I think I had opted to find an ally. I hope to find an ally that's in the Celestial. That's absolutely horrific. How isn't Finnan punished? Because Finnan did not put Cassius in mortal danger. They were well versed in towing the line. Still, didn't Deathriel do anything about it? Axon tilts her head, studying me for a moment. Under her piercing gaze, I begin to feel uncomfortable before she finally speaks again. Shandu generally does not interfere with one's personal business. She would occasionally provide the aid requested, but that would be the extent of it. However, she has her own way to subtly nudging one towards the, perhaps right is not the correct word, towards the healthier path. Oh, yes. Looking back at my conversations with Deathriel, I can see her having that tendency in her own totally not terrifying way. I will cast my guess again. Cassius didn't listen. Of course he didn't. Heart and ego can do strange things to a supposedly smart creature. I've read something before that trauma and emotional instability can blind a person to manipulation. I didn't think something like that would happen to a demon. That kind of obsession, it feels like Cassius is trying to use Deathrill and Finnan to replace a figure in his life. You are indeed smart. Ooh, Wooga, I love getting a little more Cassius lore. This more or less confirms the information that you get when you romance Cassius. Although part of me still feels like when I compare the amount of heart and friendship I have with Axum compared to what I had with Cassius, I'm like, oh my god. I also still don't know what Cassius is working on. I never actually find out what it is he's trying to do. What his side of the bargain is. Well, actually, I don't know what Axum is giving to Deathrill either, but I know what she's working for. Thank you. I halfway want to clarify everything out loud, but decide against it. He's never been anything but antagonistic towards me since day one. No reason to care about him. To be honest, I don't either. They had the master plan. The master plan. Besides, even though at first Deathrill seems to have ruled the incident in Cassius' favor, there are still Axons who came out on top. But more will come, so more answers shall appear eventually. One day. Axon got Ji Ying into Yonder, even with the drawbacks of her age regression. Cassius can be as sour about it as he wants, however there's nothing he can do about it now. I hope Finnan won't target Jin Ying. They can certainly try. Jin Ying might be small, but she is not completely helpless. Besides, I would love to see someone stupid enough to do that right under Shandu's nose. Well, that's good then. If they leave Jin Ying out of it. Axon's suddenly intense stare has me taken aback, a little flustered. Tucking a strand of hair behind my ear. Self-consciously, I'm about to ask when she speaks first. You are getting attached to her. I'm... The denial dies on my tongue as I blink, questioning myself. Am I? Jin Ying looks like a child, but she is not. She is not powerless either. Just temporarily unable to control her abilities. She's certainly more capable of defending herself than you are. A spike of hurt lances through me at the jab. Way to rub it in. I know I'm useless, alright? Cass' story hurts most everywhere because he's clearly so isolated slash obsessed to the slash opposed to the other Yonder members, and Vale is so against demons that she struggles to give him a chance. My poor boy just needs some love. Yeah, I feel like the issue is, like, he really does open up to Veles. But even then, like, his story is still, like, kind of sad. Because he helps her, but it's too late to help her. And, oh, sorry, spoilers! Sorry, spoilers! Spoilers! I know there's people in chat, they might not know the ending for at least one of Cassius' stories. But it's just like, you know, Vale goes away, and then the two of them can't be together anymore. And, you know, granted Cassius doesn't have to deal with Finnan anymore, but he's still kind of alone. He's maybe done some, like, realizations, a little bit of growing, but even then, it's not like he and Axon get along, or him and really anyone else, honestly. So yeah, he's pretty alone. And the whole reason he fell is because of love. And the whole reason he's here is because of love. And he just wants love. You are not useless. I did not mean to put it that way. I am sorry. Taken aback by the sincerity in Axon's voice, my heart does a tumble. It's alright. You don't have to apologize. I wasn't. She totally doesn't believe me, does she? Flashing, I turn away, pretending to look for Jin Ying, hoping that Axon won't push the issue. Axon doesn't, but she jumps to another topic that I'm not keen to discuss either. Are you certain you still want to go? I am. Jin Ying likes you. Hiria probably can use your help with her. Do you want me to help with matters regarding Jin Ying? I see. Axon still doesn't trust me with why she brought Jin Ying into the Yonder. I never ask because I know I'm not going to get the answer. Logistically, it makes sense. If I'm going to be spying on the angels of her world, knowing as little as possible would be best. However, understanding that doesn't make me feel any better. I know deep down inside, Axon still didn't really trust me. I should go and check on Jin Ying. She's been rather quiet, and they say when children are quiet, they're often getting into trouble. Velis, I leave before Axon can finish, running deep into the maze-like rows of plants. She can't see the unsheathed tears in my eyes. When it comes to happy endings, we have some very particular ideas. The missing something feeling is certainly not an accident. What? Huh? When it comes to happy endings, we have some very particular ideas. The missing something feeling is certainly not an accident. Are you referring to the endings you guys are wanting to add? Or does this have to do with the ultimate good ending that you have to strive for in the maze of decisions? A part of my contract before I can be signed involves speaking to someone. I can't say I'm looking forward to it. You'll be fine. Sweet Udon, bless him. I don't have the heart to tell him that I'm definitely not fine right now and probably won't be fine after this. Thanks. Taking a deep breath, I straighten myself one last time and push the door open. You said that Cass's happy ending feels like it's missing something, right? Yes. But I don't know if that's just because I floundered so hard in getting there. I feel like I probably could have done better. So, yeah. Yeah.
Hello, little angel.
It's very much on purpose. Okay. Okay. We talking sequels? We talking sequels here? What are we doing? What are you baiting me here with, Angie? What kind of hook are you dangling in front of me right now? Hi, Deathrill. I was going to leave the Yonder right after completing this translation contract for Axon. I wouldn't have any qualms being a little more relaxed before Deathrill. You'll understand as you find other endings. Fine. Keep your secrets. I'll discover them someday anyways. You can't hide from me. I can save scum all day. Hell, I'm probably the most out of it and might even throw in a joke or two, knowing that I wouldn't be able to see her ever again after this. However, I won't be leaving right away. In fact, I won't be leaving for God knows how long, and only after Axon deems my knowledge of her world sufficient. To top it off, I need to ask Deathrill for something which I'm both stoked and extremely nervous about. What the fuck is this? Blop? Okay, alright, okay, alright, whatever. You little taunting, dancing emojis. Looking at her gleaming blue eyes, so knowing and amused, I feel like my pea-sized bravery just got smushed and washed down the drain. Well? Well, I'm here for, something. I'm just... I just need to ask you something, then I'll be out of your hair.
Oh?
Is the relationship between you and Axon going so poorly that you must ask for my advice? Huh? What? Even though I can't see myself, I know I'm blushing to the roots of my hair. We are no, not the dating! I never said you were. Funny how you immediately jumped to that line of thought. You were the one insinuating. How? By mentioning your relationship. Little angel, there are many types of relationships. It does not have to be romantic. Would you please stop making fun of me? Certainly. You seem to have loosened up enough anyway. What is Defril playing at? She specifically said those things to get a reaction out of me? What surprises me more, though, is how I reacted to her choice of words. Now that you have been somewhat distracted, what exactly are you here for? The more I do the more I briefly encounter Defril, the more I'm like, I'm going to enjoy the Defril story. Yes. I am here to request some time to continue visiting the library, even after I am done with the project I'm working on for Axon. Oh my. So you will not be leaving the Yonder immediately following the completion of your contract? No, I foolishly requested Axon to take me to her world. Axon believes that it would be prudent for me to study more about her world before going there. Hence the request. Defril doesn't answer at first. There's something flitting across her eyes, but it goes too quickly for me to detect what it is. Smug, maybe? Some mischief and amusement, too? And why should I grant this request? Is this truly as important as you said? Axon would have been here to make it alongside you, would she not? Well, that's... And why would you need to go to the library? Is Axon not the best source of information regarding her own world? Well, that's... I mean... With how obsessed you are over books, you surely must have realized how little the number of books from Axon's worlds there are in my library. I'm now talking in different accents. What are we, hour 6 of the stream? Yeah, that explains it. Most of those fictional literature pieces are not exactly educational. There's no practical reason behind this request, would you not agree? I know that! I would have been terrified that I just suddenly yelled at Defril all of a sudden, if this was under any other circumstances. But having been pelted repeatedly with the same facts I've been worrying myself over since I read the contract, as my already fraying nerves completely collapsing under my anxiety, I know all of this. But it's what Axon wants, so you are just going to go with it. Wrong accent! Oh, I've been doing too much, too long! How much longer? How much farther away from the ending? Because I'm falling apart at the seams here, chat. Simply because it is what she wants. Are you really going to follow the same path? The same one that had you falling down the first time? I'll be merciful. The same... I told her I wasn't going to make her, that I wasn't going to have her replacing my god or my superiors, but But she doesn't trust me. She doesn't. What else am I supposed to do? How else can I gain her trust that I'm not going to betray her? Silently Death will watch as I crumble, all sense of decorum gone. I know what that little time we have had together is somewhere near enough for Axon to put her trust in me. Is nowhere near enough. Sure, I've helped her. I've gotten closer to her and to those she trusted enough to work with. Sure, we've had some dramatic ups and downs, but all of those are largely my personal problems. Just because Axon cared enough to help me through it, it doesn't mean she trusts me. I know I haven't proven myself yet. I know I'm not useful as I would like to be. I know I'm not enough. Is this because I'm an angel? Or is it because I'm just me? Is it because of the former? Then if it's because of the former, then I would gladly give up my grace for her. I would denounce God if that is what it takes. The words ring loud and terrible in the vast space of Jeffril's throne room. It echoes back to me, painful enough to drive me to my knees. That only makes me more bitter. Makes me want to keep saying what I've been holding off for so long. What have heavens ever done for me anyway? They were so ready to throw me away. They were always dismissive just because I couldn't meet their expectations. That's not mercy. That's not love. And you're telling me that because of them, because of how I was made, the first person who's come to actually care for me wouldn't trust me? That's just too cruel. That's just too unfair. Why would I want to be an angel if all I can ever get from someone is someone I truly care about is mistrust? Oh my, now you've really done it. I crumble to the floor, unable to hear the rest of Defril's is saying. The searing pain is too much. It feels like someone has punctured a hole through my chest and is now gouging out my heart as it beats frantically. No, not my heart. My grace. Horrified, I try to scream, but only a choke comes out. Instantly, my mouth is flooded with blood. The pain is unlike anything I have experienced before. This is more than pain when I was propelled into the Yonder, beyond any physical barrier. This pain is the very soul being clawed at, my very existence being pulled apart. Amidst my thrashing and screaming, the door is thrown open with a bang. Velis! Help! Ah! Another wave of pain racks through me. My outstretched hand towards Axon falls to the ground. Instead, as the red swirls through my vision, vaguely, I realize that Akin and Deathril are speaking to each other. Vaguely, I realize that I'm dying. No. But I haven't. No. Suddenly, I find myself being lifted. The motion is so sudden, and yanked out. Yet another screams from me. Then comes the shaking motion that immediately has me choking out yet another muffle of blood. Stop it! It's all right. It's all right. I've got you. Please make it stop. Ah! The world fades away, but the pain doesn't. Even as I fall deeper and deeper into the pitch blackness and unconsciousness, I cling to the shining gold of Askin's emblem, and fervently thinking that the dragonfly will fly out of reach if I close my eyes. Alas, my strength fails me. I fall into the shadows as the pain chases me, pulling me apart from within. So this is it. This is how it ends. There are voices in my ears as I fall. Whispers that slip through my fingers like water. For the very first time in my life, I cannot understand what is being spoken. Is this what it is? Is this what falling feels like? Or is that what it feels to be devoured by the Yonder? There's a yawning chasm of emptiness within me where the light once shone, where my grace once resided. I want to cry, but I can't bring myself to. I feel too far away, the ability to cry, to laugh, to feel. It's just so empty. Before this would have terrified me. Now I just accept it. I made my bed. Now I have to sleep in it. Loudly denouncing God, loudly denouncing the heavens. Yet I don't regret it. I was just going to be thrown away anyway. At least this is something I have decided for myself. At least I got to fall past the way where I had people I cared for. Axon. I hope Axon is going to be alright. The spring returns, more insistent than before. Still can't make out all the words, but some are repeated like a chant. Oh, goddess. Am I going to be summoned? That's what demons get to do, right? Is this a demonic ritual of sorts? Lingua gloriosi. That's Latin? Rescendent vetera. That's definitely Latin. Nos quo tendamus. Am I really going to be summoned as a demon? See, arise to the light, Velas! Huh? Up. Velas, wake up! Axon? I come to sit slowly to a grey wall and dancing candlelight. And a terrifying face peering down at me. Ah! 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 You! Me? Why are you screaming? Simmer down, you two. Axon! Yes, me. Lena, move aside. Lena moves aside for Axon to approach me gently. Axon props me up and I realize that I'm lying on a rather narrow bed, tucked into the corner of a very cluttered room. This is my room. How are you feeling, Villas? I'm fine, I guess, a bit dizzy, but then it hits me. Oh, I fell. Not quite. I look at her bewildered. Not quite. Axon turns towards Lena, who has retreated to the other side of the room, and the two exchange a meaningful look. Wary, I ask my mind already raises several flags at the fact that Lena is here, in the Yonder. Here, hold on to these. You might have, they might make you feel a little normal. Blinking, I try not to flinch, as her bloodied, floating, and detached hand gives me my equipment. A sense of dread slowly creeps into my heart, and has nothing to do with Lena's appearance. Clutching at the device, still broken, I realize. I look from Lena to Axon, desperate for an explanation. Thanks? What's going on? I thought I fell. But I didn't? What's going on? Velas, I need you to calm down. Breathe. In and out, slowly. Shiver runs down my spine as I struggle to follow her instructions, taking several deep inhales. Can you stay calm for me? There's something I need to show you. Oh goodness. Oh. This is me? Me, but without wings. Without halo. Me. Human. Oh. Axton and Lena exchange another look. How are you feeling? I don't know. Oh my god! Velas just did what Cassius did. She fell for love. Wow. Honestly, I expected worse, but this is a bit of a shock. What happened? Though she seems a bit hesitant, Axon eventually gives in. As I look at her with pleading eyes, with a sigh she begins. You did fall. You were falling when I got to you. Shandu explained what happened, told me what you did, what you said. Oh. Vale and Cass have surprisingly parallel stories, don't they? They do! They really do. What do you mean, oh? Do you understand how stupidly reckless that was? If you fall and die in the Yonder, there's no coming back. As you will not have any power of your own to... Lena lays a hand on Axon's shoulder, stopping her mid-rant, clearing her throat. Axon speaks again, this time with carefully controlled emotions, though her brow is still deeply furrowed. Because of how you cut off your way from your world, the process of your falling is very unnatural too. Your wings and grace were violently rejecting you, while your halos simply shattered. As a result, you were losing a copious amount of blood, but because of the state you were in, you were neither angel nor human, so there was no amount of healing anyone could do for you. We died. We died, and we have been resurrected. The Blood Queen just performed necromancy on us. Oh my god. Oh, wow. Okay, I understand now. I had no choice but to bring you to Elena. Surprised, I turned to Lena, who smiles faintly. You were at the brink of death then. It was difficult, but eventually I managed to get you out of the deep end. That chanting... that was you? That was me, yes. Thank you, Your Majesty. You are welcome. Looking at my reflection again, I let out a sigh that hollows out the entirety of my chest. I'm human now, huh? Wait! My head snaps to Askin, and something she said finally dawns on me. You brought me to Lena. We're not in the Yonder. No. We are no longer in the Yonder. We are now in my homeland, Elise. This is definitely not how I planned to go here. I guess not. You should rest. You have been through much, and you still need to get used to this body. I halfway want to protest, but my heavy eyelids say otherwise. I guess the shock of everything kept me going for as long as I have. With a reluctant nod, I let Axton lower me down to the bed. Carefully, she puts the cover over me. Sleep. I'll be here when you wake up. It is enough for me to let my eyes fall shut finally. I burrow into the bedding, swung a faint but sweet scent of wisteria. Udon's explant nations really did bear fruit, huh? Is my last thought before sleep claims me. They want an Illis? Oh my goodness. Watching the sunrise for the first time in ages, even though the window brings tears to my eyes. Back in the Yonder, Udon explained to me how the light in the green room is artificial. It's not a real sun, but magic that is maintains to keep the plants healthy. The truth brought great disappointment to me, but even if this light was artificial there, still something other than the endless night in every other room. Now, I actually get to experience the real sun again. Feel the light traveling across closer to me, warming my mortal skin, bringing a smile to my lips. Carefully, I slip off the bed, walking barefoot to the window, press my hand against the glass. The sight beyond the window is truly breathtaking. The sky above is vast and open, obscured only by the white fluffy clouds. This could easily have been passed for a lovely valley on my own world, if it not for the floating islands above. The grasslands beyond here stretch towards frosted mountains, and winds gently brush through green leaves. It's true then. I have left the Yonder, into a new strange world, but something I have asked for. Something I have chosen for myself, because the process was rather extreme, but I'm here now. I'm not gonna do her breaks me out of my thoughts. Come in. Up already? I nod, eyes immediately drawn by the tray of food she's brought with her. It's just soup and milk for now. Don't want to upset your stomach after everything. Feeling warmed by the obvious care she put into preparing the food, I smile at Axon. Honestly, I was expecting to never have your wonderful food again. This is a feast for me. Thank you. Don't speak such nonsense. Eat. I obviously sit at the desk where Axon has set the food down. As good as her food always is, I can't help but occasionally glance at the open door, in awe at the beyond that is just another normal room, and not Deathrow's darkly amused figure upon a throne. Oh, where is Lena, by the way? I haven't had the chance to thank her properly yet. She left last night, muttering about having to feed her pets. Oh. You'll run into her eventually, since you're going to be staying with me from now on. I am? That's great! Axon huffs, but she looks pleased. Don't get too ahead of yourself. My lifestyle is not for the faint of heart. I don't think after meeting Deathrow and going through what I have, I'll ever be faint of heart again. You have a point there. We fall into a comfortable silence, and as I finish my food and Axon picks up the book from the shelf, despite the peaceful atmosphere, several questions begin surfacing in my head. Well, I'm not even going to make the same mistake for not speaking out or asking what's on my mind again. Not when I'm not sure how long I have left in this mortal body. Axon, I can still understand you. What does that mean? Noticed that already, She sits, putting the book down. The title on the cover is strange, symbolic language that I have never seen before. It reads, Daria the Brave. That will be rather complicated to explain, but I will do my best. I nod, turning to face her completely. Axon goes to sit on the bed, considering her words before speaking to me in earnest. In your last moments in the Yonder, though Grace was leaving you. However, as a mere mortal, you would not have been able to make the trip back to Elise without perishing. I had to preserve your soul beyond your grace. You have? How? She holds out her golden arm to me. This is something granted to me by Shandu, after I first made my way to the Yonder. It is, of course, no mere prosthetic. As you might have already suspected, one part of the grant is my immortality. I have thought about it, yes.
Oh.
The second part is granting shelter to my people's souls. Strange, isn't it? Who would have thought a prosthetic could be the house of over 1 million souls? 1 million? Briefly, I forget how to breathe. Oh no. Axon. A terrible burden. An unshakable burden. She has borne it for over 8,000 years. A lesser being would have gone insane for far less. Heavy is the crown indeed. I know what you think. Do not mourn for me, for it is my choice. This is my duty, this is why I am queen. A burden so great should never be borne alone. Clearing her throat, Axon speaks again, her voice softer this time. As you might already have guessed, I tethered your soul in grace to me, to my arm, and brought you here, where Lania pieced you back together. My hand goes to my chest, relieved to find the cross Hyria gave me still there. So I still have my innate power, but I am no longer an angel. No, you are not. Something bitter rises in my throat. I hang my head, fighting back the wave of disappointment and sadness. I'm sorry. What are you sorry for? Without being an angel, I said I was going to help you, but in the end, I can't keep my word. I can't help you if I'm not an angel anymore. I'm sorry, Exon. That's what got you all depressed? You realize something else, aren't you, Velis? I'm sorry. No, don't be sorry. But I didn't bring you here because I thought you could still be of use. I brought you here to save you. And now that you're tethered to me, you are mine. Do you get it? So no thinking such ridiculous thoughts or risking yourself unnecessarily. Do you understand? Understand, I can only nod, shrinking to myself a little under Axon's intense stare. Sighing, she sits back down, having stood up during her tirade. I suppose I was unfair to you when we first met. I held onto my distrust against angel kind to project that onto you despite your unwavering good nature. And for that, I am sorry. You have nothing to be sorry about. Given your experience of angels, it's natural that to be distrustful. I wasn't entirely trustful of everyone back when I first came to the Yonder either. Still, after you have proven to be good and kind, not just to myself, but to others whom I keep close, I should have trusted you more. Not knowing what to be more flustered over, Axon's sincere compliments or apologies, I wave my hands frantically at her. There's nothing. I mean, you certainly have your reasons, right? I completely understand. Angels ruined your life, and your people forever condemned you to a terrible fate. I can't ask you to let go of something so traumatic and trust me just because I was a little upset over it. I wouldn't call denouncing God in a fit of rage and despair a little upset, Velis. Therefore told you, huh? She did. As such, even though it's late and already led to such a catastrophic consequence, would you allow me to amend myself now by trusting you? There's no need, you saved me so. Catching my flailing hands in hers, Axon looks into my eyes, rendering me speechless. Please. Right, okay. Nodding, Axon begins her tale, still not letting go of my hand. You might have seen some of my memories, but let me tell you, in my own words. My downfall was orchestrated by someone who I came to love very dearly. Someone who turned against me for glory and power, who condemned an entire people for her God's words. I do not wish to go into more gruesome details, but now this, my arm, was cut off by her, and I was left for dead to watch my people perish helplessly. As you can see, I managed to escape one of the sentences given to me, but I could not save my people. Without my gods, both heaven and hell of Elise only wish to consume the souls of my people to strengthen their armies, not to help them move on. Never to help them move on. Trapped. Trapped with their queen, who bears their souls into the cold, cold yonder. To an unknown being, powerful, all-knowing, terrifying. Trapping all of the greed of a single individual for the cruelty of those who are supposed to be saviors, who are supposed to be love mankind equally. Both Axon and her subjects have gone through 8,000 years like that, trapped and not knowing when the end of their torments will be, if there ever is going to be an end. Threat by threat, thread by thread, the tapestry that is Askin's life is woven into place, a picture so grand yet so heartbreaking that it makes tears fall from my eyes. You are wondering, and I did not tell you, so I tell you now. Ji Ying is part of an experiment and also was brought in as an expert. A fox demon like her probably collects mortal souls to grow stronger. However, unlike normal fox demons, she also has the ability to bring them back to life. That's... You were hoping that she can help with your people's predicament. Indeed. But figuring out how to revive them is only half the battle. I look down, mulling over the options, all the while increasingly aware of Axon's hand still holding mine. But your world, this world is still a warring state. You can't safely bring people back without proper preparation. At the same time, bringing mortals back to the Yonder and transporting them is risky endeavor. I can't imagine Deathriel being too fond of over 1 million people suddenly popping out of nowhere. She would sooner put an end to Axon and her people than deal with that kind of ruckus, I think. So, Jing Ying is how you tested bringing someone into Yonder physically when they were not supposed to be there. You want to trickle your people in and out of the Yonder, but that would attract less attention, making it less risky for everyone involved, even in the resurrection and transportation process. Indeed. It's a very good plan, a bit risky, but good. At this stage, everything is going to be risky. Yeah, there's no way around it, I guess. Nassim goes silent for a long moment, watching me. I try my best not to squirm, but my reddened cheeks have definitely given out my feelings. You are not going to condemn me for it. Condemn you? Why? For endangering Jing Ying. For my own purposes. Oh. It's that difficult question, huh? The life of one person versus the survival of an entire nation. I guess in this case the answer is rather easy, isn't it? You really have changed. Is that a bad thing? I wouldn't say so. You are able to think for yourself now. Faced with her smile, and once again, starkly aware of our still joined hands. I can't help but smile back, though shyly. I guess it's for the better then. Thank you again for saving me. Fast into my eyes contract, she flicks my forehead. Oh boy, really? Did we just turn to Sasuke? What is going on here? Ow! What was that for?
You are doing no favor to yourself like this.
For being stupidly reckless. If I had been just a few seconds slower, you would have been forever lost to the void. Do you understand that? I got it! I really am grateful, you know. You could have easily just let me die there. You don't have you don't have to take any responsibility over my actions. It was my choice to do what I did, so... Ow! Stop doing that! For someone so smart, how can you be so dense? What? Must I spell it out for you? Suddenly, Axon lets go of my hands, grabs my face with both of hers. Making a very undignified squawk, I try my best to hold still as my face feels like it can melt metal, and my mortal heart thunders, like it break out of my chest.
I have grown to care for you. Do not do anything foolish.
From here on out, do you understand? Before I could stammer out anything embarrassing, Exon leans in and places a kiss under my right eye. You are mine now. You do not go and sacrifice yourself needlessly from here on out. Do you understand? Oh. Oh. I do. Day 25. Oh, okay, we're fast forwarding. Right, I guess I'll be needing this too. Being immortal is difficult, huh? It has been almost a month since I first came to Illis. Approximately 3 months in my old time. Besides everything that happened, life goes on. I've been healing and getting closer to having a mortal body at my own pace, under Asken's care and Lana's occasional visits. Most of the time, though, I'm left on my own devices, and Asken still has to go back to the Yonder on a constant basis. Unfortunately, neither Hirya nor Udon can come see me. They send words through Asken, though, and in Hirya's cases, several little knickknacks and souvenirs. I'm still unsure whether most of those are safe or not. I spent most of my time in Axon's cottage here in Illis, watching over the place and translating text when she brings them from the Yonder. It surprises me that Deathriel would allow those to be brought out here out of her precious library. I'm not about to look a gift horse in the mouth. I also pour myself over the books Axon has here. What little left she has managed to salvage of her people. The more I learn, the more I commit myself to helping Axon and her people to the best of my abilities, and whatever time I am able or allowed. Speaking of abilities, the remainder of my grace manifests in a strange ways. Aside from my innate ability with languages, I can bless items and objects, like turning water holy and giving weapons a limited amount of holy radiance. The latter was found out by accident when Axon was teaching me how to cook on one of our rare evenings together. The result was a clearly split in half and charred cutting board. I was banned from the kitchen since, and will not be allowed until I can properly learn to control the ability. Well, sucks to be Axon. I like her food better anyway. What little time we can spend together in between Axon's constant travels to the Yonder, I treasure those moments dearly. We're getting to know each other, getting to communicate more clearly. I collect each of her kisses under my eyes, keeping them close to my heart. I greedily listen to every story she would tell, and in turn share some of mine. There's only one bed in the cottage. It is cramped, but I relish the nights she would be home, and we spend our sleep curled up together. The warmth is something I have never had before, Axon, and it is something I never want to let go of. Alas, all good things must come to an end. Are you packing? Startled out of my reverie, I turn around and smile at her. Tall and elegant, framed perfectly by the door and the deep crimson silk she wears. Axon is just as beautiful as the day I first saw her. Almost done here. I need to get a few new sets of clothes, though. What? My clothes are not good enough? They don't fit, and you know it. Fine. Hinja, we'll get some clothes fit for you in the first time we stop by. Hinja, light of dawn. That's what Asken calls me now, like how she calls Deathriel Shandu, Eye of the Universe. What I've read in Asken's culture, a special title given by someone is only to a person they hold in extremely high regard, or someone they deeply care about. Trying to hide my flustering, I check my bags one last time, even though I've already packed it to the brim and gone over the contents at least 5 times today. Right. I think I got everything ready here. Good. Let us be on our way then. Stepping onto the road, I give the cottage that has been my home for the last month one last longing look. Things are going to be tough from now on, huh? When hasn't it been tough? I guess you're right. I'm going to miss you though. So will I, but it is necessary. Of course, I hope Lana won't get tired of me too quickly. I do believe she is more excited to explore your abilities than she is willing to show. Ha ha ha. That's why we're leaving. This was my idea to begin with. It just took a while for us, to make it into a reality. Well, I'm glad that Lena accepted my proposal and that I'll finally start honing my abilities to be of use to Axon. I can't help but feel a bit nostalgic. I will always keep the month of our peaceful time close to my heart, to brace myself for the hardship ahead. Perhaps, sensing my unease, Axon comes to stand beside me, linking our hands together. Keep your heart steady and your gaze ahead.
I have your back, as long as you have mine.
Smiling, I squeeze her fingers, feeling my heart warm at the words. Always. The road sprawls on and on ahead of us, and I will follow it for as long as I can. For as long as Axon is beside me. Good ending. Oh, we did it! So much for a 2 to 3 hour stream. 7 hours later. Oh boy. Oof. Gotta stretch. Gotta stretch. Gotta stretch. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ah. But hey, you got the good ending. And I didn't die. Take that. I knew the way. The Askin's heart was through her stomach. We did it. Yeah, okay. Alright. Interesting, interesting. Congrats, congrats. Yes, yes, thank you, thank you. I would say a much happier ending than Cassius's one ending so far. God. That really does feel like it's the start of its own story. Heck, if they want to add combat elements, it's just like Velis in an RPG action adventure, learning under Lena to fight the forces of heaven and hell. I play that game. I play that game. That'd be fun as hell. Yeah, I don't know. That'd be fun. And then you could bring in Lena's VTuber personality. I don't know, person. The VTuber of Lena could come in and voice Lena, and that'd be great. Great fun. Anyways. Well, next time we get to go after Dathriel, which will be very interesting. But we're gonna do that in 2 sittings. I'm not doing it in 1 sitting, I think. I'm putting my foot down, 2 sittings. Breaking that into 2 halves. It'll still take like probably 8 hours all summed up, but you know. We have succeeded at 2 good endings! And now we have 2 left. Until more come out, as far as I know. Oh, you will need a few sittings for Deathreels, definitely? Yeah, those were... I don't know if, I feel like Axon's was longer than Cassius? Maybe? A bit? I don't know. But if anyone's is going to be long, it's going to be Deathreels. And then I don't even know what the independent ending is going to be like. That's going to be a tricky one. But yes, okay, when I started streaming at like 3:40. I did not expect to be here quite this long, but I do appreciate everyone who came by to check out the stream. It was a lot of fun. And for everyone who chitter-chatted with us and shared their thoughts, their memories, their feelings. Watching me try and cry a lot as Velas. Yeah, I appreciate it. Just under 7 hours. Yep. There wasn't, wasn't planning on that, but, you know, it is what it is. Sometimes it just be that way. But yeah, thank you everyone who came by from the raid earlier, who just wandered in, who has been here from the start. I do appreciate very much all you guys sticking around and watching and listening to the Yonder world, and hanging out with me. I will be streaming more of the Yonder world probably next Wednesday, probably. We do Read Wednesdays. Not every Wednesday, but I try and get it as many times as I can. And so we do manga and visual novels and things like that. And it just so happens that the Yonder world is a very long visual novel, so we've been going back to that a lot lately. If you want to raid into someone, I think I have a recommendation. Potentially. Who were you thinking? I have a few people in my list that I can also raid, but I'm willing to take suggestions. But yes, if you enjoyed the things that we do here, Platty, oh my goodness, really? I mean, I could. I doubt he would notice it, but you know, big crazy streamer that he is. Do I have Platty followed? Okay, there we go. Follow it up. Now we got him on the thingy. Twitch can be annoying, but he tries to pay attention to everyone's alerts, including raids. Listen, I told you. I don't watch things duperly often sometimes, okay? So, you know, it just... I'm gonna rate him, though! I'm gonna rate him! Just put the knife away. You freaking, you Yonder, you look at... But I like the knife. Yeah, I think that's probably gonna wrap it up for us here this evening. We are going to raid out to Platypus. But it's been fun. It's been a very fun extended story. And I hope to see some of you guys again in the near future. I do stream Friday, Sunday, Monday. Now, and Wednesdays sometimes. Monday is kind of the D&D stream over on another friend's channel, but you know, we're keeping busy. We're doing stuff. We have co-op nights, we have Star Wars nights, we have all kinds of different themed nights. So if you want to check some of those out, I'd be greatly appreciative. And I do post to both the Twitter and the Discord when I'm streaming, so that's the other place you can check out. But thank you everyone for checking out the stream. Thank you, Angie, for sticking around so long. You've been here for a long time. You were here on the commute, and then you left for a little bit, and you've been here for like a bunch of hours as well. Probably doing moderating stuff for Platty at the same time. But I do. I appreciate you all. Much love, many hearts, and we'll raid out to Platty. Flash. Raid. Okay. Does he spell it any kind of funny way? It's just a platypus. Okay. All right. He's being noisy in the background. It's fine. Of course. With choose. I see. Yeah, Fortnite's not my my forte. But I do okay at some other games, like Fall Guys. Anyways, thanks everybody. Have a good night. Happy hump day. Have a good rest of your week. Hope you guys have a good weekend, good times. We're raiding out. And I will see all of you guys hopefully in the next stream. Hopefully, fingers crossed. Fingers crossed! Alright. 3, 2, 1. We're running out! Goodbye!